Wow.
Like a proto Rocksteady.
Yeah, that was actually, I wish they had used the sculpt for the actual toy because it's much better than what they actually did.
Is it from 85, 86?
Yeah, as is this. This is the first turtle sculpt cast in some kind of resin. Kevin and I each got one of these.
Oh, that's amazing. I see they kept that tail.
Yeah,
The
yeah, I
problematic
wish
tail.
I had. Yeah.
I was a kid at that time, and I know what I would have done with that tail, especially if it was had some articulation. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We have the great Peter Laird joining us today, and we're going to take a look through Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1. Jimmy, this is a dream video for me, man.
I'm very excited.
We rarely ever do this. We've never done it, man. But I want to dedicate this video to two people who have supported the channel in a big way. Alika Seki from Maui Comics and Eli Schwab, who runs some of our fan community. The giant Turtles marks. They supported our channel in a big way. Alika sent us thousands of dollars worth of comics over the years to do episodes on, and I know they are over the moon for this episode, man. So I just had to give that shout out. Peter, thank you so much for joining us today, sir.
My pleasure.
Have you ever done something like this? Gone through Turtles 1 with anybody in this kind of molecular level detail?
I have never done that, and I'm quite interested in doing it.
Got to thank you so much for this deluxe edition. When you and I were talking, I was telling you how I liked this artisan edition where we get to see the sepia tone of the duotone, how it's divorced from the black line,
Right.
and it's a technique that I've used for my own comics. And then you showed me this. You sent us these deluxe editions that you guys published in 1992 or so. That basically it's the same deal,
Yeah.
like printed in color so that you capture that sepia. And what I like is the separation of that black line from the duotone board. I think it's really a sexy approach, and it's so cool that you guys had the foresight to publish such a thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it never really occurred to me when we first did it, but as the pages started to age, that sepia tone came out even stronger. And it really occurred to us that it would be cool to have a book just showing how that looked, how the actual originals looked.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's probably it's probably state of the art at the time you guys put this thing out, and now it's the fidelity of scanners and things like the approach that we got with these artisan editions. You could get even deeper and see the undeveloped lines with the duotone, which is really cool. You about to say something, Jimmy?
I was going to say this commemorative edition, the deluxe edition, it's almost like an artist edition. I don't know, 15 years or so before they do artist edition. So it's if you'd have gone bigger, Peter, it may have been the world's first artist edition.
Do you collect those? Do you have all the Kirby artist editions and things? Yeah, I'm sure. He's like, dude, I got the issues. What are you talking about? So this artisan edition is what we'll look at for our TMNT issue 1, and it's a really cool book. It has the thumbnails. You sent us that comics interview that you guys did early on, and it was probably the greatest sort of showcase of the delineation of the what do you call it, man? The labor. And Eastman did the bulk of the original layouts.
Right.
These pieces, but it wasn't like a autograph projector to put the final boards together. You guys kind of just eyeballed that.
Yeah.
And then one of the questions that Jimmy and I had, well, Jimmy, you lay out the question, man.
Yeah, so we have seen a lot of reprints of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and one of the ones that's pretty popular were the first color editions that came out in the 80s. We saw them in bookstores. And what I noticed looking at those is that the ink lines are different in the first editions than in the black and white Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic, as if there were two sets of inked line arts.
We would take a look at, it would be stuff like the buildings. Like there's the one thing with the turtle, like with this, like somewhere on this page, like if we grabbed that color one, we were looking at the bricks and there was some touch-ups and things.
Oh, interesting.
So how did that work with the first comics? Like there's no duotone on the first comics.
Right. That was actually something that we did so starting in the beginning when we did the first issue, we would finish the inked art on the dual shade board. After we'd penciled tightly enough to start inking, we finish the inks, and then we take the pages and drive over to the next town over where they had a copy shop that had an excellent, really high quality black and white copier. And we just make copies, full-size copies of the originals, so that we could have an archive of that finished inked art without any dual shade effects on it. And then we would take those originals and do the dual shade stuff. And I can't remember why exactly we did that, but it probably had something to do with being worried that we would, if we went directly to the dual shade without making copies of the finished inked art, we might ruin them or make big mistakes, or spill a bottle of dual shade on the board, and it would ruin the possibility of having imagery of that original inked art for our records. And it worked out quite well, actually, because once First Comics struck that deal with us to do the graphic novel format color reprints, we had all those copies of the original art to give them, or to actually use ourselves to create the blue lines and do the color that way.
That's my introduction to Eastman and Laird's Ninja Turtles, the color First Comics collections, 4 of those. And they were in bookstores. Like, I got that at the mall, at Walden Books. They penetrated the bookstore market. Peter, do you have any sense of what went wrong with First? Because something like that, they penetrated a giant market that the world could have been their oyster, but pretty soon after, they just kind of disappear.
I really don't know what happened with them. It was a good deal for us, I think a good deal for them. And, they never did anything beyond those volumes that you have. I don't know why exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty much they got all the Eastman Laird stuff, I feel like, from that little early run before you guys start to do like your solo issues and things. Mm-hmm. Check this page from the Xeroxes out, where it's in the final board, it's all duotone. So so the guys left just a little indicator of like where this ninja will be kind of superimposed upon the image. That's a real sharp move. But without further ado, what if we just crack into the body of this comic? Peter, here's another question, man. All this artwork here, like even early on, I think we get the cover somewhere. Yeah, here's the cover right here. Mm-hmm. I remember years ago, Eastman on the Heavy Metal website, he had a Photoshop image of himself with his pinky up against his mouth like this, and was like $1 million. He was trying to hustle the Turtles art for a mill. Like, you get $500,000 to that if that deal would have went down. Is that how that kind of thing would work?
No, we never actually talked about that, but because we each, I think issues 1 and 2, we each took one whole book. Kevin got the first issue, and I got the second issue. And I would think that the fair thing would be that if he sold his number 1 originals, he would keep all the money. And if I sold my number 2 originals, the same would be the case. I don't think he managed to sell them for $1 million. He actually offered it to me for, I think, $200,000. And at the time, I said to him, I have enough turtle art. I kind of regret that now. I would really like to have those originals. But c'est la vie.
Yeah, when you think of what original art has become in the last decade or so, wow, that would be quite a prize, that first issue.
Yeah. I'd like to put it out to Kevin that I'll give him $200,000 for issue 1 here. Peter, are these some of the first pages you guys ever used Craft Tint Duotone for? I
had done a little bit of work on the Duo Shade board. I had been an illustrator for a while, and I had discovered that effect in some political cartoons, I think.
Right.
And it baffled me. I could not figure out how they did it. And then I can't remember where I found the answer, but I may have researched it at the local art supply store.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I did end up buying at least one sheet of duo-shade board that I used for a few different illustrations that I did for the local paper.
What was the price of that stuff, if you can remember back then? Because even in the 2000s, like, it was $8 a pop.
Yeah, that's what I remember. It being $8 or $8.50 a sheet.
Damn. So even in the early 80s, what is that? Like $25 or something? 20 bucks a sheet.
It was not cheap back then.
Was that a tough decision to decide to make the Turtles comics on a very expensive piece of paper like that?
It was not a tough decision in the sense that we didn't know what we were going to get out of it, because it was pretty clear what we could accomplish. The kinds of effects we wanted to do. It was tough ponying up the money for it. That was significant for us. And we did manage to get 3 pages out of each sheet. I think each sheet was like 17 by 22, something like that. But we ended up, the originals aren't much bigger than the actual printed comic size.
Yeah, and I'm quite sure that this book captures basically the size of the paper that the original boards are on. When you take a look at these spreads, can you see your hand and like the pieces you inked? And can you see Kevin's hand?
Oh man, that is so tough, especially for the first issue.
Yeah.
If we were going to the second issue, I could pull out at least one page that I know I almost completely inked. And I don't know if you remember, there's a page where there's a slender panel at the top and then a big panel at the bottom, and it's Baxter Stockman is showing April all his Mausers that he's created.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure I inked most of that array of Mausers. But if I look right now, get close to this. It's so difficult, and it's actually because we wanted it to be that way.
Sure.
That our styles and our penciling and inking and toning matched as well as possible.
What are you looking at? For the people at home, they're curious, man. They're like, man, is that dude looking at a first printing?
This is actually a second printing in pretty good shape. I keep most of the original comics, at least one in the house with me.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really tough to see this and look at. I'm really having a hard time. Actually, here, this I think, if you can see this, I don't know if I'm holding it up properly. This tall panel right here with the turtles.
Yes.
I think I inked that panel.
Okay.
But we did luck out in that, even though our styles are pretty different, we managed to blend them pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
Here's another one.
Can you call out page number?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Page 24.
Boom.
And there's this.
The city building?
This one right here. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm pointing at this one right here at the
Yes.
bottom.
Yes.
That looks like I inked the turtles and Kevin inked the building.
Okay, that's perfect because I see differences, and it looks like I feel like I could see where Kevin does the lettering, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So you could see that there's like a bleed at the edge of these letters, clearly like a fine liner or something like that, and you could see pen line on certain spots, but then you could see like a thicker, like a brush. And I wonder if that was your tool of choice, the brush, and if he's more a fine liner guy. Like these chains look like they're inked by the lettering tool. Right here on page 4.
Good question. Page 4.
Yeah, the middle panel, you see some chains behind Leonardo, and it looks like that lettering tool line. The size of those old Turtles books is always interesting. How did you guys arrive at that?
Sorry, what was that question?
The dimensions of the first run of Turtles, how it was not quite comic book size, not quite magazine size.
Yeah, that was kind of a dopey mistake on our part. We wanted to find a local printer who could print, a book, a comic book, newsprint inside and have a slick cover. And we found a local TV guide that was exactly what we were looking for, except that it didn't have the slick cover. It was all just newsprint. And so we found out where that was printed locally, drove up there, explained what we wanted, and they said, "Oh yeah, sure, we can do that." And they did, and they did a nice job printing. And it wasn't until we started selling them and people started complaining, "Hey, these don't fit in regular comic book bags," that it dawned on us that we had done it not the size of a regular comic book. It was just a stupid mistake on our part.
It's funny, it makes it more of a collector's item because it's probably harder to keep them in mint condition and to keep them with comics as a back issue.
What's real funny is you just got to have a super successful comic, and then it never hits the long boxes, right? Like you never see one in the wild. But some future issues that I pulled for us to look at was I can't believe we didn't do this episode yet, but issue 8 with Cerebus, and in the back. You guys are promoting that, what's it called, Ryan 99 or Ryan?
Oh, yeah.
Like, whatever that...
2099?
That's
maybe?
what I thought, but it feels wrong. And that Ryan comic is about a half inch bigger than comics, and you see it in old quarter bins all the time, and it's a sore thumb because you could see that comic sticking out.
No near mint copies of that exist.
All bent.
Yes.
Totally.
Yeah, that Ryan 2990 or whatever it was called was done by our friend Ryan Brown, who did a lot of inking for us on the early books.
Yeah, it's so cool. Like Alika, who this episode is dedicated to, he's got a run. He's got a run of TMNT. We were looking through that thing, and I think it's like it might even be that second printing of issue 1. There's like a Michael Dooney letter somewhere. Like a lot of the Mirage guys, they have Fenn letters in there. Also, there's Joe Zabel, the Harvey Pekar collaborator, is in those super early letters columns. It's real cool.
Peter, do you remember if you worked like out of order on these pages? And the reason I ask is the turtles look really good from page 1, and it seems like it'd be hard to figure out how to draw them. And to draw them consistently, so...
Plus, it's 2 guys, so it's like, do you start off half the pages? Does Kevin Eastman do the other half when you start laying them out, and then just switch back and forth?
Well, it was kind of organic the way we did it. We used to call the less interesting pages the boner pages. And in terms of when we would transfer the art to the Duashade board, freehanding it from the layouts that Kevin did, we'd always draw the fun stuff first, and then the less interesting, boring stuff second. So if I took say pages 1, 2, and 3, and did my 50% of penciling on it, I would probably start with the really cool stuff, the turtles gesturing or whatever, and then do as much as that would make it to be 50% of my work. And then I'd hand it to Kevin, and he'd do the rest of it, and vice versa. I can't remember exactly if what order we divided them in, but it was generally the case that we would do the fun stuff first and leave the boring stuff left for last. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I also wonder, like this page that we're looking at here, it's so great, sort of like the black and white, and then you have white here in the middle and another dark panel beside it. Are you guys working those kind of compositions out together? Like, are you talking about, hey, this is a good looking page, or let's have some white space here to break it up?
That would have been nice if we had done it that way. But I'm pretty sure we just trusted each other to not, wreck the composition by doing something crazy. And in that case, the one you're pointing at right now, that's basically just trying to balance the page with the two sort of strips of gray, dark gray, and then the white in the middle.
So you try to get 50% of each man's contribution on the page, but when you crack open your very pungent duotone chemicals, is it one guy who's doing all the tones per page?
No.
So it's still 50% at that level, maybe.
Well, that page you're looking at right now, the one of the cityscape.
Yes, I'm lingering on that for a reason, for sure.
That looks to me like that might have been just Kevin toning that completely. And I think I may have mentioned to you at that time we talked a few days ago that page there, that full page, was the source of, I think, probably our only argument or disagreement when we made that book, because Kevin wanted to have it in there and I didn't, and we went back and forth, and finally I said, "Oh, okay." And now I love it, and now I think it's a great page to have there.
I think they even mimic that in the first movie. I think that's a beat whenever they beat up the guys in the beginning, and you see the hand, and I feel like there's a pullback or something, probably around that era where you and Kevin are trash men in the background, like that. I think that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I've always felt from the beginning that Kevin had an excellent sense of pacing, and I think that's a great example of that. Where after all the action in the first few pages of the book, it's great to have a beat where you just kind of calm down before you go to the next page.
This is another page I was looking at a bunch, where I feel like you could see the hand of both guys reasonably clearly in a way, because you got like this sort of bold outline with like pen on the interior of the turtles here, and then there's this very noticeable like bold robe tunic thing that looks like it's just a different hand. Like the bold outlines that are here are not the same tool that was used right there. It's just, we look at comics molecularly these days, Peter.
Yeah.
And certainly the collaboration that you guys have had is something that we've studied forever.
That image of Splinter on the bottom panel and the panel just above it, that looks to me like Kevin inked that.
Yeah.
And the right above that, the third panel down from the top, it looks like I probably inked most if not all of that.
There are these pieces throughout the book, as we keep going, where there are these like open panels, things like this, and it makes me wonder if that Frank Miller Wolverine miniseries came out before that. Was that 81?
No, I think it was a little bit later, but it
Before
may have come
Turtles?
out before this.
Because every page he would make an effort to allow like a good chunk of white space on the page, and I wonder if that played a part in laying out these pages for you guys.
Yeah, I think Kevin, much more than me, was a huge fan of Frank Miller and his work, and especially his design work in terms of creating panel flow. And that's something that he carried over into his layouts for this first issue. And I think it worked quite well in various places. I mean, like that third panel down from the left, on the left-hand page, where the turtles are coming into the lair and meeting Splinter. It's kind of nice to have a little breather there. And I think that Kevin did a fantastic job on all of the layouts he did.
And even just cutting off some negative space here, it abuses what Steve Bissette would call the grid, or the square, the rectangle. Like it plays around with that. The lighting techniques. See, this, I feel like if you guys were moving in order by page 11, you guys are comfy with that duotone, doing lighting techniques from the window, and then doing the superimposed ninja behind the ninja figure. Like that that signifies a little bit more confidence than maybe you had at the start of the game.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Iconic. This stuff is in movies. Like, you gotta pinch yourself, right? You guys are hanging out making this comic, and 6 years later, like, you have actors playing this out with a Jim Henson Muppet.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that middle panel there and the bottom tier of panels, where the rat is in his cage practicing. I remember when we started working on the first live action movie, and the Henson shop the creature shop would send us videos showing what they've done and how far they advanced. And I remember specifically they had this rat puppet they were showing him kicking and punching, and it was just so cool.
Mind blowing.
Not something we'd ever thought we'd see.
The Renaissance names, was that Kevin who came up with those?
In all honesty, I can't remember, and I wish I could, because it is one of the things about the book, about the whole property that just kind of works, and I don't know why.
The reason I asked that way was because my sister's husband went to the same high school. They went to his high school much later, and there is still a Kevin Eastman painting of the Renaissance masters, like above a locker. So there's like the Vitruvian Man and Mona Lisa and Renaissance imagery is painted up there, which in the history of your works, like that, it seems noteworthy.
Yeah, I think I saw that image, and maybe I'm not sure if it was one of your videos, but definitely one I saw on YouTube.
Yeah, there was that heavy metal. It was a kind of like this kind of book that Kevin put together called the Autobiography. It was called, yeah.
Mm. But we both were students of art, and we both, I believe, had that classic Jansen's History of Art, the big fat volume.
Right.
Covered almost all of that stuff. And like I said, I wish I could remember which of us came up with the idea, but it was one of the several ludicrous ideas that we came up with that really seemed to work and fit. And like I said, I don't quite know why, but it does.
Would you ever run this duotone chemical through an airbrush or anything like that? Spatter? I think I did some spatter, but I do remember that I did use it in an airbrush several times.
Wow.
In fact, I think, and specifically the one that I can remember is in the Donatello micro series. There's a couple pages with the drawing of the portal that Kirby drew and which stuck around, unlike the other things. And in the portal, there's these kind of wavy shapes and stuff. And I remember doing that with the airbrush.
The deluxe editions you sent us of issue 1, there's an intro in there by Kevin Eastman. Or you know what? It might even be in the beginning of this book. You look at so much stuff, and is there an Eastman in there?
Harlan Ellis.
Okay, no, it's in the beginning of this. Kevin says that the origin of the shredder came while you guys were doing dishes, and he said, ask me that story later. So can you elaborate on that?
Oh, yeah. When Kevin lived with my wife and I in the house we rented in Dover, very often she would make supper, and Kevin and I would take over the task of washing and drying the dishes. And it was one night, and I should also point out that this was some night after both Kevin and I had read that horrible comic book, Skate Man by Neil Adams.
Oh, yeah.
And we were washing and drying the dishes, and while he was drying the cheese grater, Kevin took it upon himself to stick his hand up into the grater and hold onto the handle. And he turned to me and said, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool to have a bad guy who had these on his arms? He would like grate you to death." And it appealed to me. It seemed like a good idea, and that's really where the shredder came from.
That's amazing. now we got that iconic, intro episode piece where it's playing on the Daredevil origin. And I think, I remember reading, you go into old comics journals and Amazing Heroes, and the reviewers, there's no language to describe what the Turtles is. So when it was being solicited, parody would be mentioned, satire would be mentioned. But when you read it, it's very straight up. This is almost like the closest you have. Of course, you got the Foot, you got Splinter, yada, yada. We get that. But it's not parody in a traditional sense. It's not Harvey Kurtzman, But like this clearly is, it's a young Matt Murdock.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole parody thing, it was, I think it was, like you said, kind of hard for some of the critics to figure out what exactly the Turtles comic was, because it's not much of a parody. I mean, there are certain small elements that you could say, yeah, that's definitely a parody, but and especially as you go along from the next issue and so on, it's really a straightforward story told with a little humor, and the whole parody thing I think was a misnomer.
It's amazing to look back at this, and it feels like it's already destiny that these are toys, that these are cartoons and movies and multimedia, because it feels like such a showcase for that across this spread.
Yeah. Yeah, like this could be the backer board. You could put the blister pack right there and glue your dudes in there. Peter, what do you think about the multicolor bandanas? Like, you guys come up with the red, and then when the cartoon happens, you got that multicolor, and that's how most people recognize them. Do you think that was the way to go, or you think stick OG, keep the red?
Well, the multicolored bandanas, that actually came about when we had our, I think, first visit with Playmates Toys out in California. And we met with them for several days, and they were just looking for ways to enhance certain aspects of the turtle property and tone down some other aspects. And one of the things, actually, this is another kind of funny thing, in a way similar to the thing where we didn't tell the printer that we wanted it printed on regular comic book size. It took several, maybe not several months, but at least a month after the first issue was released, that we started getting fan mail and people commenting about the fact that, you can't tell the turtles apart if they're not holding their weapons. Because we never thought that. For us, it was, we knew exactly which one was which, even without their weapons. And I just lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about the multicolored bandanas, and you're meeting with them.
So there we are at Playmates headquarters, talking with them about the variety of ways that we could figure out how to differentiate the turtles visually. And I believe I put forth the notion of the different colored bandanas, and they suggested the belt buckles. I actually have no problem with different colored bandanas. It's a minor thing. It makes total sense either way. If they all had red or if they had multicolored bandanas. I have no problem with that.
I linger on this page because it's another one of those pieces where the aesthetic use of the duotone is done masterfully with this soupy atmosphere of the sky.
Yes. And
the lighting of these like little bungalow shack things, calling to mind focal points and just using all of the important illustrative tropes that we have at our disposal. Things like this, man, just very clear. It's a very, very clear to read comic. Lots of stuff that you guys sort of inspired when the black and white boom happens. Those guys leave those lessons back in art school.
Peter, we know a lot about, or we've heard, Frank Miller is a big influence, and I think we see that in a lot of these pages. Do you see other influences as we're going through here? Artists that you were channeling or thinking about? Like, do you see any of that on any of these pages or panels?
That's a good question. I I can honestly say I've never actually studied it to try to pull out that information. And in large part, when I go through this book, I basically see Frank Miller.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because Kevin, who did all the layouts, as you know, had such a fondness for the work of Frank Miller, and it really, it's so obvious. And I just looking at it now, I'm drawing a blank. I really can't pull anything out like that.
There's a bluntness to some of the inking, and the squatness of the figures really makes me think of Corbin.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of this. This is one of those little ticks, man, that I would be so surprised if Kevin did not ink this, because it looks like totally looking one for one at like an issue of Ronin, like that era of inking. And we did an interview with Dan Clowes where he said he would like ink some of his pieces with an artist edition open, almost putting his artwork on top of the artist edition if he wanted to channel a little Reed Crandall or little Johnny Craig into his story, and he would just like look at those lines while he's inking his own, and that looks very close to the instruments that Miller was playing around with on
I think you're
Ronin.
absolutely correct.
Peter, did you guys do that? Would you have comic books laying around while you were working?
There were probably comic books lying around because at the time we were into reading them, and we would go, I think, every weekend or every other weekend to a local flea market where a guy had set up selling comics. But I can honestly say, I can't speak for Kevin, but I can honestly say I've never had that kind of like direct one-to-one influence from, and had a comic book sitting next to my drawing table that I was drawing inspiration from. I might have done that, you know, offhandedly, you know, read the comic, see some cool effect that somebody created with their pencil or ink, and then try to duplicate that myself. Never just having the comic right next to me and sort of looking at it and then drawing what I was drawing.
I hang out on these two pages because we're looking at terrain. Obviously, this is like a rooftop, so it's not exactly the ground, but just seeing the different marks you guys make for the different sort of ground textures, real cool, because that's clearly a pen that's used there, but real thick, chunky brush on that one.
Yeah, I feel like I have material on my drawing table where, you know, like you're trying to tip your brush,
right,
and it looks like these marks.
Get some nightingale lines. Iconic. I even feel like this image is digitized in one of the video games. This exact one. Yeah, it gets maybe it's that arcade joint, like the one that was in all the Chuck E. Cheeses.
More actually, of those great skies.
That image makes me think of the first Shredder action figure.
Yeah.
The kind of weird crouching pose he was in.
Yeah, man, that dude who did that, he was on that Turtle Power documentary, and he's the guy who did all the OG designs for He-Man figures. And he's like, you squat him down, you give him a mystical pose. It's actually a bigger toy. It's bigger than 3 inches, but you squat him down, and it makes him look massive.
Yeah, that's what you get.
It's a cool idea, but you could almost never get him to stand up straight.
Right.
He was always falling over.
He was interesting too because it's that dicey territory, man. When it comes to painting the figures, like at the factory, it's like, do you paint the whites of the eyes or do you not? And he has the little polka dot eyeballs. He's got the little he like Dondi. Remember the Dondi comic strip? He's got those eyeball paintings. Do you have all those toys in your house, like one of everything?
I have a few. In fact, there's a big bookcase right over there in front of me, and that's where I keep these two guys, this guy and the Rhino, along with some other toys that I'm fond of, and 4 of them being the Star Trek turtles.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you ever saw those.
Absolutely, had 1 or 2.
Yeah, because I'm a big Star Trek fan, and it was kind of I mean, I never expected this to happen, but it was such a cool thing when Playmates managed to get the permission from the Star Trek rights holder to do those toys.
That was a fascinating time too, because Barbie would be the girls' version that would get licenses, and then it would be Turtles. Have like a Freddy Krueger Ninja Turtle or something. How about that 2-page spread?
Wow.
Good depth.
Yes.
Like the use of tools, man. It's all here. You got your big thick line on your foreground Foot Clan dude. The textures that you guys would employ on the turtles is always really, really cool, man. It made them feel way more organic. They just were never able to capture that like on the cartoon or anything, because it's all that flat color. But having these dots and these little textures just made them, that's turtle skin.
And that's one of the things the duo-shade board was really great for, because you could get all kinds of effects like that.
Yeah, there's different approaches. It's like duotone could be used as like a color, where it's like jeans or the dark duotone. It could be light. It could be texture. It's very malleable depending on how you use it.
It's so unfortunate that it's no longer being made.
It's true. Did you guys ever, like, when you're drawing these tails, and it's right there in between the legs and stuff, like would you guys laugh about that, or just you didn't even think about any your mind was never in the gutter with that? Because look at that one, it's almost like there's a scrotum also.
Well, again, this is one of those things that readers picked up on and made fun of in various ways. But I can't speak for Kevin, or I shouldn't speak for Kevin, but I think I could, in saying that to our way of thinking, they were just tails.
Yeah.
And we drew them as tails, and they were tails. And, it's only when people started pointing out, well, that kind of looks like a penis or a turd or something.
Right.
That it became clear to us that, well, maybe other people don't see it the way we do. But we all saw them as tails, like I said.
Were you conscious of the violence in the comic? Like the last page, we saw some turtles bleeding, and we're starting to see the black ink for blood. Was that something you guys were thinking of? Because 1984, I don't know how violent comics are at the time.
Miller was known for his violent daredevils, and there was backlash.
This is pretty good right here. A good example.
Yeah, there was, if I'm remembering correctly, there was quite a bit of violence in the comics of that era. And we didn't try to go over the top with it. I mean, there's no entrails spilling out on the ground, and nobody loses their head, or stuff like that. We wanted to have what you could probably compare to a Bruce Lee movie, that kind of level of violence, and more violent action than violence per se.
And there's not much, no real swearing or anything either. When that was an opportunity, like you could have, and I think this is like one of those comics that people would describe, they call ground level, where it's almost superhero adjacent, like all the kind of similar rules, except you do got some blood and things in here.
It definitely lends itself to the ink treatment.
Yeah.
We were talking about the duo shade looking so good with the textures and the turtle skin. And when I see like cuts and blood droplets, it lends itself to the material really well.
When you guys were writing this thing, did you spend a lot of time at that stage? Do several drafts? Because we're getting to the end here, and there really is. There's 3 tight acts. Everything pays off. You introduce Oroko Saki early, in enough time to get that mask knocked off, so that we get to see beyond a shadow of a doubt who Shredder is. It's really tightly written. So would you, the question is, would you was there a lot of attention paid to the scripting part before you started putting pencil to paper?
Well, it depends on how you define a lot of.
Say several passes of draft.
Yeah.
Would that happen?
I honestly can't really remember exactly, but what I can remember of that process was that and this actually held true of most of the books that we did together, was that we would first just talk the story out, and determine what was going to happen in the issue. And then Kevin would go and do his layouts. And then we'd get back together and look at them and determine whether everything was working. And it usually was. I rarely remember changing stuff at that stage. And then Kevin would, as he was doing them, kind of write the dialogue notes, the story notes on the side of each page or on the back. And then I would take his notes and kind of clean them up a little bit and maybe add a few things here and there. Then we talk about what I had done, if it met what he wanted to do on the book. And then it would go directly to lettering. But I can't remember if we did too much revision in that first issue. We were so excited about doing it. We just wanted to crank it out and do the best we could, but get it done quickly.
And this comic is a consequence. It's a famous story. But correct me if I'm not mistaken. The comic you guys were working on when the Ninja Turtles concept comes up, you guys are doing the Fugitoid comic that came out. Like, you were working on that. Yeah,
we were. And we had actually done that Fugitoid comic in a form that we were thinking would be really fun to print it, which would be a sort of poster comic. I don't know if you remember seeing these back in the day. They'd have them for Star Trek and Star Wars and all kinds of other popular properties. They would be I think an 8.5 by 11 form. But what it would be is you open it once, you get 2 pages, and then you open it a third time or a second time, and you get like a big poster,
right?
Like a 7 by 22 poster, which is why when you look at the Fugitoid comic, there's a big page, and then a regular page, and then a regular page, and a regular page, and then another big page, and the big pages would be what we were thinking would be the poster. But it never happened.
I like it because that speaks to innovation. Like you guys are trying to come up with something that we haven't seen before.
I had a Hulk comic like that.
I can't remember if there were any comics done quite like that. You recall?
I have a Hulk comic like that, and it's a tie-in to the Hulk TV show. So maybe, like the Star Wars and Star Trek, I never saw those, but I wonder if this was something that was coming out of Hollywood as like poster on one side, fold it up into a comic and sell it on newsstands, as like a kind of like a comic book or magazine.
As we're wrapping up this issue, just got to point out some more of the beautiful technique that is employed using the duotone, where you have this lighting from the city streets, and it's severe. Like, they just knocked this guy off the roof, and it's almost like the turtles are, like, illumination is coming from, his soul leaving his body or something. And that underlighting on the turtles, that is sexy drawing right there.
That's a great panel all around.
And this interesting sky approach, we're using both developers, using a dark gray developer and using the light gray where you just get the one set of lines. And it just creates this great flow
Your interpretation of that panel where the turtles are on the edge of the rooftop is interesting, because that effect, and maybe this is pointing out how we didn't really know what we were doing that well. That's supposed to be the explosion that kills the shredder.
Ah.
I guess we didn't do it quite well.
Listen, looks great. Got that last page, dude. Iconic ending, the end, no to be continued. This could be one and done.
Yeah.
This could be it.
Having, the Barbaric Fantasy comic that I'd sent you and the Calendar of the Gods.
Oh, yes, these guys right here.
Yeah. Working on those 2 projects had taught me that it's not very easy to sell what you do.
Yeah.
Unless you're really good and you really have something that's really very appealing. And so when Kevin and I did the first Turtle comic, we both actually really thought we'd be sitting on boxes of them for a year or more. maybe longer, maybe several years. And we were totally shocked that they sold out as quickly as they did.
Yeah, if I remember right from the interviews we've read, like you sold out of these comics thanks to various distributors and things before the print run even hit your door.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Amazing. And with something like this, you said you print about 500 of these guys.
I believe so, yeah.
Sold about 100. So, like, that lets the people know that, this thing was a hit from the start. And
yeah, definitely.
Peter, how soon do you guys go into working on issue 2 after you finish this first one?
Well, what happened was we finished the first one and premiered it at that convention in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, in beginning of May, I think May 4th or 5th. And at that time, neither Kevin nor I were making much money. And so we had to go where the money was. And in my case, it meant going with my wife to where she found a new teaching job. And that was in Connecticut. Well, we ended up living in Sharon, Connecticut. I can't remember where the school was that she taught. It was nearby, probably about 5 or 6 miles away. But we had to do that. So we basically said goodbye to Kevin. He went back to Maine. And as it happened, and again, we were so grateful for this. That first printing of 3,000, actually 3,275, because they overprinted a little bit. That sold out so quickly that we realized, wow, and there was not much effort on our part to do that. It seemed like the distributors came to us very quickly and wanted more. So we did the next printing of 6,000 while we were still in Maine. I mean, it's still in New Hampshire. And then I ended up in Sharon, Connecticut, and Kevin was back in Algonquin, Maine, I believe, or maybe he went back to Portland. I can't recall for sure. But what became pretty clear was that this had some legs, and people wanted it, and in much greater numbers than we ever could imagine. And I was handling the business aspect of the business, dealing with distributors and so forth, and the printer down in Connecticut. And I crunched the numbers and I got all excited and I called Kevin up. And this was back in the day when calling long distance was pretty expensive. So it had to be an important call. I called him up and I said, Kevin, you're not going to believe this. I just crunched the numbers for issue 2, and we're each going to make $2,000, clear $2,000 on this one comic book, this first printing, which for us was fantastic, because that was basically about a third or a quarter of what I made per year as an illustrator. But really, the impetus to do a second issue came pretty quickly after the first one, because the response to it was so positive, and it really surprised the hell out of us. But we loved it. It was like, wow, this might actually be something that won't be a flash in the pan, and it wasn't. We basically started working on that second issue through the mail. And Kevin, I think, came down to visit me in Connecticut once or twice, so we were able to get a lot more work done on the second issue. And it basically carried on from there. We sold, I think the first printing of the second issue was 15,000 copies. And I think we did a second printing of that book relatively quickly after that. But at that point, I know I've seen Kevin tell this story in various interviews, and I have too. That was really the moment when we knew something great had happened for us. That we were doing comic books and we were getting paid. We could eat, and live off these comic books that we were doing that we absolutely loved working on. and it was just fantastic.
Here's a technical question. I'm just curious about reprints in the 1980s, because now we take it so for granted because everything's digitally based, and we send off digital files to a print house, and all we have to do is hit them up again and say, hey man, like dust these off, hit the print button. Would you have to like revisit these facilities with film and stuff, or would these print houses hang on to film of everything they printed and it was an easier go? Because I'm thinking about the Zap Comics guys would get the masters made of Zap Comics and hold on to them.
Right.
They would use various publishers, and it was their way of keeping everybody honest so that they don't run off a couple extra or whatever. So they would have to be the ones to deliver the actual materials to the printer. Do you remember how that part worked? The reprints?
Well, it's been a while, so it's a little blurry.
Sure.
But I remember that when we did the first issue, we found a printer in Somersworth, New Hampshire, which is, I think, the next town north of Dover where we're living. And we basically put together a dummy using Xerox copies to show exactly where the pages should go in order.
Yeah.
And we gave that to them, and I think that was basically what we gave them, and then we gave them, I believe, good Xerox copies of the toned artwork. I don't think we gave them the actual toned artwork to shoot from. And so they took that and ran with it and did the first print run of the first issue. And then for the second issue, we basically, I think we changed a couple things. I think we may have changed the inside back cover. And I know we put the word second printing. In fact, you can see it here. I don't know if you
Yes,
can
sir.
see that. And that was it. We basically gave them those two changes, and I imagine they took what they already had for the rest of the book and just, went with it. And for a long time, that was how we did the interface with the printers. We found a printer in Lakeville, Connecticut, when we were in Connecticut, and they did issue 2, 3, the Raphael Micro Series, and issue 4, I think. And then we found another printer in New York State, in Poughkeepsie, actually. And they did all the issues from that point on for quite a while. And I've lost my train of thought again. Sorry, guys.
Think about that part also. Like, there's no internet, so you gotta like use. Yellow Pages only extend so far. So how the heck do you even find a printer in Poughkeepsie if you're not there? Like, it's.
Well, actually, we lucked out on that one because somebody had found an issue, a copy of the Turtle book, and brought it to the printer in Poughkeepsie and said, "You should look these guys up and see if you can get their business." And in fact, that's what happened. We got a call from one of the salespeople that worked at the printer, and it was actually quite a wonderful time for us because prior to hooking up with that printer, we had done all the packing and shipping of all the comics ourselves in our basement, and it was a pain in the butt, let me tell you. And it was so cool because this new guy from the new printer said, "Oh, we'll do that for you. All you got to do is send us a list of, where to drop ship to, and away we'll go." And that turned out to be a fantastic improvement in how we put the comics together.
I'm sure, man, alleviate some of that time. But like, let's have that conversation on shoot interview, man. Peter, thank you so much for joining us to go through these Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one pages. If little Eddie Piscor was to know what would happen in the future, man.
You got that right.
With Peter Laird, like, he would not freaking believe it. Thank you so much, and thanks for your contribution to this medium. You kicked down a lot of doors that me and Jimmy just get to walk through quite easily, man, and it wouldn't have happened without you and the work that you've done over the years.
I can say for Kevin and myself, thank you very much for that.
Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We have a treat for you today, boys and girls. Eastman and Laird have joined us today to talk Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, issue number 2. We're piggybacking off of the conversation we had with Peter Laird when we looked at the very first issue. We're getting into the nitty-gritty right here. It's an unbelievable conversation. I can't believe we made it happen. This channel has surprised me in more times than I can count on one hand, certainly. And this might be the biggest moment in Cartoonist Kayfabe history. Enjoy the video. A couple of weeks ago, we left off looking at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue number 1 with Peter Laird. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, Peter, in Chat and Comics. It was such a good time. We had to figure out like what else can we do? Can we get Eastman and Laird? We did the shoot interviews with each dude individually. Can we get Eastman and Laird on the channel and continue the conversation about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and its growth and talk some craft stuff? You know, like you guys certainly rereading this material over the past week in prep for this. I do not think that you guys get enough credit for the craft part of the process. The comics are actually really, really good, but you never hear that in interviews or articles. It's always about the wild success and things. So the beauty of what we have going on here today is that we're going to be able to go through these issues and talk craft stuff and get into some of the nuance along the way that sort of went into creating the comic and some of the growth that came like from the production of this stuff. So thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you.
We have the IDW slipcase issues that we're taking a look at. It's cool because we still got the duotone with, you know, it's not like colored over top or anything like that. We got this wrapped Mouser cover. First off, who designed that Mouser? Because that feels like you can't just put that in a sketchbook one time. That looks like that was developed.
I'm pretty sure I did that design originally.
Oh, 100%.
Were you sitting on it for a while, or was that for this issue?
Well, actually, rereading this issue made me remember something that I'm not sure if Kevin remembers, but I remember being in Dover, and I was working on a science fiction story. I think I was planning to do it in just in text and prose, and it involved a guy who created a rat hunting robot. And it would like run around in the sewers or in the basement of buildings, find rats, chomp them and kill them, and then swallow them and then poop them out in a little plastic bag. Do you remember that, Kev?
I don't remember that specifically, but what I do remember very clearly is besides being a huge fan of Peter's artwork and drawing, such a fine draftsman, that he had this wonderful ability to make and draw robots and machinery to me that looked like they work. You know, much like he showed me some concepts for a Tuck of Sherwood. It was kind of robot-based Robin Hood tale. Of course, the designs for Fugitoid and some of the things we wanted to do that. But he had all these wonderful drawings of, I think some of them were Star Wars based, and but just these robots seem to come alive, and if it was that idea that inspired it, was definitely so great when you brought it over to the ideas. We were kicking around a few different ideas of what issue 2 would be, because, you know, with issue 1 being, you know, a parody, homage, beginning, middle, and end, we never really kind of thought it'd be a second issue, but we had such a great time putting everything we wanted and loved about comics, and, you know, borrowed heavily from everybody, put all of our favorite isms in there. But when we had to come up with a more original story, a rat in the sewer, and I could definitely see the linkage of your original idea you mentioned, Pete, with this one, and you came up with a bunch of these designs, and they just looked awesome. They looked like they work, and they were also terrifying, especially if you were Splinter looking at one of those things coming at you down the sewer.
Peter's name is on the cover solely. Peter, did you also do the airbrush color on the first version? This looks kind of computer colored compared to what I remember the original looking like.
I did that cover. Actually, you may have realized this already, but in the early days, Kevin and I swapped off covers. You know, he did the first one. I did the cover for number 2. He did the cover for number 3. I did the cover for number 4. As far as an airbrush on that cover, the cover was done very much like the one for the first issue, where it was a black and white, and then a cover overlay for the red color. And in this one, I remember using my airbrush to spray tone chemical on the original, which was probably not a great idea.
Probably want a respirator for
really
for that, man. When you have the word chemical and spray, there's a few ways that could go, man. Before we split last time, Peter, there were 2 stories that I wanted to sort of get on the record that we didn't finish the thread, or it was set off camera. One, you said that there was some sort of misprint or something on the original issue 2, and all of those copies like came direct, like if it hit the store, it came from your hands rather than a distributor.
Yeah, I'm sure Kevin remembers this. I believe it was the first printing of issue number 2, printed by the Lakeville Journal in Lakeville, Connecticut. They shipped them to my house, and Kevin and I went through every single copy because they had done a kind of a crappy job trimming the books. And I think it probably ended up there were several hundred that were trimmed so poorly that we couldn't sell them. And we went, I think that was a print run of, I think, 15,000. And we went through every single one, flipping through it to make sure that the trimming had been done properly. But it was an enormous pain in the butt.
And for the people at home, what were, I believe you're talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, because this has happened to me a couple of times, where I got a print job back, and rather than a nice rectangle of a book, I guess it would be a rhombus or something. There would be like a little slash cut out.
I have comics in my collection like that.
So
some of those slip through.
So if you measure like the spine to spine, and then you measure like the exterior, you're getting maybe a 1/4 inch off, 1/2 inch, and it is so fucking glaring that it makes you, I mean, you the only answer is to fucking do some trims yourself.
Yeah, or just throw them out.
Yeah, so well, you know what's funny is going back to even issue 1, which is kind of humorous when if I remember right, and correct me, Pete, if you remember differently, but I remember when we were looking for a printer, there was this local printer, the Lakeville Journal, that had they would do these free kind of TV facts, TV guide kind of things.
Yeah.
And they would be left outside convenience stores. You know, they'd be supported by local advertising. And so we went to the Lakeville Journal. I remember 2 things. One was I was really irritated by the fact that the guy had a really messy desk. It was stuff piled everywhere. But we said, you know, we want to do this kind of book, and talked about prices and got all that. So when we took the book in and got it printed, and they came back and they were larger in size, I think we might have forgot to tell them to make them comic size, which is why we ended up with a larger size.
Yeah. And it wasn't. I remember it wasn't until people started complaining that it was bigger than a regular comic size that it dawned on us that we hadn't done it properly.
And I think with issue 2, if I remember, because I think we wanted a glossy cover like we had on issue 1, right. And I think we were also surprised when all those copies showed up that were badly trimmed, but they also had a matte finish cover, and we were like,
that was pretty strange.
Yeah. All the good old days but we were like, oh well, you know. And I think, you know, that I don't know how much did we. I think because issue 3 they messed up too, and I don't know if we did issue 4 with that. Or there's at some point we ended up moving to Southern Duchess News, but
I'd love to actually get into all that stuff too through the conversation. So like looking at this 2-page spread where we have a margin in the gutters, so I'm assuming that the printer wasn't even able to do like full bleed.
Well, they might have been able to do it, but they certainly didn't do it.
I'm sorry, and some of that is when IDW did the reprint version of that, because that's reprint, they actually did it in a slightly different format. It's more magazine size,
Right.
and so if you look, you'll see larger borders than what Pete's got the original there. Did they have the same gap, Pete? Yeah.
Oh,
See,
no,
the
no.
original. The
It is.
original comes pretty close, but it was, still still not perfect. But when IDW did the
That's amazing.
Big Brother is watching you. But I think when IDW did the reprint, it got it was a little more spread out because yeah, when they did like this is from the big hardcover collection, which was so much fun. They did get it closer.
Oh, yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, closer to right. So, but yeah, that was I think in those days, I think issue one was cost us around $1,100 to $1,200 for 3,000 copies, black and white with a 2-color cover, and so that was for our needs and necessities as very naive self-publishers. It was it was the dollar. It worked for us. So because I already spent all of our savings and fortunes on the duo shade paper.
Kev, I don't know if you remember this, but we actually got back from the printer 3,275 copies because they did a little bit of overprinting.
Oh, sweet.
And I only found that out like a year or two ago when I was going through some old letters, probably writing to my brother Don, and I mentioned that to him. But it's something I had completely forgotten about.
Because a lot of people have asked over the years, like of that first printing, how many of those actually ended up, getting out to the public. And I know that, we kept maybe 100, 150 of each. I'm not sure. But then I know that we gave quite a few of them away to friends and family and those kinds of things. But I would guess somewhere around 2,500 to 2,600 maybe actually made it into the distribution, because we originally did that one ad. We would sell them single copy mail order.
Speaking of naive self-publishers.
Yeah. We got those. Remember, you feel at a couple of those calls and they go, hey, we want to buy some of your books, and you told them how much, it's like, well, they're $1.50 plus, and they go, no, that's not how it works. And I think we were like, okay, hang up, we'll call them back. And we had to talk about it to go like, oh, well, let's give them 10% off. And they were like, no, it's more like 60%. Anyway.
That was a shocker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you end up losing money on like that first, some of those first issues because you're selling them at such a big discount, whenever the stores call?
No, I think we actually cleared some profit on those early books. Not a lot, but significantly.
That's a lesson to the self-publishers out there, because we know people who have a cover price on a book, and sometimes it costs them more money.
Yeah, wholesale prices don't work if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Kevin, could you see your hand in here? We asked Peter last time, and he said it's pretty indistinguishable. And I wonder if, as we go through these pages, if you can see the pieces you inked or anything like that.
Well, I think my recollection and what was so fun about the early years of Peter and I working together, especially what's so interesting about issue 2, is after we had done issue 1, I went back and worked the summer in Algonquin. I was still cooking lobsters, and then that fall I moved back to Portland, Maine, and got a job there, and I was doing night classes, and Pete and his incredible wife Janine had moved down to, she got a teaching job in Sharon, Connecticut, and so they moved there. And so Pete and I were sending letters back and forth, and so Pete started doing some of the breakdowns and layouts as we talked about the story. I had made a couple bus trips down, at least one or two, and as we started piecing it together. So this was kind of a not only shared layouts where Pete did initial breakdowns and layouts for chunks of the story. I brought in some ideas of different bits and pieces. I thought, maybe we could pace this a little differently, or maybe this kind of shadow. And we have both of the pieces I discovered recently around the time that Pete and I were wrapping up a documentary shoot, and was able to get Pete back all, and I didn't realize I had them, which was funny. I had all of his original pencils. I guess the hoarder in me, oh, I'm taking these. So I ended up being able to give Pete back his original breakdowns and that for the layouts, and so we could see the comparison of how our ideas melded together. But Pete, being a much more experienced artist than I was in the early days, especially that, and our styles were slightly different, that we would try to, and this is, I think, issue 2, it really kind of evolved more, was try to get some of each of us on maybe every panel or every page we'd ink a little here, ink a little there, and pass the pages back and forth to try to make the styles blend, which to me was quite effective, because there is times I look at the stuff, I'll tell you 1,000,000,000%, all those mouses at the bottom of the page, that's Pete. But I think the styles really started blending wonderfully at this time, and sometimes it is a little harder to pick out who did what.
There are these pieces that are kind of Ronin-ish marks, like from that period of like Frank Miller's work, and I often attribute that to your hand, Kevin.
That's absolutely Kevin.
Yeah.
I also got to hide the fact that I didn't draw as well, so it's all scratchy. It's an effect.
Taking a quick break to pay the bills. Got to let you guys know that we have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon are getting all of these videos well before Gen Pop, and that includes this exact conversation with Eastman and Laird that we are putting out into the world right now. They're getting these videos first. It mitigates the kayfabe effect, but these videos are also brought to you by the books that we make. Out in the wild right now, I have Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 1 is being solicited to your comic shops. There are 2 other trade paperbacks, Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network. It's the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. There are 4 volumes of that, 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design, and the occasional WYSIWYG you may find out in the wild. Jimmy, tell the people what you have out there.
I have Hulk Grand Design. It is coming to comic book stores shortly. If you haven't gotten it already, you should pre-order it. I like to think of it as the best-looking Hulk book ever made. So pick it up and judge for yourself. My next book is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. That is the 20th anniversary of Street Angel. It'll be collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive and will look very nice on the shelf next to Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive. And the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes, is also available from me and Cecil Castellucci.
You love us, right? We got Eastman and Laird back together to talk Turtles comics. Support the channel. Let's get back to the video.
Yes.
One thing I'd like to point out is that almost always when you see a bold black area, on a figure or in the background, that's Kevin, because he always had a great sense of spotting blacks.
Thank you.
One of the greatest comic book practical jokes, I feel like, in the history of the medium and maybe pop culture is getting my mom to acknowledge Baxter Stock in some small way through the character of Baxter Stockman. Genius title, and certainly a figure that I bugged my mom for. Looked aesthetically a little different.
Yep.
In the cartoon series, as well as April O'Neil, but this is the first appearance of those characters, as well as the Mousers.
I just wanted to add something to what Kevin said a couple minutes ago about finding the roughs that I did for part of the issue number 2, and then he ended up sending them to me.
Yes.
And this was a couple years ago. And it shocked the hell out of me because I thought for sure he had done all the layouts for issue 2 for years. I thought that. And I think one of the reasons is this splash page in page 1.
Yes.
That is such a Kevin Eastman style figure. just bold and coming at you. But it was really kind of interesting to see that I'd actually done, I think it was like 17 or 18 pages of layouts for the book. I'd completely forgotten that. Thanks for being a hoarder, Kev.
One of the books that we have here is the first collection, and there are individual spot illustrations that you guys will do throughout to kind of buttress the actual issues. Maybe this one doesn't have it, but issue 2 definitely does, like volume 2 definitely does. And then we get to see what an exact Peter Laird turtle looks like. And then we see what an exact Kevin Eastman turtle looks like. So it adds a little illumination to the whole scheme. after issue 1, like how soon do you guys start putting the pencil to paper on this issue?
Oh, geez. It was later in the year, later in '84, I think. We started it maybe midsummer, early fall.
You think it's some months after, or
Well,
weeks?
there was a hiatus there where, as Kevin said, he went back to Maine and was working at the Lobster Restaurant again and doing some other things there. And I had moved to Connecticut with my wife, where she'd found a teaching job. And so it was a little, we lost some momentum there. But we knew we wanted to do a second issue because the first one had done so well for us. And as Kevin pointed out, he made a couple of trips down to Sharon, and we got going on issue 2. I wish I could remember exactly when that was.
From this point forward, though, are you guys pretty clear on wanting to make a series out of this? Because there are some dangling threads left up to the next issue after. There are some A and B stories that sort of pay off later.
Well, we knew that. Oh, sorry, Kev, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
We knew that we wanted to keep going with it because we'd sold, I think by that time, like close to 15,000 copies of issue number 1 in several printings, I think, and that shocked the heck out of us because we were really thinking we'd be sitting on those things for years to come. But I'm sure we sold out the first printing of issue number 1 within a week, I believe. They were gone. So we knew, and then we did several other printings beyond that, and the response had just been way more than we expected, and it was kind of a no-brainer. Why not do another one, at least another one, see if this thing has some legs. And so we somehow came up with that story for issue 2. I can't remember exactly how that happened, but we did, and it seemed to work.
Yeah, I think that just to add to that, this to me, one of the great things about issue 2, and I think that the story concept oftentimes is a lot of Peter and I sit in the same room and throwing out ideas and slowly piecing together an idea that makes a story work. But one of the things that I think is so monumental about issue 2 was not only did what we had learned about distribution into the direct distribution market is issue 1, especially with the second print of issue 1. So I think we did it right away in the summer of '84. Another 6,000 copies. Is there was a solicitation process. So you put out the solicitation, then X amount of months later that they would give you an order, and then you'd place that order for printing. And I remember a call from Peter when the orders had come in from the different distributors, and at that time there were quite a few of them. And he had mentioned that we had orders for somewhere around 15,000, and he had also done some calculations where, with the discounts, with the printing cost and all that stuff, that would make somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe a couple $1,000s profit after everything was paid for. And that's when I think we both said, if we could do, say, 6 of these a year, 5 or 6 of these a year, we could probably make enough money to live on and literally start drawing comics full time. And it was, shortly after, shortly into 1985 that I then packed everything up and moved to Sharon, Connecticut, and that's where we really started drawing comics full time. To me, I always call it the dream came true for us, is that we wanted to follow in the footsteps of our heroes, like Jack Kirby and things, and the dream of drawing comics full time was that childhood fantasy was there, whether it lasted 1 issue, 2 issues, or 3 issues. But we were pretty psyched to do it. And
I have to say that I concur with Kevin on that dream come true thing, because it was literally a dream come true. We both dreamed about doing comics for so long, and I think we just kind of, when we got into it at first with that first issue of the Turtles, we kind of had this feeling like, well, we'll probably not sell them all, but it's going to be fun. We'll at least have a comic book that we we did ourselves. But then it turned out to be actually profitable. So, you know, the idea that we could do something we loved doing, which was so much fun, and make a living, as Kevin pointed out, it was fantastic.
There's a really funny pacing piece right here that I love. The first time I read this comic was in the first comics, Color Turtles, and the pacing was always funny because April shows up in the lair. She's there with Splinter. She witnesses the turtles for the first time. She's freaking out, and it's a panel-to-panel thing that happens right here. There's this blank spot, and I just thought that was just a structure of the page. Splinter goes, "Not at all. Our story is a long story, though, ellipsis." And then the very next panel is, "What a fantastic story." And it's just like cutting out all the exposition. and then you see this in the original format, is that there was a little bit, rather than just do the little asterisk editorial box in the bottom corner, it gets a panel devoted to it. And it's so funny how a reading experience can change just by, you know, retooling like one or two panels. But one of the things that I do want to make note of this panel that is not in the colored pieces is that this looks like the Kevin Eastman hand lettering from issue 1. And the rest of this reprint that we're looking at has like the first comics, like was that Steve Levine who did the lettering?
Yep.
How many issues did you letter, Kevin? Especially with you guys broken up and having to shuffle pages back and forth, like that seems like that could be a lot of downtime. So very curious, how many issues did you letter of the original run?
I think it was through issue what Peter's holding up. It might have been through issue 4, because and I think it was one of those that discussions early on where I had yeah, that's mine. I couldn't spell my way out of a paper bag. Fortunately, we had Pete that would do that when he'd provide the final scripts. But I think my lettering was slightly neater than Peter's, and I think maybe he didn't want to do it anyway. So I ended up
beyond that. That was horrible. Horrible. I freely admit it.
So I think that that it was probably 1, 2, 3, probably Raphael, and then 4. But I have to look because I think that was one of the things that we were really grateful when Steve, who ended up being our first official employee, came. And oh my God, I'm looking up at issue 6 in this collection. It still looks like my lettering. I didn't think I lettered that far in, but I know we had Steve go back and re-letter a lot of that stuff as we were doing different collection, probably the first collections. And it's funny, I never noticed, I thought it's interesting you guys pointed out that little missing panel. I never noticed that in the first comics collection. I think because when we did that first comics color collection, I actually I hand colored the blue lines on issue 1, and then they had an artist named Ken Fedunowitz did issue 2, and I certainly wasn't happy with this coloring. And Pete probably, it was just April being pink, and just there was so many things that were just didn't seem like he had much of a color sense to me. And then I think I may be wrong, but Christy Steele might have done issue 3.
Janice Cohen, does that name ring?
Janice Cohen, yeah. And she was, because it was, I forget, one of them was married to Barry Smith for a while. I think that was Christy Steele. She did a lot of coloring, but Janice Cohen did a better job in issue 3. But after that, Pete and I decided that for the color collections, because Steve had a nice color sense, and then from that point on, we had Steve Levine do all the coloring for the color collections.
We study this stuff at a molecular level, man, and there was even stuff like as artists. I'm glad you brought up the color for this issue, because while reading this, I saw that like even the colors kind of misidentifies stuff that you guys do in the art. It's like pretty accurate lighting for the underplane of this television, but the colorist identifies like that little space, which is just shading on the carpet or whatever the ground material is, and he makes it a leg. And that's the kind of shit that makes you want to find a colorist, go to his house, choke a motherfucker.
Well, it was, it's funny time too, not to digress on just the coloring thing, because it was fascinating to Pete and I, because we'd always imagined it, black. We never, well, it was a cost thing really, but coloring was also making a bit of a transition at that time where most traditional comics, and I know Pete probably felt the same, like you'd look at these amazing Barry Smith Conan comics where they'd have like a thousand Moorish Persians attacking, Conan standing on the top of them, and they're all blue.
Right.
So it was a mechanical coloring process where they had to kind of block out these areas and identify it by Pantone. So they couldn't really get very clever, or it was such a fast turnover. And then around the time we started doing the stuff with First Comics, they developed more of a system of it was called blue line coloring, which you actually had kind of a clear acetate overlay of the black and white art, and it was exposed on a piece of paper that had an emulsion on it that would leave kind of a blue line outline. And so to color it, you literally had to block in the color, then sort of lift it, lay in the black, the acetate overlay to see if it works, and then keep going back and forth. So I think it was transitional too, because the Fedonowitz one looks more traditional, like it was just color callouts, because there's very little shadowing, very little shading, very little.
It's very, very flat.
If he used a hand, it was he was just doing kind of wet on wet, like color wash. But that does beg the question: what were some of the materials you used on your stuff? I see a lot of airbrush for the backgrounds, for the fine gradients and things. But I'm also curious about the dabby kind of paints. Like I see some airbrush, sure, but very curious about like what you painted these covers with.
The interiors were 99% Dr. Martens
Sure.
Colored inks, and the color is for the paintings were acrylics, because I tried many times to get a handle on oil paints, and it just was too much. It took too long to dry, and they would get all muddy. And so with acrylics, you could lay them down a little bit faster and do some of those effects. And it was easy to use, more easy to use an airbrush on them. So
Did you guys, Peter, did you have input on coloring? Was that something that you guys passed back and forth and thought about what the turtle should look like?
Not really. I had pretty much total confidence in Kevin and what he was going to do, because I'd seen a number of color pieces that he had done in the past, and he was so good at it that it always struck me that I shouldn't get involved too much, because I'd probably just screw it up.
This is the one April drawing that looks closest to the old animated series than maybe any other April O'Neil in the Eastman and Laird's TMNT series.
Well,
that may be where that jumpsuit came from.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. No, and I have to say, just for perspective, I'd love to say that probably the longest story that Peter and I ever did individually before we started working together, I think the longest story I ever did was 8 pages on my own. Peter, with a concept called Worm, the barbarian story, might have gone a little bit longer, but we really hadn't done large stories and that kind of stuff with consistent characters per se. So when we worked on Turtles 1, it was 40 pages that we got to share the chores on. And to be honest, we were figuring out how to draw things. I certainly was. And so I think we both had, I'm still incredibly frustrated drawing women. It's very difficult to make it work and to get a character to act and emote anyway. So I think for some of these panels I look at some of them and go, well, that one actually is pretty good. And then you look at another one and go, ooh, what happened there? But it was, we were really, and even, I like to point out that we were, I don't know, when I look at issue 2 and certainly all these early issues, it was, you remember, the joy and that we got to do this, but we were really learning as we went. We didn't know a lot about storytelling, but we knew what we liked. We were genre fans. We had favorite comics that we liked, and we leaned heavily on those for inspiration for things. And so yeah, it was quite a learning process and quite a wonderful experience. My goodness.
When we went through that first issue, you could see the confidence on the page. Certainly, you guys getting more comfortable with those duotone chemicals and doing more technique and things as the pages went on. It was really astonishing to see. And there will be these bits like we won't play the game of like who set this page up, who paced this page, but like the storytelling for my taste, it's already masterful. You have this body shot of Leonardo holding the sword at this angle, and then completely different image of the Mousers. When you introduce both of these subjects in that third panel, the sword is brought around, conveys that motion, and puts both of these two drawings into the same space. Like, that's the beauty of comics to me right there in this 3-panel landscape section.
Yeah, it's really strong. So I've got
we had a lot of good teachers. Again, I think that, the different artists that we liked, whether it be the Buscema's or Jack Kirby, certainly, of course, Frank Miller was a big influence. But I just want to point out, too, that one of my favorite things about and it was a very big decision at the time for Peter and I, was that it was Pete's idea to do the duo shade.
Yeah.
He had done lots of wonderful illustrations for different fanzines and newspapers and things, and had experience with the duo shade technology, and when we, what the paper was and where to get it. And if I remember, we couldn't find it at the local art store, maybe, or we had to order it through Ohio Graphic Arts.
I think we actually got the art supply store in Portsmouth to order it for us. They had a connection.
Yep. Yeah. And that was, I think it was a discussion because of the cost of the paper. Because you could buy it in these larger, I think 17 by 22 inch sheets, which oddly enough, I still have about 200 sheets of duo shade and toner here.
Whoa.
Wow.
I'm probably the last guy on the planet that has it.
You could probably sell those for a good profit.
Well, the worst part is I work with another artist on a thing, this fantastic artist named Freddie Williams, and he can replicate it on computer. So it's like, but no, the duo shade, and that's why anybody that's seen in the original art for the early issues, because of the cost of the paper, and both Peter and I were, I was cooking at a place called Horse Feathers, a restaurant in Horse Feathers, and Pete was working, doing side illustrations and things that, so the original paper, we could fit three pages, roughly 7 by 9 or 8 by 10. So we get 3 pages out of each individual sheet, and that's why all those early pages are done a little bit smaller. But what a great, because it was fantastic to me, because Pete's idea of taking this approach, it wasn't just a comic with black and white. It was black and white and 2 shades of gray, so we could really get some very unique, wonderful effects that up until that you had seen maybe in Mad Magazine or things like that. But it really changed the dynamic of the comic considerably, I felt, and wisely. Also, Mr. Photocopy, also known as Peter Laird, we had a good idea that in case we messed up the duo shade, we photocopied everything, just in case, which then became very useful when we did color versions, because then we could have the clean, just ink work when we did the color. So
super smart. We carrying over from the last conversation, we were talking about the duotone, and Peter, you said you remembered it being $8. So yeah. We were crunching the numbers on that, and in 1983, if you paid $8 for a sheet of duo shade paper with 193% inflation. We're talking a piece of paper that costs $24, $23.50.
That's quite an investment for a couple of independent comic book artists.
Yeah.
Starting out.
Certainly sets that work aesthetically apart from all the other comics.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Rounding out this final issue, they're still in the sewer. It does have a complete ending. Are there any final thoughts where issue 2 is concerned? What was the print run on that second issue?
I believe the first printing of that was 15,000.
That's a lot of face trimming.
That's what I recall.
So
that's actually a good question, Pete. Because it is the second story is I'd forgotten, because I guess because issue 3, as we look, when we look ahead to that, I know we'd envision a much longer story arc, because we had the kind of the complete the car chase, that nutty car chase thing, within the epilogue. But I wonder, do you think we did issue 2 self-contained just because that's why we issued one. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
I'm not sure we were looking too far ahead at that point. I mean, we're happy that it seemed to be working, and we were able to come up with a story that we were both happy with.
Yeah.
But I think it was probably only at issue 3 that we really started planning a longer story that would, which ended up taking the turtles into space and meeting the Triceratons and the Fugitoid and all that stuff.
So let's take a look at issue number 3.
Yes, please. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
I'm so excited to present today's video. We had a chance to talk to Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird together and go through Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 3. Pinch me, Ed. It blows my mind, but it was a fantastic conversation. We're recording this after the fact, so we already know that it's a great conversation. You guys are going to love it. Thanks for supporting the channel, and share this video because we'd love to have Kevin and Peter come back and talk more Turtles. So we need this video to do well if we're going to lure them back into Cartoonist Kayfabe. Enjoy the video.
So let's take a look at issue number 3.
Yes, please. And the first thing that strikes me, we've looked at this before on our show, because it's so rare to do. Cars are hard to draw. A chase with a couple of cars, very hard to draw. It feels like you guys are really challenging yourself, with this as your story idea.
Here's the other challenge too. Like, at least in a color version, you could really sell the idea that they're the same color and all of that, but you just have you're bound by black and white and a couple of gray tones. And we're talking with the men who chose themselves to make this comic.
Yes.
This would be like Jim Shooter would make you make this comic if he was mad at you.
Yeah, that's right.
But you guys chose to have this car chase. So are you guys? What's the question? Are you guys masochists?
Possibly. I think credit where credit is due. This was really Kevin's idea. I remember when we did this book, he said, "I want to do the longest, coolest car chase that's ever been seen in comics." And, he did it.
It was, and I think, well, thank you. And then I also think it was one being naive in many ways, that there were two guys in the company and two bosses. And so we decided what we wanted to do, how we wanted to do it, and how to approach it. Even this idea that we still continued for a number of issues, doing very long issues, 35 to 40 pages, 35 plus pages. But it was one of those things that by the time we got past issue 2, we found that we really loved April O'Neil as a character, and we both were fond of strong, female characters. So we wanted to keep her, into the story, keep her in the story as part of the family. And then, and it was just a funny idea that I just, and maybe it's from those days of sitting in a living room while Pete's watching A-Team or TJ Hooker or something. I said, like, well, we should do a car chase. And it was kind of like, well, we should do a car chase. And so I think we then set about how to tell it in an interesting way. And cars are also very hard to draw. So it was kind of we pushed ourselves, and we had the freedom to do that, and that was kind of the fun part of making that happen. So it was and I think that was sort of really set in motion, at least to me, is because a lot of people say when they looked into the next issue suddenly we've got this New York City based concept, and they're going into outer space. And Pete and I were big, huge Star Wars geeks. Hope we should make Pete show you the stormtrooper costume he made in college. Which
he sent me a photo.
Yes.
But
we're big Star Wars fans, and so I think this was really the start of we're writing stuff that I think we want to see, and we're pushing ourselves artistically, and so it was and we're. Because we couldn't, we weren't heavy drinkers in those days, so can't blame it on that, I guess.
It's really great from the, the creator-owned perspective, because you guys could do whatever you wanted. Like you took advantage of that freedom in a way that you wouldn't see with the corporate comics, where it's like, hey, if we want to do a space story, let's do a space story. We like Star Wars, let's go to outer space with our characters. That would be an impossible sell possibly to Jim Shooter, if you had that level of editorial gatekeeping.
Yeah, you don't see Spider-Man in space too often.
Right.
Looks like marker color for this cover spread. I see some. It doesn't look like
that was
brush
again, Peter was so much more experienced in not only techniques and other things, that he was the one that, when we were looking to color, do that second added color to issue 1, you have to create a separate printing plate. So Pete, using vellum and this kind of a red, I think it was a reddish ink. It was called Ruby Lith. Maybe he used black ink. I'm not sure. But then
It was done in black.
it was done in black. Yeah. And then, so you'd create where you wanted those colors to lay as a complete second printing plate. And so with this, I think it was the first time I tried it, because Pete, when he did issue 2 with the airbrush and stuff, which came out so fantastic, with this one, it was, so I think I tried my hand at figuring out how to make that work.
Yeah, and you may remember, Kev, that I think we were going to a show in Atlanta, and
I know where you're going with this.
we wanted to get some copies of issue 3 printed. They had printed all the guts. They just hadn't done the cover yet. And so I think we got like 300 or 400, maybe 500, I can't remember, of these things printed. But what happened was the printer forgot to halftone the color overlay that you had done, which resulted in really blocky colors on the covers of those limited number of copies. And then when we came back, we made sure the printer printed another bunch of copies of the cover and did it correctly.
Yeah, no, that's 100% right. It was because it was one of the, I think when we went to pick them up and we saw the blotchiness of it, we were both kind of mortified, because it's already, we'd gone back to the messy desk guy, and you'd already messed up, not doing a gloss cover for issue 2. And then with this advanced copies, and we get them up and it's this big blotchy sort of like, we have to take these, because I think like you said, we were just leaving to go to a show. Yeah. We picked them up to take with us, and but man, so that's funny.
Back to the specifics here. Like I'm gonna throw a softball up in the air, because I know there's a story behind it. But did either of you drive a VW minibus or microbus yourself? Like where did that reference come from?
Well, I think we talked about this a little bit before, but we started looking for photo reference for a VW van, and could not find it for the life of us. Nowadays it would be the work of 2 seconds. You just go on Google and look for VW van. But we looked in books, we looked in magazines, we looked all over the place, and finally found in the magazine a photo about, yay big, and it was a photo of a traffic jam in some big city, and right in the middle of it, there was a tiny little VW bus, probably like a 1/2 inch by a 1/2 inch, that we used to give us at least some reference for how the VW bus looked. And the curious thing is, as I remember, we had done the whole issue, it may have even gone to print. And I was riding back to my house one day, and lo and behold, at the bottom of the drive that we used to go up to get to our house, there's a garage that was open, and there was a VW minivan sitting in the garage. Been there all the time, and we've never known it.
Yeah, that feels like a perfect artist story. Like, get the complete issue done, and then you start spotting VW minibuses all over the place.
Yeah. I think it was because we had the discussion of as we were building the idea about what the car chase would be, and how, because April has to go pick up the turtles, and so we needed a vehicle for them to all fit in as well. And it was just funny because I found this again recently in my books, but when I was in 8th grade, I went to visit my dad in Arizona, and he had a copy of the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, and I was I was wondering, thinking to myself, it's like I would have seen this before we did that, so I wonder if it was kind of a combination of pretty much everything Pete said, in the idea that we needed something to fit all the turtles in. But I was just like, oh my God, I wonder if that's where it was a little
Could have been an
splinter in my
influence,
brain.
yeah.
That's amazing. If that's, how these ideas get planted. I was going to suggest in the beginning, maybe that's the easiest car to draw because it's such a rectangle of a form.
It's visually interesting.
It is. Yeah.
It's
A lot of personality in one of those.
Yeah.
I just want to jump in here and just because Kevin raised this in my brain just now by holding up that book, the Furry Freak Brothers. I think sometimes we give short shrift to the effect of the underground comic scene on us. And the more I look at these things in preparation for talking with you guys, the more I think we were really taught by the underground comic artists and publishers that it was okay to do your own thing, to do the book you wanted to do and print it in black and white. Screw color, you don't need that. But that's something that I've just been realizing more and more as we talk about this stuff.
No, it was really, you're 100% right. It was one of those things that, we talked about issue 2 and the dream coming true with being able to draw comics. And, we'd both submitted, samples to larger publishers and collected, the obvious rejection notices and things. And I think it was a lot of these underground artists that you would see the certain section in a head shop / comic store, and some of them were heavily sex and drugs and kind of stuff, some of the early crumb stuff, but it was really steadily evolving into something that was becoming attainable for people that wanted to do their own kinds of stories and their own creations. And so you started seeing do you remember there was an underground comic called Star Reach, which, Frank Bruner, I think, and Chake and a bunch. So you started seeing this steady evolution of strictly, say, underground and mainstream, if you will. And then the underground started shifting a bit more to the middle, where you might call it ground level, I guess, for lack of a better term. And so it was that path that Pete and I really latched onto as a thing. It was because that was it. We were, we weren't made fun of in high school all those years for being comic book geeks, that we weren't going to make a career out of this.
It's so fascinating to get that on the record, because I think about, to me, the guy who bridges that gap is Richard Corbin, because he's doing stories in the undergrounds, but they're like genre stories, signing his name Gore,
right,
in Fantagore and stuff. But then he bridges the gap. He does the creepy and eerie and hooks up with Jim Warren and stuff. So pushes things more to that level. And then he works for, he does turtle stories. He does great turtle stories.
Yeah, there's it's hard to see, but that's his cover. Pete and I were able to get his cover for Turtles issue 2, the third printing of issue 2, that we commissioned Richard to do a piece on it, which there's some better actually.
That was one for you.
Yeah, but it's fun actually, not to to plug something, but I think it's I'm gonna anyway. But what's interesting is the timing of our chat is it's about to be released any day now. I was able to put together it's one of the Ultimate Collection series. And this is Ultimate Collection number 7, which shows I was able to, from my archives, pull just about every pencil, ink, and color version of just every cover that Peter and I did together, and forms, whether it was individually or together. So things like, some of the reprint covers, some of the other Archie covers. So it goes through not only the original Mirage issues, it goes through Mirage The Color Volume 2, it goes through the role-playing game covers and beyond. So it's a really neat, and there's a bunch of photos and some really fun stuff in there, some behind-the-scenes stuff. So people that are watching this want to see some really cool, I just if you want to see Peter Laird's pencils on the reprint of issue 3 before Jim Lawson inked them, you can see him in this book. It's that kind of stuff that you get some real treasures that I was able to keep in my pack ratting self. So
I am so grateful for that pack ratting self, Kevin. It's so nice to have that. And, you know, to just build on what Ed said about that underground connection, I love hearing that. And what you described, Peter, you know, like being able to just make these in black and white, make whatever you want. I feel like for our generation, that's what we found in the Ninja Turtles. You know, it really was this, it felt like rule breaking, again, compared to the Marvel DC stuff that a lot of us, that's what we saw first. And then this was sort of like training wheels off, like just do what you want to do. And it's amazing that, you know, you have a call back to before your time that gave you that message.
Yeah. It's really true. I mean, there was so much in the underground comics world that we appreciated and loved, and it ended up informing a lot of what happened with the Turtle books.
Have you, Peter, have you seen this Ultimate Collection 7 that Kevin was just talking about putting together?
I have not seen that.
It's well, no, Fiona's got some copies for you.
Hey,
She's got to bring some up. But I want to just, you know, pointing to the Corbin thing reminded me of something very, very special I want to bring up. And this goes back to the very first time I met Peter Laird. We'd exchanged letters, and he saved a copy of that letter and he gave it to me later. But I walked into his little studio apartment at above 56 Main Street, Northampton. And first thing I see on the wall is this. It's a Jack Kirby pencil, original. And I just about passed out because I'd never seen a Jack Kirby original. And Pete had it hanging on his wall, and he later gave it to me. So I've had it as a treasure in my studio every day since. And what a great, it's a unfinished pencil from the Losers. So that's that was, and I tell people often when they, you know, besides, you know, creatively that Peter and I really hit it off, which actually in Ultimate Collection 7, I also show a reprint, Don't Sleep on Main Street, and I'm Only a Loser, a couple of the short stories that we actually did together from that evolved out of that first meeting. But we pretty much bonded over Kirby quite instantly. I think he leaned more towards New Gods and Forever People, and I leaned more towards Commandy. No, you were a Demon guy. That was it. You were
Demon guy.
Demon guy, Jack Kirby's Demon. So anyway, that's a treat that, you know, only people that come see me here in the studio get to see. So I'm glad we get to share.
Beautiful.
Following up on that, years later, Kevin was the guy who helped me get a whole bunch of Kirby originals, which I treasure, including a whole bunch of Demon pages.
That's so cool.
That is awesome.
Oh, and I got to do this. Give me one.
Oh
minute.
man, we're putting our dicks on the table today. Slap them out, man. Put it on the table.
No, it's you know, it's fun. I think that I was really thrilled that you guys that Pete did the as I talked to you before, and I was so excited and happy when Fiona sent me the link of Pete being on your show, and then to invite us both back to visit and hang out like this is just it's just epically wonderful. I'm really thrilled.
Listen, let's do it again.
Anytime. That's right.
All right, what do you got there, buddy? Oh yeah!
Kirby does the Turtles.
That thing is so dope.
Wow.
Man, that is so rad. And that was in this, it was one of those things. It was such an awesome and incredible and thoughtful gesture on Mr. Jack Kirby and his amazing, lovely, wonderful wife Roz, is that, you know, Peter and I would keep in touch with them regularly, and when Pete reached out to them with his idea for the Donatello one shot, which was so fantastic. It was around the time when Kirby was having some loud legal discussions with Marvel to not only get his art back and stuff, and we just loved him so much, and I think even at this time, Jack was getting on in years and wasn't doing as much drawing as he used to, you know, which is amazing. The guy used to draw 14 hours a day, I've heard, and often when he was at DC Comics, he was doing like four titles a month that he was writing and penciling. But we'd asked him for a pinup at one time, and I think it was one of those, it was again a bit towards the end, and Roz got him to do that pencil, and he sent it to us, and I think Pete and I both nearly passed out. It was just one of those like, it's like because he was, not to carry on too much longer and digress, but I know we both can't say enough about Kirby, but I will say that, people will warn you sometimes to not, be afraid to meet your heroes because you don't want to be disappointed. And I've met some heroes of mine that I've been very disappointed, but Kirby was all that and so much more. He was such a genuine, lovely, awesome person, and he dearly loved his fans. And that fact that he did that drawing, it embodies everything that made him such a incredible guy to us, and so many other people.
So here's the question. I mean, it is One Piece, and Peter has it. Paper, rock, scissors, coin flips. Like how does it go?
My memory of that is that Kevin had it and he gave it to me, and beyond that, I don't know any other history of it.
Well, I'll take that credit because it's very thoughtful. But it's but yeah, I remember a coin toss, but and then I beat you up in the alley afterwards. I don't know what happened. Somebody jumped him and robbed. No, it's but.
That happens here often, and we always joke that the team's going to get split because like we have a PO box that we leave out in the ether, and people just send us crap, and sometimes amazing stuff, and there's one copy, and the coin toss is always the equalizer.
Yeah. Well, that was like back in the day when when Pete and I would divide up pages on stories we worked together. It was always a coin toss to see you. We'd lay out all the pages on the floor, and it'd be a coin toss to see who get to pick first, and then. And then you'd go back and forth picking pages until the book was divided in our collection. So
the equalizer, man. Like looking back at issue 3, one of the things that really struck me is that we are now really establishing personalities for these turtles. Up to this point, there might be a little bit of a leadership quality in Leonardo and things like that, but it seems like you guys are very, very conscious of giving these characters their own personalities. Here we see the hotheadness of Raph before, like around here. We see the leadership aspects even deeper with Leonardo. So am I right in assuming this is the point where you guys really start to think that out, or you just have more pages to establish that? Is it the archetypes established when you guys first put the comics together with issue 1?
I don't know. Can you take that question, Kevin?
Well, it's what I remember and chime in is that we some of the things that we were, I don't say struggling with a bit, but it was just figuring, and I would say more appropriately, I guess, figuring out. One, kind of being a black and white comic, the only way you could really identify them per se was by the weapons. So a lot of times or when they're having a dialogue exchange, they'll say like, refer to them Mike or Donnie or whatever, so you could tell who's who. But it was the evolution of this idea, and I think leaning, or at least to me, I would lean back on, say, I know Pete and I both shared a love for the Fantastic Four, and we liked the idea of, you've got kind of the Ben Grimm character and the hothead, and you get the more scientific one. But it was that individual personalities that started emerging to help define their personalities, as well as, later on, or as part of the success of superhero groups like X-Men or Fantastic Four, things that when they would fracture and argue like families can at times, adoptive or otherwise, it was the fact when they, under the respect of their father or just bonding together as a team, that they could overcome such evil obstacles and be the heroes that we wanted them to be. So it was, we were learning, and I think it was slowly coming together, and they were evolving, and that was the fun.
I would agree with Kevin on that, and just say that as we did each book, we just had more context to draw on, to make the characters more individualistic. And it just got more, I think it sort of organically developed over the course of the succeeding issues.
Around what issue of the regular series do you guys start playing around with the idea of putting out these micro series to like really flesh out each individual character? Is it directly after this issue, the next issue?
I don't. We did Raphael around that time, didn't we, Kev?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was immediately digressing to one of my favorite Pete Laird lines, which was when they're going through the park in the van, and they go over the bridge, and the guy's jumping. He's like, "Holy hippo spit!" But if I recall, one of the neat things that some of the mainstream publishers were starting to do around this time were these 4-issue miniseries. And so it would be, instead of having a reader sort of join in on a Iron Man and it's already up into the issue 200 or something, or Captain America, that they would do these individual stories as a 4-issue miniseries, which then, helped evolve the part of the trade paperback business, which then they put the 4 into a collection and do it. And so I think Peter and I joked, and I said miniseries, and I said, well, why don't we wouldn't it be funny, probably around the discussion of trying to evolve their personalities a little bit more. I said, why don't we do something like a 1-issue micro series? So it would just be 1 issue featuring 1 turtle, and you'll notice where the longer stories, the regular issues we were doing, were much longer, 35 plus pages. With the micro series, a lot of times we'd keep them shorter, maybe under 30 pages, maybe 20, which isn't that much shorter, but I guess it's more, about shorter. So yeah, Raphael was the first one that we did. And then, oh God, the Christmas one, the Michelangelo, which,
the snowfall one.
A lot of snow.
But my favorite memory I tell at comic conventions about that Michelangelo issue, and not to jump ahead, guys, but it just makes me laugh because I mentioned earlier that my spelling was atrocious. It was horrible, and so in the early issues, I didn't realize until I did Michelangelo, and somebody pointed out, you're spelling Michelangelo wrong, right? And I said, what? Because it's Michael, Ael, Angelo. And I think I may not remember it correctly, but I remember going like, I thought this was the right way to spell it. And you said, well, no, you spell it wrong, but I thought it was kind of funny.
That came as a shock to me as well when we were corrected on that. It's like, holy crap, we've been spelling it wrong for all this time. It's just
too funny. But
I want to ask you, Kevin, as far as you know, has anybody ever told you that they understand the joke behind the 1-issue micro series?
No.
And the joke is, you can't have a series if it's just one thing. I remember when we did that originally, it was pretty funny to me at least. I don't know if you found it in the music, but no one's ever pointed that out.
Oh my God, that's funny, because didn't it say at the top like number 1 in a 1-issue micro series?
It's amazing. That always cracked me up, and because you would see that with the Marvel. You guys were kind of playing off the Marvel limited series at the time, like Vision and Scarlet Witch, and it would have that little typography at the top. Taking a quick break to pay the bills. Got to let you guys know that we have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon are getting all of these videos well before Gen Pop, and that includes this exact conversation with Eastman and Laird that we are putting out into the world right now. They're getting these videos first. It mitigates the kayfabe effect, but these videos are also brought to you by the books that we make. Out in the wild right now, I have Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 1 is being solicited to your comic shops. There are 2 other trade paperbacks, Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network. It's the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. There are 4 volumes of that, 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design, and the occasional WYSIWYG you may find out in the wild. Jimmy, tell the people what you have out there.
I have Hulk Grand Design. It is coming to comic book stores shortly. If you haven't gotten it already, you should pre-order it. I like to think of it as the best looking Hulk book ever made. So pick it up and judge for yourself. My next book is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. That is the 20th anniversary of Street Angel. It'll be collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive and will look very nice on the shelf next to Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive. And the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes, is also available from me and Cecil Castellucci.
You love us, right? We got Eastman and Laird back together to talk Turtles comics. Support the channel. Let's get back to the video.
Yes.
Whenever you guys would put out one of those singular comics, would that take place of one of the regular issues of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Like would you skip an issue 5 in the schedule to put a Raphael out, and then issue 5 comes out later, something like that?
That's a good question. I don't think we were fast enough to keep pace with one issue and then start another issue at the same time. I think it was probably in between issues, just like fill in space between issues.
Yep. No, I totally agree. I think it was just again, being the only two guys in the driver's seat, it was really sort of, we were able to make decisions like that. Like, hey, wouldn't it be funny to do a Christmas issue and with Michelangelo, and because I think we were both like, things like Halloween or snow or winter would be one of the few times that the Turtles could actually go out, fully dressed and fully covered up, and then I think we were also kind of pretty big fans of the movie The Christmas Story, and I think, yeah, absolutely. But I think that's when you see like him looking in the window at Chet's toys was kind of right out of that scene in The Christmas Story.
Oh, for sure.
And given that we've mentioned the Raphael micro series in the last couple of minutes, I just wanted to say a couple of things about that. Number one, that's a Kevin Eastman joint. He did that whole thing, came up with all that by himself with minimal input from me. But I also wanted to make an observation that in that micro series, the Raphael micro series, I can't remember if it's he and Casey or just Raphael beats up on two guys who are stealing ladies' purse. And those two guys are Kevin and myself.
Yeah, that was and I'd say that, well, thank you for the, one of the things I think that when I look back at some of those issues, the way a lot of, those issues evolved because there was two people talking about ideas, and that was, so you had two strong creative minds, and just working together. And I think, none of this, there they are. There we are. I noticed how I think I made sure that we both had much bigger muscles than we did then.
You got to do that. You got to do that. All cartoonists draw themselves a little bulkier.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I think they all evolved out of, it was just, couldn't have happened without each other. And maybe one, it was much like I say that, maybe I took more of a point on that one, much like, the Donatello one shot is definitely, pretty much all 100% Pete is a concept and idea, but it's sort of, we're working in the same playground with the same ideas.
Actually, I want to throw something in here. This is something I actually wanted to test you guys on.
Let's do it.
And I know we're kind of going far afield here, but there is one page in the Donatello micro series that I did not lay out. I challenge you to discover it.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to text you that. I gotta give it a look.
Yeah, that feels like one to throw out to the Kayfabe fandom. And have some fun out there.
Yeah, this may be obvious, but it's not me. It's Kevin.
Yep.
It's not somebody else like Jim Lawson or Mike Dooney. It's Kevin.
Right.
It's what I love so much about looking, jumping back to issue 3 is that we again were able to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Which is just, 2 full-page spreads.
Yes. Yes, I wanted to make note on that. That's such an interesting thing. You never see that in mainstream comics. It's such an interesting pacing thing to have kind of 2 money shots.
Yeah.
It was, to me, it was like sort of like, because I think both Peter and I were of the mind kind of early on, is that, it's and probably that, and I, for the 50 billionth time, I'll mention Jack Kirby is,
oh, no, not again.
it's Every time we say Jack Kirby, we have to do a shot. No, no, the one of the beautiful things about the Kirby stories, a lot of times with those 2-page spreads, is that he would show you where the story was taking place, so that then you could go to more close-up, more intimate storytelling scenes without doing stuff. But when he would do those, the next chapter, and it would be a full-page spread, it really kind of set the scene of where you were going. And that's something we took to heart with all those early books as often as possible, that would have a 2-page spread or would have a big chapter break, especially when we took them into Outer Space and later issues of things that really sort of set up that environment, and help. We wanted to show the place that we were seeing in our heads, and where the story, to make it more immersive. And I'm probably making it sound like we were much cleverer than we were, but we were figuring it out. But that was, I always liked that we were able to do that.
It's a really interesting rule break. One of the things in issue 3 in particular, as we've been going through here, it feels so cinematic. And those full-page splashes have that moment. I think issue 1, there's that full-page splash of the empty street that has that moment where it feels very cinematic. Are you guys like teaching each other as you're working together? Like, are you watching movies together? Or are you sort of talking craft through that whole process?
Maybe to some degree, sort of unconsciously. I don't think we ever really had long discussions about what we were doing in terms of how the pages were laid out or whatever. Do you feel that way, Kev?
No, well, I think when you said subconsciously, because I think we were, big genre fans of lots of different, from the early Star Treks to, even some of the cop shows, I Pity the Fool, to things, when you start seeing like Terminator. And I think even what's funny is you mentioned it was in it, but I think it was more subconsciously, like when you see this scene here where they finally catch the crooks in the van and our guys are able to get away, and you have them completely surrounded by cops. To me, it feels like a scene out of the Blues Brothers, when the Blues Brothers finally get to they're paying the $5,000 to save the orphanage, and they turn around and the whole army's behind them with all the guns pointing. So I think it was like subconsciously, because I think as we worked our way through the story we wanted to tell, it was necessity for, we need to show this to show you what happens next in the story. So it was a natural, organic evolution, but we leaned heavy on things that we loved about movies. I think we loved things that we loved about movies, and things, actions that we saw, and things that were inspirational to us. So.
And I think Kevin has always had a very cinematic feel to his layouts. And just to go back a couple of steps, somebody mentioned that single splash page in issue 1, where after the turtles had defeated the purple dragons, there's a street scene, which is just the street and the buildings, and no characters on that page at all. And that was Kevin. And I think I may have mentioned this to you and you guys, Ed and Jim, the last time we talked, that was a single real argument we had about issue number 1, that Kevin wanted to put that page in and I didn't. And we argued about it back and forth, and he finally convinced me that it was a good idea. And in the years since, I've seen the wisdom of that. And that's just another example of how Kevin has a real cinematic approach to what he's doing.
Oh, thank you. No, it was, so I know that was, it's funny because we talked about the cost of the dual shade paper. And I think part of the argument was like, well, we could probably add a lot more story here if we didn't waste it on a single full page. But it was just one of those, and it was, the only defense was, it just felt right. I couldn't validate, anything more than, college trained cinematic references, because I didn't do any of that. No, it's just sort of like, this felt like if you take a little breather here, when you go to the next page, which is an important page, where they return home, that, I always, and I just had a flash to, a couple of times in the early days of going to comic conventions, or even I've met fans that now work in comics, who will look at some of the work Peter and I did early on, and they've analyzed it to the point of everything being so intentional and perfectly told, like, we were young Stanley Kubricks or Spielberg or something, and they would go, I know like how you showed this and how it symbolized that, and you played it up, you paid it off, and the next 4 panels, and then this evolved to that, and I was like, what? Yeah, that's exactly what we did. No, it was just very organic, and we felt our way through the stories that we were learning how to tell, and if there was something more than that, then it was just we were lucky and having fun, and we were lucky.
Yeah.
It's so interesting to consider you two collaborating as opposed to, say, a Stanley and a Jack Kirby, where the difference between the writer and the artist is more clearly defined. But in your cases, if something's not working on a page, or one of you has another idea, it's a very unusual collaboration in a lot of ways. We don't see a lot of 2 writer artists working together and passing pages back and forth. And, what comes out on the pages, it's interesting decades later to look at these, and you guys are sort of giving credit to each other and maybe not sure who did come up with this great idea or this panel transition. Yeah, it's just a very interesting collaboration in that way.
It was something, if you remember, Pete, when I remember a lot of times when we would do an interview or something, and they would go, it's like, okay, so who's the oh, I love that panel. They'd go, who's the writer and who's the artist? And we'd always have to explain to them and say, well, that's the great thing, is that we both were individual writers and artists. We had done our own work and our own stories, so we both write and draw, and that was the blending of the two of us.
Yeah. I always thought it was curious that a lot of people couldn't quite grasp that.
Yeah.
It just seemed really strange to them.
Yeah, it's very atypical. Like, the only examples I could think in comics, I don't even know that this stuff was really published in a real format. It would be like Charles Crumb and Robert Crumb working on pages together, or I think maybe there was like some Jaime and Gilbert comics when they were young, but never received like a proper, published version.
Yeah, I wonder, like a Barbed Wire Studios, where you have
James
a few
O'Barr.
artists, Guy Davis, Vince Locke, and James O'Barr.
I'm taking a look at this page here on the big screen, because it's an interesting pacing choice. It's thoughtful for the collections that first put out. You see clearly it's an epilogue to the issue 3 story. It started off, we're Splinter. We need to find Splinter. That's why the characters get out from the subterranean. But then starting off book 2 with the Splinter piece as a prologue to the forthcoming like issue 4 sequence, which really focuses on that a lot. I just thought that was a very thoughtful approach to the pacing of these collections.
Well, that actually kind of harkens back to the splash page in issue 1 that just shows the cityscape and the buildings. It's I think a really good example again of Kevin's skill in pacing in a sense of breathing, like take a breath or more than one breath before you move on with the story. And I think that fits right into that scheme.
Yeah, and this piece has the entire tone of the 4th issue for sure. It's
Yeah, because I think that was by the time we were, because again, I'm what I'm trying to recall, or what I think I recall, is this is when, through the process of working on issue 3, that we started this idea of wanting to dig deeper on this, what the actual ooze was and how it got here, and because it was always like one of those, typical comic book science kind of things where, they were exposed to gamma rays and ice cream cones, and now they're an ice cream guy. No, I mean, so there were different reasons for the origins of them. And it was this design where we thought we started building out the universe where we wanted to bring Fugitoid in, So there's some ideas of bringing Fugisaur into the Turtles universe. There was ideas of we really wanted to go to outer space, the development, and I love this panel, which I'm 99.9% sure Pete laid out and did, which is the final page of issue 3.
Oh yes.
Which is the creation of the Utrons and the whole race of Utrons and the exoskeletons, which resulted in that just absolutely stunningly beautiful and brilliant cover 4 that Pete did with that, if you ever gonna, and I mentioned earlier Pete's design of robots and machinery that works. When you look at that transmat device that he made and the exoskeletons with the little which later became Krang, yeah, that stuff looked like it worked, man.
Yeah.
So I think, and again, unless you remember differently, Pete, I think we there was the first time we said, well, I don't think we said let's do the next 3 issues as a big story arc, but I think we wanted to do a bigger story arc, and that's where it started evolving.
Yeah.
What a great way to end an issue. You know what I mean?
You're coming back.
Yeah, it's that perfect cliffhanger piece. It's so brilliant.
So it's 3 issues down, and we established Turtles, Splitter, Shredder, Foot Clan, Krang aliens, Turtle Van, April O'Neil, like so much good stuff established really, really quick. So much imagination on these pages, and I want to thank you guys so much for joining us to look through these issues.
It's been a pleasure.
Absolute pleasure, and would be more than thrilled and honored and excited to continue this conversation. If you guys want to do it some more, Pete, you want to, because it's quite good fun, because it is it's been a number of years since Pete and I've had a chance to go through and look at these things, and it's with it's such a joy, because I always laugh that as an artist I always feel like I struggle with my artwork. Like I'll work on a piece until I hate it enough I'm either going to throw it away or just it's already late, so it has to go to press. And then so it's a bit of a war. Then sometimes you look back at pieces that you struggled with and you go, hey, we didn't suck that much. We weren't that bad. Some of these are pretty good. So I think it's fun to look back and because it does bring out some really awesome memories and what a good time sort of figuring that stuff out. Because I've told people before that the ones that bring up the nuances that we did, and we were like, we didn't really know what we were doing, but we were having a really good time and we were very passionate about it. And that was what if that came through, then I think it's because we were the 2 big kids having a really good time.
That's a good description.
Here's the thing, like for our generation of cartoonists, Jimmy's a little older than me. I'm born in 1982. Your comics are so important to our generation as makers. It's the hopefulness of the success of it. Sure, that's a part of it, but nobody cares about the shit if it isn't good. And these are really solid, good comics. Maybe people bought the original run on like the original issue like on title alone, but then if you don't deliver, then it's sort of meaningless. So you guys are incredibly important to our generation, but that does make me wonder, did you have a solid peer group of makers when you were established, like first putting these out? Like names come up, Steve Bissett, Scott McCloud, Rick Veitch, like those names come up and stuff. But how were you treated well amongst other professionals? Because it's so different from a penciler at Marvel. And these guys are sitting around by themselves all day. A lot of time to think and come up with enemies and people who don't deserve this or that. So what was the temperature like in the 80s? Because you guys are very, very important to us. Well,
This one story, and Pete, you can see our dear friend Stan Sakai started the same year we did. Pete and I self-published in May of '84, and there were other comics, anthropomorphic comics like Critters and Albedo and some other things that were evolving. The self-publishing movement was starting to grow. We were already quite fond of ElfQuest, Wendy and Richard Peeney's work, and Dave Sim, of course, with Cerebus and others. But I remember I tell this story, and whether it's one instance or more, but I feel like it sort of embodies the early days of what we were doing. Is we'd go to a show and they'd put the funny animal guys on a couple tables near the bathrooms, because those are the ones that are available. So like, oh, it's just the funny animal guys. We'll put them over there. But that's when we would meet some really nice people that were up and coming. William Messer Loebs and Stan Sakai and maybe Michael Gilbert, or people that were really emerging and coming out of that time. So we were all comrades, if you will, and that we were, following the same dream of
Joshua Quagmire is one of them.
Yeah, Joshua Quagmire, yes. But we had our group, and it was like, we're the new guys, and we would still love to go over and stare at the celebrities, the Marvel guys. It's like, that we were, fans of. But anyway, we had our group, and we were all on the same page because we wanted the same thing, as draw comics, tell stories.
Yeah, just fantastic. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We absolutely would be so thrilled to do it again. In my own ideal fantasy, every couple of weeks we reconnect it and do a couple more issues. Like, and I'm very serious because these are such important comics, and so much lip service is given to everything but the comics with you guys in a lot of ways. Like, they're always talking about the success or the TV show or the cartoon, and
Right.
the comics is where it was at. It's the most important part to us as creators, and certainly the people on this channel are giant Eastman and Laird Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fans, and we'd be over the moon to do this again at your earliest convenience, for sure.
I agree with Kevin that it would be fun to continue. It's really a dual pleasure for me, at least. I suspect it is for Kevin, because it's really interesting to hear your guys' really in-depth analysis of things. Plus, I don't get to see Kevin very often, and I don't think we ever sat down and reviewed the old issues before. So that's really interesting. So yeah,
100%.
let's do it.
Yep.
Well,
I'm
thank you guys.
totally in. And this was an absolute wonderful way to spend a morning. It's great to see you, Pete. Big love and hugs to the whole family, and great to chat with you guys. And yeah, look forward to the next one.
Thank you so
Sounds
much.
good.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
I'm Dave Choe, and I'll tell the audience what I'm feeling right now. I listen to and I watch Kayfabe whenever I can. It's my favorite thing to listen to because I love comic books. And the out of body, I'm sitting here. We just did a breakdown of Frank Miller and what it was like to meet him. My comic book week, talking about G.I. Joe. Like, I'm 45, having the conversations that I wanted desperately to have with another person. Like, I've never in my fucking life had a conversation with another human being about Chuckles. I've never talked about Chuckles out loud in my life. So I'm like, I guess I'm a little bit out of it. And in the same way masturbation is a solitary sport and drawing is a solitary sport, reading a comic book is a solitary sport. So it's been so fun for me to watch you guys break down a comic and see your beautiful hands turn the pages. And it's like, wow, this masturbatory thing that I've just only done by myself my entire life. I've only read comic books by myself, my imagination, my thoughts, what I thought about the art, what I thought about the inking. It's only been that, and maybe I'll talk about someone after, but I've never sat next to someone shoulder to shoulder and read a comic book together. It's a very intimate experience. And I'll be your Lucky Pierre, middle of the
Oh, no, David, you get it all wrong, man. We're sitting around in a circle. Let's drop our pants and fucking drop it all over this fucking hockey mask right here.
Oh my God.
Casey Jones is getting it.
I'm so glad we're doing this. I'll just tell you guys because we're just kind of hitting all the sweet spots for me. Like I said, GI Joe 75 cents, 3/4 at the 7-Eleven, until this very, very visceral moment in my childhood, elementary school, behind the basketball courts. This guy, Hutan, Persian guy, his older brother, Human, gave him these comics. And up until then, it was only GI Joe. And he takes out of his backpack, you know, Garbage Pail Kids. It blew my mind. You know, Graffiti Petey. I'm like, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like this. He has a cassette tape of a 2 Live Crew. Starts playing it on the. I'm like, this guy just said the F word in a song, and his name's Luke Skywalker. I'm like, and he keeps, you know, it's just like one. He pulls out Richard Corbin reprint Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The best way I could describe Richard Corbin's art to me is it's just horny. It's horny art. Like everyone's like ripped and glistening and muscly. And April O'Neil's yellow jumpsuit with her cleavage coming out. He brought out Cherry Comics and another adult themed Red Fox. And I just remember that moment because I remember the music. I remember the Garbage Pail Kids, and like everything felt like a fuck you. It was so, if you talk about things that shaped your childhood, and he also had the issue of Donatello, which I know you guys have already done. That one was mind blowing, and that was back in the days when all the turtles had red bandanas. So like the red bikini on Red Fox and the red bandana on all the turtles, and I just remember this red color, and it just stayed with me. And when you guys asked to do Raphael today, he's the turtle that I relate to the most. I think he's just the stats on him. I think he's the strongest physically of all the Ninja Turtles, and that's not the part I relate to. I think he's the most sarcastic. He's the most like shit talking, the most stubborn, and it's just like this dynamic duo of him. He's a psychopath, and then he's with this guy Casey Jones, who's a psychopath. It reminds me of my friendship with Harry Kim, who I did all this hitchhiking videos for Vice on Thumbs Up, and like who doesn't like a buddy cop, buddy movie? So I'm just so happy right now to be having this like out of body experience with you guys.
Real quick before we continue, Jimmy and I are cartoonists ourselves. Right now I have Red Room, the Antisocial Network, out on the stands. The trade paperback has about 70 pages of extra material that is not found in the issues. So if you have the issues, there's a lot of added value to grabbing the trade. If you missed out on an issue, you could grab the big book. Every story is self-contained, though. So if you see an issue on the stands, scoop it up. You're going to get a complete experience. And coming next year, 2022, which is rapidly approaching, Red Room Trigger Warnings, issue 1 is going to be coming out in February. This is the standard cover, the Eddie P variant, the Peach Momoko retail incentive variant, and the classic Jim Rugg by way of Robert Crumb Zap Comics Zero variant, coming out in February. It also will be a series of self-contained stories, so if you see an issue, just scoop it up. Hot off the presses, man, is the announcement for Jim Rugg's Hulk Grand Design coming out in March, is it, Jim?
March 2022.
March 2022, 2 issues. Hulk Monster, and what's the other one?
Hulk Madness.
Hulk Madness. 40 pages. Jim taking 10,000 pages of comics material from 40 years of incredible Hulk lore, condensing it down into a high-octane comic book that is relentlessly energetic. You're going to want to get your hands on it, and there are variants that are promoted with that also, man. A Peach Momoko variant. I had to do one. Who's the other fella?
Marcos Martin.
Anything else you want to say about it real quick?
No, that sums it up really well. It's the opposite of decompressed storytelling. It's a perfect jumping on point celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Hulk's creation. So mark it on your calendars, March 2022. Tell your local comic shop proprietor that you want copies of this.
We have link trees in the description below this video where you can get to all our stuff. Now that we're done paying the bills, let's get back to the video. So cool kicking it with you, David. You mentioned that Donatello issue, and there were these 4 micro series. Like every turtle got one.
Yeah.
And it felt like this is the opportunity for Eastman and Laird to inject some real personality into the turtles, because there might be a little glimmer of it in the regular series, but now you have an entire issue focused on the character. And I think like the Donatello issue, we really like turn up the computer whiz nerd part of Donatello's personality. and Raphael, he's the hothead.
Right.
He's the hothead, and he's going to be meeting a character who's an even hotter head.
Mm-hmm.
Let's dive in.
We could spend some time on this editorial. Like this is important stuff. This is one of those great moments in like American culture, where like the American dream is for real. You know, like that first issue of Turtles where they're borrowing money from Uncle Quentin, doing 3,000 copies, selling it out, wash, rinse, repeat, several printings. Jimmy, you want to pull out some pieces from this thing, man? Because it gives me chills, this editorial, dude, because they don't know what's about to happen for them.
Yeah, we should say this is a 1987 release, and so they're talking about this all started back in August of 1986 because Kevin Eastman has a secret, and he's been carrying this secret around for over a year now. And what that secret is, it's the promotion of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to make an 5-part miniseries, half-hour episodes of an animated series. It's to create 10 different action figures, all 4 Turtles, Splinter, April, Shredder, a Foot Ninja, 2 new evil characters, Rocksteady and Bebop. And basically this is them outlining what they've been doing for a year as like getting ready to see if they can turn the Turtles into something else, you know, something beyond this comic book. And this is the first time that he's able to talk about it. And like we always get excited about this editorial because this is like a life-changing moment. You know, this is something that, like, they write this, they put this issue out, you know, it's a reprint of the first Raphael one-shot. They put this thing out, and it's like, all right, guys, you know, tell your local toy stores, start asking them if they're going to carry the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys. You know, like, they don't know what's going to happen here. This is just plans that have been in the works for a while, and it's all going to hit the floor February 1988. This stuff is going to start to be rolled out. And at this point, Kevin Eastman doesn't know what the outcome of that is. He just knows he can finally talk about it, and that's what this is. It's announcing the expansion of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles into other media, into toys, into cartoons.
Stuff like coloring books, puzzles, like there's a real promotional push, and it really seems like everything's far along. Announcement of the Archie comic series, there's like 5-6 different pieces of licensed material, but you could tell that these guys are still a little nervous and still hedging their bets a little bit at the end, where they're just like, it looks good, it's out of our control, we're holding good thoughts. If you guys could just ask your local television station, which, by the way, who does that? Like,
yeah,
you're just going to go to WPGH Fox and say,
Well, look,
I want to see some Turtles.
I was in 1987. I was 11 or 12 when this came out, and I did do that. Like, my local shop was Golden Apple on Pico, which isn't there anymore. Now it's on Melrose, and I would ride my bike with my brothers like half an hour. And, you know, this editorial, like, you know, and you guys know I won the Zurich grant, which is by Peter Laird. Like, this is it, man. This is fucking it. And even I was thinking right now, as you guys were going through this is one of the greatest editorials ever, because it's 2 guys just trying to make their dream happen and asking for support and help. I did go to my local shop and I'm like, hey, you guys going to carry the Turtles toys? And just even seeing the first printings of Teenage Ninja Turtles 1, and it was oversized and it wasn't the same size as other comics, and it was just, you know, black and white with just one other color, and it just looked different, and you're like, why is that $50 or $100 or whatever it was back then? I think this comic's like $2,000 now, but whatever it was then, I was like, holy shit, comics should be 75 cents. Why is that so expensive? And they're like, because there was a little print run, you know, explaining it to an 11-year-old, because there was a little print run and this and that. And this is the same conversation I had like this last week, talking to the God, Frank Miller, or talking to Daniel Warren Johnson, or all these guys. It's like they're getting courted by DC and Marvel right now to make Wonder Woman better, to make Beta Ray Bill better, to make Batman better, to make all these characters better. And I'm like, here's the fucking blueprint right here. Make your own shit. Like, why are you giving your, you know, when we, you know, there's a spawn meter for every human being on the planet, right? And when I read the Punisher 94 and 95, and I'm like, this, you have a certain amount of energy in you to draw a certain insane style. Are you going to give it to Marvel and the Punisher, or are you going to give it to yourself? And when I read these issues, I'm like, oh, these fuckers gave it to themselves. Because if you do a killer Dark Knight, and Frank Miller kind of did it. He did it for DC, and then he did it for himself. He did Sin City and all that. So that's kind of like where I'm at in my life it's nice to be asked by like a huge multinational corporation to be like, hey, here's the keys to Superman, here's the keys to this. But this like entrepreneur spirit, this like, we don't know if we're gonna like make it, but we're gonna try to make it our own way and do our own thing. And God, I remember asking, can you guys please carry the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles toys? They came in. At that point, the only female toy I'd ever bought or shoplifted was Scarlet, which, you know, the first Scarlet toy was not that sexy. Forever in my mind, a yellow jumpsuit with the zipper down, with the cleavage showing. Like, that was the sexiest toy I'd ever gotten. Definitely rubbed the tits on that one, as an 11-year-old super horny kid.
And you know what? Let's talk about that real quick, because the designs for that April O'Neil figure and, you know, the Krang body and stuff like that. That's a young Peter Chung is working for Murakami Wolf to you know, do design work for the series. You know, Peter Chung does the storyboards for the opening sequence of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon, probably like one of the most iconic opening sequences of an American cartoon.
Think
If
about
you guys
this.
haven't listened to the shoot interview with Peter Chung, so sick. Here's
Amazing.
just some of my female action figures.
All right, let me see who we have here.
I got Silverhawks, Psylocke, Catwoman, and Tila. And I was a horny kid. I couldn't find my April O'Neil. It's probably in a box somewhere,
You
or
know, spur of the
It's
moment.
in a different room.
maybe I threw it away in shame or something. But it's yeah. I don't know how many times I've drawn Raphael and all the turtles just from these early Eastman Laird. I mean, it's so good.
I love the tail that Eastman and Laird draws, because it really looks like a little ding piece inside, in between the legs there.
It looks like a little shriveled up sack, or it looks like they're pooping all the time, which they got rid of for the cartoons, right?
Yes, sir.
Man, I love their original lettering too. Like,
Yeah.
it just all works so well on the page.
Real italic, and you could tell it's got that dead line from a rapidograph, probably.
You're mentioning, you know, Peter Chung coming on board for the cartoon, Ed. Think about the luck involved, because who knows who Peter Chung is in 1986, let alone being lucky enough that he's on your show, you know, like he's doing real work on your show and on development. Like, that is just an out of your hands stroke of luck. But DNA of Peter Chung now in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it's amazing.
It's super cool. Now, that Donatello issue that we were talking about earlier, that's firmly planted in the Peter Laird side of the division of labor. But the Raphael Hothead character, that's that's an Eastman design, and this is the more Kevin Eastman issue of those micro series. There's that ding piece again. I won't point them all out, but when they're in shadow, it's just obscene.
I'll point another one out.
That's my day.
I love this fight stuff too. Like, they're so into the choreography, you know, like catching a punch and stuff. It's you can kind of see that Frank Miller DNA as well. Kevin Eastman, obviously a fan of Ronin, Daredevil, and stuff, and it's playing out in these pages, in these fight scenes. Like, they're very considered.
Yeah, totally, man. And the story's pretty simple. Raphael, he's practicing with the boys. He gets one, you know, Michelangelo gets one over on him or something. He gets a little feisty, pulls up a monkey wrench because he's seeing red. It's dude, it's that teenage, like, you see
He's a
red
teenage.
and you tell your mom and dad, fuck you, and then you regret it instantaneously. Like, that's
I'm out of here.
drawing.
Don't forget, they're teenagers.
Yep, exactly.
It's a great characterization for that reason. Like, you know, we were talking about fighting earlier. It's like most of the people I got in fights with were my friends. You know, whenever I was this age, it was just like, you know, you're that's a teenage boy, is like, you're just ready to go. It doesn't take too much.
Yeah, if you ain't fucking, you're fighting. Drawing in that duotone is incredibly dope, man. And I'm using this kind of medium for my current comics, so I'm looking at a lot of duotone stuff and seeing strokes like this, where they're drawing an entire background, and it creates that depth of field where we see the character so clearly and the background just kind of fuzzes out. That's real sharp. You could tell that these guys, they wouldn't have done that in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue 1. They got like 150 pages under their belt, and they're just way more confident with the tools, man. Look at that shit right there, dude. That's sick as fuck.
Yeah, it's great stuff. They
I
get
love
the
that.
most out of this newsprint, black and white on newsprint. Like they have, this is about as much as you can do with it, with the duo shade, the big lettering and stuff. It just all is designed almost to be the best black and white comic you can make.
And it works. Just the fact that you're like, how would you have 4 turtles? And I know in the toys and the cartoon later they changed the bandana colors, and by the way, doing Donatello no service at all. It's like you have the character with the dinkiest weapon, and then you made him like the purple one. Come on, like I'm guessing he is the worst selling toy out of all 4, but when you read it and it just works, you're like, that sounds like a nightmare to draw in black and white 4 characters that look exactly the same. Only difference is the weapons, but it works,
Yeah, it really does, man.
I hadn't noticed this in previous readings, but the perspective is so wonky on all these rooftops, and I love it.
Yeah, they're eyeballing stuff. You know what? This is right when Raphael splits, and they're all sad because Splinter has disappeared. He's been captured by Mousers or whatever. They have to stay at April O'Neil's pad, and they're embarrassing Raph. Like, listen, we're in a new place. Like, you gotta cool out. So when Raph leaves, he decides to like break through like a window pane and destroy some of April's, house. That's a real cranky pants.
Teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah, he even says it down here. Everything seemed like everything went blank. All I could feel was intense anger.
I remember thinking that exact thought balloon.
Remember that thing. And this page of introing Casey Jones, it's like, this is a very strange feeling inside my heart and my body right now, because I didn't like, my room looked exactly like that all through my 20s and 30s, like just comic books, like not the weights but everything else, like that level of dirtiness. And at that age, 11, when I was 8 to like 12 reading this stuff, this was in the same way that I hear my mom's voice yelling, like, graffiti artist is not a real job. In my mind, I thought I was actually going to be a vigilante. That was a real job option for me. Not like, and I knew Batman was unreachable because, I'm not a billionaire, but Punisher, I could see myself, just killing people, or, and even more realistic, hitting someone with a bat or a golf club, and like not having enough money for a costume, so just wearing a hockey mask.
I was telling Jimmy like earlier because like I'm a couple years younger, when this Casey Jones toy came out, when the movie came out, and you see this like golf bag with all the implements back there. We were walking around with our JanSport backpacks and putting any kind of stick or twig or whatever kind of like bat that they give you at the Pirates game to just try to like as like a favor to come to the stadium that day. Like, we were walking around with that shit ready to go, just looking for crimes. Like just let me see some old lady get her pocketbook stolen, because we're gonna give some guy the what for, give him a splinter with our little stick.
That's always the funniest thing in a comic book is finding the person being mugged or whatever, just conveniently whenever you have your golf bag of toy weapons.
There were those guys in the Pacific Northwest, like Phoenix Jones and these other like real life superhero guys, and there would be videos of them like on their night out on the prowl. And it just seems that when very drunk people see some goofball in a costume, like they just want to fight them.
Of course.
Yeah.
So like they're ready to do some crimes, man.
Yeah.
And then if you watch enough of those videos, which I've watched several, Phoenix Jones, like that dude needs to up his like pepper spray game, because like he'll even spray it in a chick's face, and the chick will still pounce on him. Like it stings. It just makes him mad.
He's got to use bear spray.
Yeah.
That's what someone said.
Yeah.
But like this whole vigilante shit, him like having his De Niro taxi driver moment, like someone needs to clean up the streets, talking to himself out loud. I'm so embarrassed to say this, but if you found my 11, 12-year-old journals, like I'm writing like, what do I want to be one day? Like, make sure you make weapons, and like, like watching like the A-Team where they always make their own weapons, and MacGyver, like that's a product of like, I'm like, oh, you make your own weapons and then you go out into the world and you help people. You beat up bad guys and, always fighting, always hitting, always shooting something.
This is the trope of like the 80s black and white boom comics, it's always the vigilante that's out to clean up his city.
It was in the air in those 80s. Like, you had your Dirty Harry flicks, you had your Death Wish, Paul Kersey, freaking Charles Bronson shits. In New York, you had the straight-up Bernard Goetz. You had the Guardian Angels with the red berets. And by the way, I feel like we could take on like half those like Guardian Angels, man, that I remember seeing on Geraldo back in the day. Look real doughy and like they watch a lot of Death Wish movies and decide to go out on the prowl.
That's a funny characterization because Casey Jones, 3 TVs lined up here in his little
dude, he's
squalor.
He's going Ozymandias, fucking Watchmen episode 11, taking in some information.
He looks so good though. It's such a fun design.
Great
like
mask.
I remember, I think before I had even gotten a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, just being in love with the with seeing a picture of this design. Like it's a perfect design for a character like this.
And that carries over with the action figure. That like the entire design, down to that little half shirt that looks so on badass. It's all in there.
It works. It works. You know.
I'm seeing, you know, the Miller storytelling, but I'm seeing like the squatness of these turtles and stuff. Like that's very Richard Corbin. Mm-hmm. I see like a lot of Richard Corbin kind of ticks, but also Von Baudet is in here when you see like a lot of this lettering.
Oh, absolutely. And that was it back then, right? It was, for me, you know, going to school and seeing all the graffiti on the wall and just I was never a big letters guy. Like I didn't care about graffiti letters. I always liked the characters. And here in LA during that time, it was like Slick and Hex and TGO, the gifted ones. And it was like that kind of all like big, it was Sam Keith style, big hands, big feet, Von Bode, and tons of that in this art, you know? And that's why there's certain characters that are loved in comic books that a lot of graffiti artists like to, you know, put on the walls and vice versa, you know?
Well, I was going to just say one piece. This is their first meeting, right? This is Raphael stepping in on Casey Jones, stops these muggers and just is destroying them.
Yeah.
And that's what brings Raphael into contact with them.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the out crazying. Like Raphael's like, I'm the crazy one, but this guy's even crazier than I am. Like, let's see him fuck up these criminals, but he's going a little bit too far, and that's like the Batman meter. Batman won't kill them, but the Punisher will. So it's basically Batman hanging out with the Punisher here.
Yeah, some sort of Aesop's fable moral play is happening here.
So
and
cool when he
these
reaches
books,
back to grab those size out of his bag.
That's so sick. But in all these Turtles books, it's always just one frame, less than one frame or one sentence of like, oh, you look weird. And never like, dude, you're a fucking mutant turtle. like they never but I guess they just got to move the story along. But
it'd be hilarious to see like the whenever they were all making superheroes realistic, do the Turtles one where it's just like a whole issue of people being like, "What are you? What are you coming from?"
And then what happens? It's like that last episode of Alf, where the feds come in with all of their apparatus, and these little fuckers are going to be like Akira at the end of the movie. They're going to be a couple of eyeballs floating around in a jar. They're going to be a brain with a spinal column because they are going to be taken to pieces.
Oh yeah. I mean, they'll be studied and taken apart.
And figured out how you can weaponize them.
I remember this was also the era of like pretty big D&D stuff happening at school, and my mom, being super religious, wouldn't let us play D&D because that was Satan's. That was
the satanic panic was going on in those 80s, baby.
So going back to the first page editorial, another thing, a product that they put out during this time was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness role-playing game. So I played that with my friends instead of D&D, and so I know so many like variations of the story, and like when you roll your character, like how mutated do you want them to look, like almost humanistic or half, you know.
Can you grab that
and
bag?
I have notebooks and notebooks full of drawings of like my version of Splinter, or what like a bat, half gorilla, half lobster creature would look like. And
got to shout out Alika Seki at Maui Comics, who hooked me up with a copy of that first printing. And he said the way that you know that it's the first printing is if you look on the spine, it says and other strangeness.
Strangeness.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, dude.
Yeah, man.
Dude,
Anyhow.
so many feels. Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Oh yeah, why was I showing it there?
Yeah,
To the
there's your strangness.
to the kayfabers out there, we got a lot of stuff happening.
My copy is, I don't even know, it was so dog-eared. Like, just like I lived in that book, like making my own characters, and I would have more fun making and drawing my characters than actually going on like modules and little missions.
I feel like that's a lot of role-playing games. If you're like into making stuff and drawing and things, like the making the characters is so much fun.
Yeah.
Speaking of fun, good shot to the throat there on Raphael.
Gotta crush his larynx.
Super violent, this one, especially compared to the Donatello one-shot. Like, it's such a different version of a story.
Peter Laird seems soft-hearted and shit like that. Like Peter Laird is a Jack Kirby guy.
Yeah.
But like Kevin Eastman is the Corbin, the Miller, like
Yeah.
he collaborates with Bisley and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He's more heavy metal, rock and roll. He bought heavy metal.
he had that he had that Jerry Crow mullet.
Yeah.
So
he married a penthouse model.
Rest in peace, Julie Strain.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
She died?
She did. Not too long ago, actually.
Holy fuck! Oh my god, that sucks.
There's still room for humor, though.
He looks like he's taking a shit on him.
1, 2, 3, 4. Golf jokes.
You know what's real cool, man, is that we read that whole editorial. We spent 10 minutes, 15 minutes on that editorial piece, and these guys are so excited that a cartoon is at least in production, or toys, yada yada. This exact scene right here, down to the 4, is in the first movie. Like Casey Jones says that when he clobbers Raphael and leaves him on his ass, man. So like, they did an editorial about some stuff happening, but they didn't even know that they wrote a piece of the fucking movie that's going to come out in 2 years.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, like, they were heavily influenced by Miller and Daredevil and all this vigilante stuff, up to even straight stealing the Daredevil origin, and all this is like adult comics, right? But when you read it, they still have this like corny ass, they don't cuss, they have all this corny ass like Peter Parker kind of quips and like commentary while they're fighting, like and like, I mean, it wasn't at the Cowabunga pizza level yet at this point, but it is, as I'm reading this as an adult now, it's kind of corny. They're like comebacks and like, I mean, it was fun as a kid. It makes sense.
I wonder if that's some influence of the cartoon, because at this point, like, the cartoon's kind of made in production and stuff, so they've been seeing that evolution of having the pizza and the Cowabunga and going in that direction. You wonder if that's starting to then inform Eastman and Laird as they're writing stuff like this, like getting more of the humor, that type of humor in there.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like when the cartoonist stuff starts coming out, like I'm just in first grade, second grade. Like it really was like all engines firing, like when I was in third grade. And it would be the big brothers of kids that I was kicking it with who were like, you need to get the original comics. Man, they're fucking, they're chopping heads off. There's so much blood. They say the F word a bunch. And I was so stoked. I'm like, I got to find this stuff. Where do I find it? And you find it, and it's like, this stuff is super rad, but there's not one fuck word or whatever. But I think that they might have come across those, like, Michael Zulli issues where the turtles look real crazy, super detailed, like real box turtles or leatherback turtles or something. And they just got shit confused or something.
Could be. Raphael does not do well, though.
No.
He gets his ass handed to him in this first round. And, as a Street Angel creator, I have to admire the dumpster art. Good stuff, good alley. Good, like, detritus and stuff on the ground there.
It's a good word, detritus.
It's harder to draw than it should be.
It is. Ooh, some good mood lighting on our Casey Jones. Make him look kind of ominous.
It looks really awesome. That whole shadow behind him's super cool.
And this is where Eastman's going Eisnerian because he's standing against this billboard. You see a big R. It's semi-familiar. And then when you pull back, man, you see it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle billboard.
Nice self-promo there.
But you know what? Like, we don't know where these guys are at. So that could still be Frank Miller influence because he would put that kind of stuff in the Daredevil comics.
Yeah, right. It's a great page, though. If you were going to own a page, man, that'd be a pretty good one.
All right, I'll get on it, guys.
Contact your people.
There was a moment where when maybe it was when Eastman was going through a divorce or something, on the Heavy Metal website, he was selling all the artwork Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1. So all the roughs, all the duotone boards, the script, something like a little over 100 pieces of paper for $1 million. So like when you would go to the heavy metal site, it was Kevin Eastman with like a bald cap or just some Photoshop going like this, $1 million, and just like laying it out. He just had it for sale. Wow. I don't think he sold it. Because there's all those artisan editions and stuff like that. I don't know that it went anywhere, but
it's so funny to see this because, you know, there's been so much violence in all the comics we read today. They're like punching and stabbing, and it's like to see go from starting with Punisher and like blood in every frame and how baggy his pants were, and then to see Casey Jones trying to be scary holding 2 bats, but his pants are so tight and he's wearing a belly shirt, and it's like the fashion sense from like, is that scary to have a guy with very tight sweatpants where you can see the outline of his penis and then a belly shirt coming after you?
He's got Velcro. He's got Velcro sneaks on also. But I would
These
suggest
are right out of Back to the Future. That's the Back to the Future shoe.
The Reebok pumps.
You know, Dave, man. You say all that stuff, and I'm thinking about like '90s West Coast like gangster energy. When remember when dudes would have a pacifier, like a baby binky in their mouth and shit? There's nothing more scary than a really strong-looking dude with a binky in his mouth.
A guy in a belly shirt with a baby pacifier, a binky in his mouth, is probably way scarier
You would
than
shit your pants, man.
a skull on his T-shirt coming towards you.
Another one of his strike 3 turkey, you're out, doing a baseball punt as he throws the baseball bats to take this guy out.
Yeah, man.
The Punisher, I feel like, is though the New York superhero, right? Like if you go to New York, you see the Punisher shirts sold at every bodega, you know. And quick tangent, like Frank Miller lives in fucking Hell's Kitchen, like still today. Like he took the money from Dark Knight Returns, the first one, got himself I haven't been to his house, but when I heard that, I'm like, you fucking live where Daredevil lives? Like, this is crazy. Like,
his studio looks so fucking cool, man. Like it looks like a big loft space with high ceilings, like
big wall of windows, a lot of light coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like a good space.
And he makes jokes about it. Like he said, like when he went down to Eisner's crib in Florida, Eisner just uses a back bedroom, and he felt all pretentious that he has this like big giant, you know, like a school lunchroom amount of space to make his 11x17 comic pages. Where we at?
We are at Casey telling this guy, "See you in the next life, dung ball." He's gonna kill this guy.
that was a good one because he kind of does look like a dung ball. But...
And Casey Jones is gonna fuck you up if you still a candy bar or something. Like you're done, man. You don't want to get on his radar.
It looks like he's wearing like do you remember like raccoon skin hats?
Total Davy
It looks
Crockett
like that's
hat,
what
man.
he's wearing right there.
Scott Farkas from Christmas Story.
That's right. But it allows Raphael to get the drop on him.
That looks phallic.
Yeah.
So dude, that's the Blumpkin, because that's the turd and the fucking Red Rocket.
DP.
So if we keep it score, man, it was Casey Jones won the first round. Was this round a wash?
Yeah, I'd call
push?
that a draw.
Yeah.
Good poses here, though. And I like this, again, like doing black and white very well, where you get the corner of the building, now this side's in black. It almost creates panels within panels. This whole page layout, I think, is really strong. I like the inset panel, and I like the I like Raphael's hiding in shadow and thinking about, do I chase him? Do I come out in the light where people can see me?
And he's scared of Leo as the leader, like older bro. He's like, Leo's gonna be pissed if I come out into the shadows, and he's like, fuck it, you know, like which makes sense for a teenager, right? As a teenager, your parents tell you all the rules, don't do this, there's curfew, this and that, and it's like, yes, I'm a mutant, yes, I'm a turtle, but I'm also a teenager, and fuck the rules. I'm Raphael, and
Gotta test it.
Yeah. So this is, I guess, this is the first time like humans on the street are seeing this for the first time.
Yeah, man, because every other time they got that trench coat and that little Dick Tracy hat.
Yeah, they do really well with these different environments too. You know, we're going from alleys, crossing the street, and they always do streets pretty well, Eastman and Laird. So jumping through all this traffic, and now we're in the park, and we're in like foliage, sneaking along, and you get the your classic Fantastic Four Hulk thing showdown as they're like back to back under the same foliage in the shadows.
Yeah, pretty close to the cover of the original first printing of Raphael, because this is a reprint.
I mean, how many drawings, like, because you guys are a little bit younger than me, like, how many drawings do you have from, like, your little kid days of just the turtles?
You know what's so funny, man? Like, you guys talk for 2 seconds, and, like, within arm's reach, like, I have one or two to show.
Dave, do you have a lot of art from your childhood?
Yeah, my mom kept all of it. I had a very similar, thing like Frank Miller. My mom, she was so encouraging. She just wanted me to draw, and my dad would bring home these like Xerox flyers from his work that had printing on one side. He's like, you can draw on the back. So I just, I didn't really finish a lot of drawings. But I drew that bandana with the teeth.
Yes.
Like that I drew that turtle's face so many times. I'd kind of lose interest by the time I got to the turtle tail dick part. But the amount of times I drew ninja size and nunchucks and the three fingers and the knee pads and the elbow pads, like it's just like I could draw this shit in my sleep. Like the same way Batman's iconic, like I've just drawn the turtles so many times. And once in a while when I'm like cleaning out my house and I go through some boxes, I'll find one and I'm just like, wow, I'm 45 now and I've been drawing this shit since I was 8 years old. Like it's pretty crazy to think about that,
That's amazing. It's think of how many ninja weapons these guys sold, because like they would be at flea markets when I was coming up and stuff, and I loved them, and it's all because of this. Like seeing them all the time in Turtles, and then you'd see like nunchucks. Like every kid had to buy nunchucks.
That was actually the thing that I traded that kid Chris down the street for his Zartan, but they were like plastic fake nunchucks. And then later that night, like, his mom like dragging him by his ear to my house and go, did your son try to do this like action figure for these like shitty nunchucks? And so I'm like, shitty. And I was like, oh man, like just watching like the Bruce Lee movies and this and the action figures in my mind, I was like, I'm going to get really good at two things: throwing ninja stars and nunchucks. And I, to be honest, at one point in my life, in a very dark time in my life, I ordered like hundreds and hundreds of ninja stars just because I was like, I want to be that guy that has like anywhere I go, I always have like 10 ninja stars on me. And I got really good at throwing them. Like it's just where your finger ends up. And I could hit my mark pretty good. And they actually hurt because they were like the really sharp ones.
Yeah, I'm
but
sure.
I was just like, man, that would be such a dope skill to just be the guy. Oh, all right. Wait, hold on.
He's punching a dude's head off.
Wait, for context, how old are you for this? Because this is really good.
1995, I would be 12 or 13, depending on where it lies with July. And then there's a second page. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there it is.
You knocked the guy's head off.
Yeah, just punched it off. And look, see, he says ass, but it's that.
Oh, yeah.
That at sign with $2 signs.
So, did you print this somewhere?
This
like
is
in
amazing.
No.
Like,
in fact, don't be surprised if the person that's trying to kill me doesn't end up dead himself.
Eastman could write that.
That's good
wait,
stuff.
Wait, Ed. What's on the page? On the other page?
Oh man, it's a violator clown.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's so good. John Leguizamo would be proud.
There's Deadpool.
Oh my god.
And then
Dude,
then that's redrawing pages from JRJR Daredevils.
Oh my god. Can you please print everything in there as a zine? Like,
yeah, I should. Oh, and check this out. Dave, you'd appreciate this shit, man. Bootleg. This is how I bootlegged comics when I was a kid.
Nice.
Just Xerox my friends' issues.
You're Xeroxing and then you're coloring it yourself?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh, there's a Spawn meter that... Fuck you, Todd. Spawn was supposed to eventually use up his meter and die.
Yeah.
And that was like the little selling point. He's still here.
Spawn looks cool as a black and white outlaw comic.
It does.
Yeah.
That photocopying is very flattering to some of those pages, at least.
Yeah.
We digress. Two power poses with our dudes.
Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Sorry, it took so long to find it.
No, I love that.
This is a really great Casey Jones. But again, man, they're just back at it. This is such a good fight comic. You know, like we were talking about fight comics with that Punisher issue. Like, this is a pretty damn good fight comic.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no complaints.
Underneath all of that, it's like, you're a weirdo, I'm a weirdo. Can we just be friends?
Yeah, that's how all the tandem of Casey Jones and Raphael ends up. Like every story, the last piece is always like them, like, you know, with their arms around one another, ready to kick some ass.
Great move, shattering the hockey stick on his stomach.
Flexing. This is a very Corbin page.
Very, very sexy page. He's like...
Yeah, like see, Raph is just like, you know, we've been teasing the moment for too long. You've been running around with that belly shirt. Like, let me see what's under there. Revealing the one nipple.
You know, this is inexplicable. Like, how does this fit in, like, the fight that they've been having? I can see, like, in a real fight, you know, you're pulling a shirt up over, you're just grabbing stuff, whatever. But you're drawing a very deliberate picture here. Like, it's a weird choice.
It's a very sexy page. It's very strange. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and other strangeness. It's kind of strange.
Yeah.
And, maybe the relationship between Raphael and Casey Jones is the relationship between Eastman and Laird.
You don't know how far away this head is from that hockey mask.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, as we pull back, like, these silhouettes are getting stranger and stranger. I only see 3 legs in this picture, for instance.
The very next one is fucking Rorschach, like in the window side when the lady's with the dude and they're wrapped around each other. Like, that's the very next panel. They just didn't draw it.
That could be a porno comic right there.
Dude, in Japan, at Mandarake's, like, I went to the one floor that's all doujinshi, which is just like amateur comics. Like, they have the whole comic convention.
Oh, yeah.
There is a whole shelf of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle doujinshi of just, I don't know if they got the memo that they're all brothers, but so it's just like an extra level of taboo.
Turtle incest porn.
Yeah.
Incest is best. Incest is best. And I haven't been back to Japan in a long time, but
Understandably so.
I didn't even, what's it called? It's like fan comics where everyone is gay for each other. It's like, here's one where Batman fucks Robin.
Yeah, boys love. Boys love. Yowie.
And the whole thing behind it, you know, my friends that live in Japan say the whole culture behind it is when you go to a Japanese Comic-Con, there's a whole section which is like Artist Alley here, and everyone does zines, but like, it's like a Twilight zine, but like the vampire fucks the werewolf. And the crazy thing is, it's all these super gay comics, but they're all written and drawn by women. And part of them selling it and marketing it for themselves is to be shameful. Like, you come to the table and you're supposed to be like, what is this filth? And they hold it up and they're like, I did this dirty, nasty comic. Like, will you please buy it? And it's part of this whole thing. You know, this is how it was explained to me. I don't know if it's true, but they're like, the whole process behind it is to draw like the most taboo brother, sister, parent fucking incest, you know, like Seinfeld, but George fucks, you know, Seinfeld, like a lot of American stuff, a lot of Japanese stuff, and then to sell it with your head bowed and be ashamed that you drew it. I'm sorry I drew this, you know, very Japanese, by the way.
Super fascinating. I will say that above the Turtles shelf, there was a pretty substantial Captain America Winter Soldier section. And I will also say that I was the only male on that floor, like in the doujinshi section. And it was all, I would say, 40-something-year-old women.
Wow.
Who were grabbing their porno comics.
I think there's Star Trek fan fiction that is similar in both like the audiences and the content. I guess it's American. It's in English. Yeah.
Ed, I gotta ask you. So, the audience wants to know: did you buy any?
You know what? I didn't, and I feel so dumb because I took so many pictures and I put them up on Instagram and stuff, and then like when I'm looking at the photos, I'm like, this cost only $8. Like, why didn't I fucking grab this shit?
Just as a researcher, you know. Just
I mean, dude. I mean, that's what I'm grabbing all of it when I go back.
Dude, Gay Turtles is definitely the next comic we should break down. You know.
And this could be the cover.
Oh yeah, so horny.
More of that drawing in duotone in that background there.
Yeah, that's a good page for it. And this is exactly what you said, Dave, of them like identifying that they're weirdos and they have that in common. And
let's get them.
Let's jump into the Simon Bisley body count
Yeah.
comic is what I'm seeing. What they should be saying in this page.
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, we'll unpack that one time for sure. And then so this is where the original first issue completely ends. But this is a reprint, and Eastman and Laird were good about giving extra value whenever they would reprint stuff. Fresh covers. Every now and then, Richard Corbin pops up, does a backup or something. This story I recognize. It's from, I don't know where it originally appeared, but I remember it from the first comics color reprints. There was 2 extra stories in the back. There was like a Peter Laird one where Donatello's reading comics and the couch comes alive or something. I remember because there's like Nexus Comics and Love and Rockets and American Splendor. And this was the Kevin Eastman contribution that is like very clearly Dark Knight Returns has come out and established that kind of storytelling with like the 4 rows of panels with like a bunch of panels like going left and right.
And also the thin line, the Klaus Janson thin pen line.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Some Von Baudet tip of the
Yeah.
hat here.
I was gonna say, like, first you brought up as an inspiration, but there it is straight up. And to go even more into how influential and impactful these comics were to me as a 12-year-old, it's like I did go into comics, I did go into graffiti, and I also, long story, I'll tell it some other time, I did stop a thief once with a golf club and a baseball bat. And it's like Casey Jones, like, what a strange guy. He's a fucking violent vigilante that his best friend is a mutant turtle. He listens to U2 Joshua Tree, wears belly shirts, and then also does graffiti. Like, he's also like a sensitive, he's not just a violent guy, he's also an artist, and he has can control. And a quick backstory on Von Bode is he has a son named Mark Bode. I don't know how you say their name, Bode. And I had a friend that interviewed them, Mark, years ago for Juxtapose, and if I remember correctly, the way Von Bode raised his kid was basically showing him all those characters that he drew as if they were real people, like real characters. So when you see Mark Bode's art, it looks exactly like his dad's, because to him it wasn't a fantasy. He was like, these are real characters that my dad hangs out with, and he just taught him how to draw it. So it's pretty crazy. And like probably in the graffiti world, like one of the most copied characters on walls and murals,
Totally, man. You grab Subway art or spray can art, man, you see the green lizard everywhere. Oh, even this lettering. Were you about to call that out?
Well, you know what I was going to say is this reminds me so much of Miller Sin City lettering, and this story, of course, before that.
But this exact scree is issue 1 of Dark Knight Returns with the cop car, like right before Batman appears. And once again, just way more of that Klaus kind of ink line, trying to approximate that
and number of bunch more of the small panels. Yeah, it's cool to see it.
This is just Eastman, right?
Eastman and like Steve Levine or something. So basically Eastman.
Story and art, Eastman.
Oh yeah, word.
Levine doing the letters.
Oh, word. Cool.
So you can just, when you see just Eastman, you could see like how much influence Laird had with when they drew together. Like
Totally.
pretty interesting.
I think you're seeing some Eric Talbot influence too. I feel like he's hooked up with them at this point. And we know that he likes Talbot almost like Bisley, right? Because like he's doing Melting Pot with Talbot first. So I think you can see a little bit of Talbot's influence on Eastman's art here too.
Not sure when the original issue 1 came out, but there definitely feels like an evolution in his drawing ability between this story and the last one. There's like he wears his influences on his sleeve. There it is, right there, man. Like lest we forget the Frank Miller influence. Like it doesn't get more. I mean, that's the mutant leader without the knife nipples.
That looks exactly like the mutant leader. Looks like Frank Miller vibe, Sons of the Batman, like whole thing.
Yeah, it's even the symbol, like the Batman symbol.
Oh yeah, totally.
And isn't even there's something in the Dark Knight with like breaking rifles, like the guy breaks the rifle.
Yeah. And that setting, man, that could be where Batman shoots those guys with a 50 caliber gun, but doesn't kill them or whatever.
Yeah, just incredible.
Straight out of Canon Films.
Dude, this is designed to be a 2-page spread.
Yeah, look at that.
Like you can see even the muzzle blast continues on. So I don't know, maybe wherever this appeared first, it would have worked that way.
Yeah, I do remember fold out pages in the first comics, but I don't remember about that one.
It's so funny because page 1 is on the right-hand page. Like,
Yeah.
it's set up correctly until you get here, and then it's wrong.
That gun sound could even spell burrito up there.
It really looks like it spells burrito.
Burrito.
It's absurd. Like, they're doing so much gun firing, and why?
This was it. This was our childhood.
To pay off the suit of armor. Just
like Paul's concrete
Yeah, totally.
and Juggernaut.
You know, there's like an Oculus Rift or something, like some sort of VR headgear that when you put it on, it has these 2 dots, like sort of where the eyes go, and it makes anybody look like a freaking doofus. Like, it almost looks like that. You cannot look cool with that headgear on. Because it looks like a Charles Burns kind of, because the circles are far apart also, so it looks like a Charles Burns proportion face.
Did someone in the Turtles universe? I don't know if they ever made this Juggernaut concrete guy into a toy, but this guy is cool, man. They should make that into a toy.
It's pretty fun, but did you ever see Project Grizzly? It's about this guy in Canada that spent like years building a grizzly-proof suit so that he could go do grizzly research.
Oh.
And they would like, the whole documentary is him just pulling out the Mark IV. It's like the 4th version that he made, and it sort of resembles this. It's 90 minutes build up. They put the helmet on. He needs help getting into the thing, so the last step is put the helmet on, and he just panics. It's exactly like this, and then he falls over in the mud and can't get up. It's kind of exactly what you see in this sequence.
Oh my god. Someone make a custom toy of that, please.
It's always dope whenever Eastman does a splash page, because he always puts his little Easter eggs in there, and you could see what he's into at the time. So there's Mazzucchelli Miller, Daredevil, Melting Pot is mentioned, so that speaks to your Eric Talbot connection.
Man spreading. They're spreading their legs wide, and I think if I remember correctly, that box on top of the TV looks like those cable things that steal channels. So
Yeah, man.
maybe they're stealing all their cable right there.
They're down there in the sewer. Something tells me that they can't pay their bills.
Very complex character. Listens to U2, Joshua Tree, does graffiti, but also likes to chill with his bros and watch TV, and then also likes to kill people that jaywalk.
It might even be smoking, man. That looks like an ashtray.
Totally. I don't know what else that could be. Richard Corbin here, Children of Fire poster, small there in the background.
Fantastic, man. And like, these guys, they would make the scene. The black and white comics boom is already happening, and very often they would just do a little largesse. Give some indie creator a couple of dollars to draw a pin-up. I'm not familiar with this cartoonist, but surely probably has an issue of something out there on their own from around this time period.
Turtle soup, maybe.
Super cool, super fascinating, and David, chopping it up with you, couldn't have made this comic any better, dude.
Dude, this was like one of the best mornings I've ever had. Like, I know you asked me, and I was just like, I'm such a creature of habits. Like, I go on Wednesday, I get my comics, I read it by myself. To take this, stroll down memory lane and like revisit these things that like shaped my childhood and shaped like my adult life, basically. I can see now, after going through Turtles, Punisher, and G.I. Joe, like how much of, as I'm wearing a hoodie that I drew myself of mushrooms, like how much I still, and not that that's a bad thing, but how much I'm still in certain levels of my life in Arrested Development. And that's, that's good in a lot of ways, and in a lot of ways it's bad. But this has been like a complete trip, out of body experience for me. I'll fucking read comic books with you guys any days, especially and preferably if they're gay Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics.
Well, like, once Japan lets us back in.
Well, I would never buy it because I'd be like, I'm not gay. I'm not gonna. But I'm like, just as an artist, I should be curious. I want to see, like you guys. You guys are so curious. You guys, go to the depths of every, like the minutia, the details, everything you guys cover is like, you guys got to go there, man. The gay fan comics,
Just a matter of time.
Send us your doujinshis. P.O. Box 3071, Munhall, PA 15120. 2 copies.
Dude, I
Dave.
just gotta tell you guys. I know we talk like, and I always say this, but just like, you guys are life, man. Just keep it up, man. The fucking Peter Chung, the Gru, Sergio Aragones, the Gaiman, McFarlane stuff, the depositions. I mean, it's just it just keeps getting better and better. Like, you know, and
Well, Dave,
yeah.
this is a new wrinkle for the Kayfabe channel, and this is the maiden voyage, man. It was so cool to do this stuff with you for the first round. Now
Yeah, man.
now comes the point where, like, we close things out, and then Jimmy and I are sitting here quaking, pulling open the video to see if the audio captured correctly and everything.
Yeah, well,
So thanks a lot. Is there anything you want to call attention to before we get out of here?
absolutely, man. Just read more comics, man. Like, I just keep thinking this shit's gonna die. Like, once again, like, I found a good kids comic, Jonah by Chris Samney is dope. Like, all the Tommies are killing it. Tommy Taylor, Tommy King, like, dude, I just like, like, I kind of get burnt out sometimes because I'm like, man, it's all been said, it's all been told, the origin story, and then I go back and, the new Supergirl by Tom King is dope. Everything he does, I love. Like the Strange Adventures, the Rorschach book he did. It's weird to say all of my favorite books are like mainstream stuff, but like Daniel Warren Johnson on Beta Ray Bill. What else? Nightwing. Tom Taylor on Nightwing is killing it right now. I like this book, House on a Lake. Stray Dogs is dope. Craig Thompson did this book about him growing up picking ginseng, which is amazing.
That's a beautiful book.
Simon Hanselman collected all his online shit he did during the pandemic, which is the Crisis Zone, which is like the best thing ever. And I don't know, I could just go on and on. It's just, if you're watching this and you got to this, we've pretty much been talking for over 3 hours just about comics. So if you got here, you're already reading comics. But I'm like, it's what I talked about with Brian K. Vaughan that night of, is Saga ever going to be a TV show? And it's like, how could it? I mean, I'm sure they could, but it would be some Hollywood watered down version. It's like, Crisis Zone can only exist as a comic. Red Zone can only exist as a comic. Like, Saga, like, it's going to be so shitty if they make that into like, we're not there yet. And so it's like this last art form where we're like, kind of, even with all the Hollywood attention, we're still kind of the underdog. We're still kind of disrespected. And yet it is, why do we keep coming back there for the source material? Because this is it, man. Ladies and germs, like, this is it. Like, this is the last place where you can draw and write whatever the fuck you want. And it's not, do it yourself, man. Take a page out of TMNT, like Eastman and Laird, man. Yeah, if you want to get attention and get, you need a paycheck and you want to be a jobber or some shit, work for Marvel and DC, get some fame under your name. But once you do that, or just jump ahead, just fucking completely believe in yourself, make your own thing. And we all want what Casey Jones and Raphael want. We just want connection. We're all outcasts. Zanzibar is the fucking outcast of the Dreadnoks. The outcast of the outcast. We're all comic books are artists and comic book people are outcasts. We're the outcasts of the outcasts. We're fucking watching YouTube videos about comics. It's like, dude, we just want connection. We just want stories. We want to be entertained, educated, enlightened. And so just, that's not going to happen if you don't do your best and you do it at a corporation. Do it for yourself. Tell that story. Don't be scared. Show the sexy poses, the belly shirts, whatever you got to do. Tell your truth. I'm going off on some rant again, but that's it, man. I love comics. I think, I know you guys love comics. Just keep doing comics, keep buying comics, keep supporting comics. There it is.
Good place.
Well said, Dave. And I got one for you. Make more comics.
Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
You see the smiles on our faces, man? Eastman and Laird stopped by to take a look at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, issue number 4 with us, picking up that conversation directly where we left it off. Do we need a filibuster? Do we need a preamble? Watch the video. let's get started right away. And on the we have Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird. Man, we're going to pick up where we left off, man, talking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue 4. But at the P.O. Box, we just received a package. Jimmy, can you grab that stuff, man? Showing off some of Kevin's fresh new artwork. It's the Waxwork TMNT movie soundtrack vinyl records, man, for all three.
Pete, have you seen these, Pete?
I have not.
I am going to send you a set.
Yeah,
Oh,
check this out, man. Kevin Eastman putting that duotone to use, doing a kind of origin story of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the inside jacket of.
That's it. Well, actually, let me just a quick. I'll give you a quick, really short background on it. Is they originally did the movie soundtrack with all the hit songs on it, and then this company, really unique company called Waxworks Records, who does these wonderful collections of the actual soundtrack. So John Dupree, who did the actual score for the movies, and it was one of those things. They reached out to me 4 or 5 years ago and said, "Hey, we're going to release these. Would you like to do some artwork for them?" And I said, "Of course, I'd love to." And so over the last 5 years, we've done 3, and the third one just came out now for movie 3. But what they had me do is they said you can do whatever you want on the covers, and I would send a few sketches in, and then on the inside 2-page spread of the first movie, I retold the movie on DuoShade in these clips in the entire spread. So that's basically like the guy that used to do Micro Machines. It's a really abridged version of the first movie. But then I would design these labels and do other stuff and put some posters in. And then with movie 2, I did some of our favorite moments from there, Toka and Razar, and then the Super Shredder, of course, on the back. And then on the inside, it was sort of that scene where they were jumping up out of in the lab, that scene when they found the I think TGRI was that they used in the movie. And then, a few of the characters. And then for movie 3, which just came out just a little while ago, they did them about a year and a half apart. And for movie 3, I did this funny kind of flip thing where when you open the 2-page spread on the top is, there's one with the spinning time scepter in the middle, then on the top is them in Japan, and then the other one is when they were, still in New York and stuff. And it's just fun, and they're generally pretty limited, I guess, in their release. And I don't know a lot about what they do, but I've looked on their website, and they have some pretty interesting, like everything from De Niro movies or Tarantino movies, but it's all score. And then they do Big Trouble in Little. It's a wide variety of these little special editions for a very selective crowd. But I've got all 3, and because I got some other fun stuff I threatened I'd send you anyway. So I'll put them in a package for you, Pete, and send them your way.
That was great, man. Thank you.
One of the other pieces that we got sent was it was an Aeon Flux movie. A soundtrack for Aeon Flux box set. Peter Chung, and Peter Chung did a lot of design work on the cartoon, the TMNT cartoon, and designed that like iconic opening sequence. Did all the storyboards and stuff for that. So did you guys ever meet him or talk to him? Did you know of his existence?
I don't think I ever did.
No, what did he do? He did something with the Turtles?
The opening credits sequence. He storyboarded
for the first Turtle movie?
For the animated series.
The cartoon.
Oh, the animated. I'm sorry, the first Turtle animated series. Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that because I've met him several times and he never mentioned that up. He's kind of a nutty guy, but it's like but I remember on Liquid Television when Aeon Flux came out and enjoyed it quite a lot. He did it it is very traditional anime kind of style, but no, but I did not know he did that, because that's something that I definitely love to mention. Because I always love talking to fans about the fact that Chuck Lorre wrote the original theme song for the first Turtle cartoon show, which was pretty funny. Yeah, but no, that's a great factoid. I did not know. That's cool.
Yeah, super cool, man. Off the bat, let's take a look at this spread by Uncle Peter Laird. 1985 is the copyright date for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. issue number 4. So we mentioned it before. You guys trade off covers. So Kevin did the car chase in issue 3. We have Peter Laird at the helm right here.
So impressive.
My only complaint was I wish Pete put more detail in the background. I don't know. Quite. No, as I had mentioned this before in one of our other discussions, is that one of the coolest things about Peter Laird's machinery and robotics and things like that, to me, they always felt like they, in the real world, they could actually work. Even under comic book science. But I love this, and certainly his use of separating the duo shade with the backgrounds and the characters being on the forefront is just an absolutely exquisite cover of many great covers. But that's a beautiful one.
I appreciate that sentiment, Kevin. And I have to say that it's probably my favorite of all the covers I did for the comics. And I was looking at it again for this discussion, made me realize how one of the things I loved about Jack Kirby's work, especially, was his crazy machinery. And I tried to emulate that approach of his when I drew that cover. But he used to do such amazing, crazy machinery. I just loved it.
Yeah, it's so fantastic, and you guys really stretch those chops within the next 3-4 issues of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, down to designing the TCRI building, which has a very interesting facade. But while we look through these comics, I would love to also just have a conversation about the time and place that these comics were created in. For instance, I know that we're going to get a reprint of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4 at some point, with a Michael Dooney painting that's basically doing his painted version of this, which is the iconic image that's like on the label of the NES video game.
Yeah.
So we'll be curious about, when did Steve Levine and the other guys start coming in, when you guys start publishing other books, that sort of stuff is worth making note of. Kevin, you mentioned a place called Southern Duchess Press that you guys would use at a later date, and if that comes into play while we're looking at these comics, please bring that up. We also, we were looking at ElfQuest, and we saw that there was a printer in Poughkeepsie, New York, that did the reprint from 1989, and I wonder if, that was the same printer that you guys used. Maybe you wouldn't even have known that information or anything, but all this stuff is stuff that the people at the channel love.
Yeah, and I think the place was called Southern Duchess News.
Yeah, it was, I was trying to think, immediately went right to... I feel like we were back in Northampton by the time we were working on this one, because I believe we'd done issue 3 by the time we'd gotten back there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pete, but I'm reaching now because I'm going like, oh my goodness, because that makes sense about time wise that we'd be back there, but I might be wrong. But I do know that Southern Duchess News was if I remember the guy's name correctly, was John DeSanto or John
DeSanto. Yeah, you got it.
John DeSanto, and I forget where he approached us, because I think you and I were having some frustration with the Lake Road Journal. Was it Lake Road Journal that was printing like issue 2? Because I remember that's when they really messed up issue 2, and we did all that sorting at your lake house, the place you and Janine were running up on the lake for issue 2 and shipping them out. And then issue 3, we had the mess up with the blotchy cover for one of the events we were doing. But there was somewhere along the line, he approached us somewhere, and I don't remember where, and said, I have a printing company. So we switched to him, and I thought we switched to him for possibly issue 4 and possibly I think by the time we were doing issue 5, when we reduced the size to more comic book size, I think that was with Southern Duchess, but can't remember exactly. Do you have a better memory of that?
Not much of a better memory, but I believe that John got in touch with us kind of out of the blue when we were working on, I think, issue 4, and made this wonderful offer to us to basically take all the crap work out of our hands and have them do it. And by crap work, I mean all the breaking down the boxes and counting out the issues numbers. I mean the copy numbers, for the various places that we were drop shipping to, and then they would handle all the drop shipping, which was at the time we just thought was fantastic because we were getting really sick of doing it ourselves.
Well, I think, yeah, because we used to go through the boxes, like I think you mentioned last time, was just for quality control, and that was some of the Lakeville Journal issues. But it was there was quite a large number of distributors at that time, and I want to say potentially somewhere around 15 to 20. And so there, as you already said, Pete, it was a number of dropship locations, and that was one of the exciting things about what Southern Duchess News would do is they would based on the instructions and what we give for numbers, they would drop ship directly to those distributors, sub-distributors. So yeah,
and it worked out great.
Would you guys, this is a two-man operation, but I wonder, would you put your significant others to work helping out with some of that stuff before you had some drop ship help and things?
No, it was, as I recall, it was all me and Kevin, and then when Steve moved on to Sharon, Connecticut, he would help us with that.
But luckily, we would have the support of Janine Laird with the most wonderful muffins in the world when we finished the hard day of work. She would just make these muffins that make you mouthwater just thinking about them.
Mm.
Pete, you have our address, Pete. Just in she makes a new round. Let's jump into the body of the comic. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make, but the videos are also sustained by the Patreon support at our various levels. You can hit the description in below this video to see what could suit your needs, and depending on your level of support, you're seeing us record our entire sessions before anybody else, and you're getting videos before anybody else does. Completely mitigates the kayfabe effect, but we do have books out in the wild and books that are forthcoming. Jimmy, what do you have?
Hulk Grand Design, Street Angel, Deadliest Squirrel Alive, and The Plain Janes are all of my books that are in print and available now. My next book, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be out in May from Image Comics. You can start pre-ordering that now. It's completely different comics than Deadliest Squirrel Alive and will complete the Street Angel set.
Coming in May, Red Room Crypto Killers issue 1. Printed up the cover right there, man. That's your regular cover. You guys have been asking about sketch covers, so we're going to put one of those out for Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 1 coming out in May. There are 2 existing trade paperbacks of that out there. Here's the cover for issue 2. Your store might be able to offer you that one right now. A lot of people have been asking, man, is Jimmy going to do a variant for issue 1? Let me show you guys just a little glimpse of Jimmy's cover, man. We'll announce that at a later date, but some of you guys know what that is, man. 2 existing trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now. Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. 4 volumes, Hip Hop Family Tree, celebrating its 10-year anniversary. Hit my link in the description below, man. I got an announcement about that in the not too far future. 3 volumes, X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG are out there in the wild right now. We thank you guys so much for supporting our books. We thank you so much for supporting the channel through the Patreon. Now that we're done paying the bills, let's get back to Kevin and Peter. Off the bat, panel 1, the Jim Shooter tenets. Every comic is somebody's first comic, so you have this little caption piece bringing new readers up to speed, which is a fantastic piece to put into the comic. And the thing that I identified while reading this is these guys have more than 100 pages of TMNT under their belt. Confident storytellers, man. We're getting little glimpses of B stories. It's clearly a series too. This is going to be continuing into the next. We're setting up some seeds with some voyeurism with telescopic lenses and shit like it. These guys are firing at this point.
Most definitely. or as I think we used to call it, trying to figure shit out. No, it was I think that was sort of the wonderfully organic nature of some of this stuff, is that we would have, a good outline. We'd talk out the idea enough of where we wanted to go and what moments we wanted to within the story. Then it was kind of breaking it down to fit into the beast. But it was, I don't know, it just seemed different kinds of things evolved within the moments that we wanted to hit as a story along the way, I guess, for lack of a better description. And
Peter, do you mind if I read the text you sent me about these, how sort of malleable the turtles became?
Oh, no.
Is
Go
it
ahead.
Let me
Yeah.
pull that up real quick. Okay, so this is what you texted me when we were prepping for last recording session. Peter's words. One thing that strikes me about the first 5 issues is how quickly it became evident how flexible and adaptable the Turtles were. I mean, we went from ninja on ninja mayhem in the first issue, battling techno-terrorism in the second, to a wild, nearly issue-long car chase in the third issue, to TCRI aliens in issue 4, and off into adventures in outer space in the 5th issue, etc., etc.
Well, it's very well said, what Pete said, and it's perfectly spot on. And what I love is that when you think about a couple of goofballs that were basically writing and wanting to draw stuff that we wanted to draw, I think by the time we arrived at the idea of going to outer space, it was because we both were really huge fans of Star Wars. we love that, and so it was, you know, I want to say story first, of course, but we wanted the stories to be the good, but most of all, we wrote them for us. We kind of wrote stories that we thought would be fun to not only draw and stories we'd like to read. And so when we did each of these stories, and it was that wonderful discovery that they were very valuable. And what I think is exceptional is that when you look at the first 11 issues plus the one shots, making up the first 15 issues, which to me is the absolute solid core of anything and everything that became the Turtles from that point on, was based on those 15 issues. It was really the bad guys and the Foot and Casey and April and the family and the Triceratons, and there was so many pieces that I still love to see. Even in the most recent cartoon as late as the 2012 series that Zero did, is all those characters that they pulled from. When I went into I'd go into the animation studios and hang out with the guys and see what they were doing. But one of the things that Ciro Neely put all around his studio was all the original Mirage Studios covers and stories. And so when he looked at ideas, he went straight to the original source material. So the Fugitoid and the Triceratons and things and things that were adapted out of that, was that core foundation to this day is still the structural foundation of all things Turtles.
In the spirit of being young cartoonists who are kind of getting some footing under your feet when it comes to making comics, so you do this 2-page spread, and then you have the lettering go across the 2 pages, and then when you get that back from the printer, what goes through your mind?
I honestly can't say that I remember anything that went through my mind at that moment.
Because certainly, like in the paperback books and things, you're cutting off the lettering, but that's like a youthful thing where you gotta learn some lessons sometimes, man. When it comes to production.
It's interesting. Like one of the versions you showed was really heavily in the gutter. We were figuring out and as we learning as we go. But then, like, when you look at the most recent version, which you're holding there, is like when IDW reprinted this, my frustration was, why do you have that, 1.5-inch gap in the middle? You couldn't match up the pages because They did the size. They printed it in a different size and tried to adapt to it. But we were really figuring out this stuff as we went. And, as you said, when you were talking about page count, Pete and I had done individual stories on our own, but I don't think any of my stories went past 10 pages, and Pete maybe a little bit more, around the same. But I think when we started doing these very large epic stories, it was we were learning together and piecing together movements and layouts and structures and trying to figure out those spreads, because we loved our Jack Kirby spreads and splashes and those kind of things. So it was really flying by the Wilbur and Oliver, the Wright brothers here, just figuring shit out as we went in our own little, pea brains.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You make a good point about that word balloon that goes over the gutter. And I wonder if part of the reason that was done that way was that 2-page spread may have been drawn on a single sheet of duo shade, and having the drawing be on this single sheet and not having an actual split in the middle may have led us to not really consider where that word balloon was going to fall once it was printed.
One,
100%.
one of the extremely smart instincts that you guys have as storytellers is giving vulnerability to your characters, letting them take a little bit of damage, letting them get a little bit impaired, and it does create a warmth and humanity to the characters. We see Mike catching a glancing blow right there, and we're going to see some more throughout the next issues of the Turtles. They're not gods, you know. They're not unstoppable forces, you know. They are, for lack of a better word, human. And you guys stay tuned into that. Creates good suspense and things.
I think
Yeah,
that's
in fact, the humanity of them, their vulnerability, actually plays a important role in the culmination of this particular story in issue 4.
Yeah.
Where Michelangelo tries to make a move in the TCRI building and accidentally falls from where he's trying to hang on because of the wound on his arm has weakened him.
Yep.
And that's what sets off the translocation machine that beams it into space.
I think it was, and definitely one of the things I think Pete and I really loved about vulnerability in characters that made him more believable, whether it be, you know, characters from our hero Jack Kirby, of course, and other comics that we read. But there was, you know, something about a real underdog hero, maybe like the Indiana Jones type, as a reference, is that, you know, it's you know, the hard fought battle is the best, you know, and to overcome such incredible odds to succeed. If you're just a person that's an average person that wants to be just an average person, but when you have to you know, rise up and you know, like, you know, Bilbo Baggins, if you will, or Frodo, or, you know, some of these things that, you know, you want that everyday person to succeed, and so you have to show the vulnerability to make it work. And I think that's kind of the stuff, whether we did it probably subconsciously, that we love that about heroes that we like to read about, that we just naturally gravitated to that kind of mechanism when we were writing the stories.
I want to compare this color treatment from the first collections, because we see a lot of stuff drop out. Backgrounds, shadows, a lot of those details in the black and white you see are done in that duo shade, you know, whole buildings and skies and things. When you went to the color version, do you remember kind of looking at the art and thinking this is a chance to make changes, you know, maybe to simplify in some cases?
And worth noting that it is Steve Levine on the colors on the first editions now.
I don't really have an answer for that, because I didn't have anything to do with doing the color, as far as I can recall.
No, but what you did do, and it was great from the beginning, was I think, just in case you know, there were ever any issues with the duo shade, you know, Peter introduced me to the world of photocopying just for archives and storage and things, but we would always photocopy the pencils, and we'd also photocopy the inks before we did the duo shade effects, which was just, I'm not sure, it was just a good idea. And I think we just said if there was ever a problem or something, I don't know why, but we wanted to preserve the steps for some reason. And so what was interesting was that when we did get to do the color versions, we had a clean set of just the ink drawings without the duo shade effects, which, you know, that was the fun part about the duo shade effects, is that you could put those in just as shadows would just duo shade, which would give you this wonderful sense of depth. And so when we did the color, instead of, you know, asking Steve to recreate what we'd done specifically in the duo shade, and I think it was also a time thing in this, the challenges that working on the coloring at that time, which is this blue line system, where, you know, they would have the ink art on a piece of acetate and expose it onto a piece of watercolor paper, and so you'd have this kind of faint blue line that you then colored on that blue line and then laid the black plate over. And so it was moving back and forth. So I think that, you know, doing backgrounds that Steve could then cut out Frisket and just airbrush it as opposed to try to put in a lot of detail, was just the need to service a deadline that maybe first comic set up or something. But it was quite a process. So yeah, that was the preservation of the artwork in all the different stages was something that I really strongly remember that Pete started, and it's something we stuck with for throughout the run and for many issues afterwards.
It's really good to have that like high fidelity piece that you can color, because like sometimes you could see color over top of duotone in comics using the old mechanical process, and it morays you. It's unreliable. You never could tell. But I lingered on this spread because there are so many buildings and things that are just drawn in duotone, and it looks like it's one hand. And I wonder if one guy or the other did those pieces, or were you both comfortable drawing in duotone?
It's hard to say which one of us did each duotone background.
Yeah,
but I think we were both pretty comfortable with it.
If it was really good, I did it. So. No, but what Pete said, it was something that I particularly when I look back sometimes, and even when I use Duo Shade now, I feel like I often overuse it, and so sometimes it was really you get used to not wanting any white space, and then you have to sort of take a step back and think about like this TCRI building is a perfect example. Is when you choose the layers of duo shade from the first shade to the lighter shade to the darker shade, if you do it right, you can present this wonderful perception of depth and distance and things. But yeah, that was. But I think we definitely certainly at this stage and a lot of the early stages for most of the books we were passing it back and forth regularly, just to.
There's that great TCRI building design, fantastic design, so unique.
Stands out so much from the buildings around it that
Right.
have that old weathered look, and that TCRI building looks new, science fiction, different architecture.
Becomes a storytelling piece. I swear this turtle composition right here, is that not in the arcade game, like where they're looking at the city on fire, like this exact composition, but also keeping up with the comics of the day. Every comic is somebody's new comic, so you get a very truncated, snappy origin of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, it's just such smart professional instincts as creators to include those bits.
Well, thank you. I said, just that design, the building design was definitely Pete's because it's awesome. It's great. And but yeah, I think that was that's one of the things. Those flashback moments or those setup moments, because there's a really big moment when they actually see the logo, they recognize it from the ooze canister, and so you want to put that in perspective. And I think I always kind of like that when they did it in comics when we were reading them. It's like, remember this from issue blah blah blah. But it was anyway.
And that would be the thing with like the Frank Miller Daredevils. If you read them in order, because it was Jim Shooter era, the origin would be told in every comic. So it's like, which page to kind of ignore to read it as a novel. Like Frank Miller set it up as like a continuing single work, but just skip that page.
Right.
A little towel snapping there. We're going to come back to this later with some other comics that we got our hands on to show you guys.
Actually, I wonder if we could just go back a couple pages.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wanted to note something. On page 10 and 11, Kevin did the layouts for this book. And this sequence on these two pages is something that I've always really enjoyed, because it really says Kevin to me. Where Michelangelo and a couple of the foot soldiers fall off the edge of the building.
Yes.
And Michelangelo is fortunate in that he's able to grab onto the laundry line.
I forgot about that.
Swing into the building, crash through the window, and disturb this couple who are making out on the couch. And I just love it. It's so awesome, and the movement and the sort of comedy of it. and that is really part and parcel of what Kevin brings to the table.
Great 2-page gag. I was going to bring it up earlier when we were looking at it because so much is done here, man. Set up about the kids. What about the kids? You know, Cagney and Lacey's over, so like, you know, like let's root this in a period of time.
Yes.
And then just the storytelling instincts here are so perfect. We establish the kids, lands, we still have the couple, and then establishing the kids and that gaze with our guy looking at the lady, that's the way to end a gag like that. It's such a perfect whole moment.
It's even of a theme because we're going to end up with the bra on the head, but not from the lady on the couch, but actually from the laundry line that he gets snagged on.
I also think the sound effect when Michelangelo comes crashing through the window is fantastic. And I can't remember if you did that, Kevin, or if Steve did.
We did that because it was. I'm trying to think, and I was looking at some of the original layouts because I think I was trying to figure out which issue I stopped lettering, and I think I want to say it was like either 6 or 7, but I'm not 100% sure. But we, again, using the black and white photocopies that we had when we were transitioning to color. You'll notice when you see the first comics version, we actually had Pete go back in and re-letter all of them.
Yeah.
And much more, nicer handwriting than I had.
Yeah, Steve Levine did that lettering job.
But we did it initially. So that
Yeah.
that Smeesh, that was actually in the artwork. So that would have been something that Pete and I did on the physical artwork. Anything that was in the balloons was something that Steve went back in and did later. But all the sound effects in general, and we used them on certain moments, and I feel like we used them to good effect without overusing them because just I don't know, it was just because I at some point I think some comics had every click, wuzzle, and wugga wugga. That was that was the sound effect. And
you even use some Teenage Mutant lettering onomatopoeia around here because I saw a Bamf or two.
Yep.
On here.
Were you guys working in the same studio again at this point? I think when we talked to you last time around issue 2 or 3, you were living like I think in different cities and trading pages. But at this point, do you remember if you were back together, and if so, were you working in the same space every day?
No, we're living in the same town, Sharon, Connecticut, and Kevin actually stayed with my wife and I for I can't remember, was it a few weeks, Kevin, when you moved down?
Yep.
So we were able to do that, work in the same space. But then he got an apartment that he ended up sharing with Steve Levine. And I can't remember if we got together very often to draw like we had done in Dover.
I think we but it was definitely we'd see each other every day and trade off pages and talk about this and that. And a lot of times it was a good excuse to go to Pete's house and get out the rubber rafts and go float around on the lake for a little while, especially when it was nice out. But I think, we were definitely in the same town and doing that stuff. But I want to point something out here real quick because I think it's funny, and I want to ask Pete. You see on the page there where it has April, talking, and then that one panel where there's somebody looking through a spyglass.
Yes.
Smoking cigarettes. Yeah, right there. We set that up, and I don't think we ever paid that off ever.
We didn't. And I honestly can't remember who we intended that to be. Or it was just a wide open possibility.
That's so funny because here's how as like a removed reader, like myself, took that. Even though he's smoking, so it'd be out of character, but. Casey Jones just shows up. Like whenever they come back to Earth and they're mixing it up with Shredder. Like if you read all 4 of the first graphic novels together, that's my interpretation. Because Casey Jones automatically knows where to show up, but he's got the cigarette, and I don't think Casey would be a smoker.
Yeah.
But I was going to bring this piece up, man, because I was going to tell him myself, because I was going to be like, so you built in Casey Jones staring at them so that he could show up 4 issues later.
I think it was. I feel like it was something like. I don't think. I'm pretty sure. Pretty positive it wasn't Casey in that scenario. But I think it was. We had an idea for something, and I think it was just something that we just never paid. Because somebody actually pointed it out to me once, and they go, hey, who was that? Who was that? And I was like, I don't know. I don't remember.
It feels like that's something that we've come across in other serial storytelling,
Sure.
especially early on, where it's almost like you're establishing some spinning plates that you can then go back to. It's pretty cool to find one that you guys didn't get back around to.
Yeah. IDW is going to do a 20-issue limited series on it now.
One small thing I wanted to just go back a page or two.
Yes.
Page 16. There's the panel in the bottom right, which has a real charming kind of throwback look to the Underground comics with the way the perspective is on the building.
Yes.
It just kind of reminds me of an R. Crumb drawing for some reason.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd love those. That's such a fun shot. I think I still use that a lot. That sort of style, but that you see the second time around shop and the van parked out front and all that. But yeah, that was I think that was probably definitely some of the Underground influence creeping in, and we love doing those city shots.
Not shy about it, man. 3-point perspective and all that, and look at that ambitious view right there.
I'm glad you pointed that out because that's one of my favorite panels from this issue. And really, again, speaks to Kevin's brilliance in laying out the books. I would never have tried that, but there's a certain fearlessness to Kevin's layouts and drawing that I really admire, and that's a great example of it.
It's a form of personal cat burglary because I'm sure I stole that from either Kirby or Corbin or somebody.
I was going to ask about Corbin. We were looking at Ralph not too long ago, and he would be very, very ambitious in his figure work and give you angles that you never see a monthly cartoonist try because it would require some erasing and some planning and some extra skills for sure. Great choreography.
But that was again, it leans heavily on Pete and I learning together and learning as we were going through these series, and so that we'd approach it in a way again that to choose to do a panel like that was just something like well, this is different, it's unique, and it's almost you can build a page on it, and I can get into some lame ass sort of philosophical of why I chose to do that, and it was just there's nothing more than this might be cool, kind of thing. And you just kind of figure your way through, but you do approach it like, Pete and I were fans of a lot of great TV shows and movies and stuff. So you sort of will flash to certain things that you remember a setup in a movie or something that you, the sequential order of storytelling in a project that makes, the beats that you pick, and certainly what we were doing had to be very specific, but it was, I'm definitely laying in more logic to it than it was, because it was more of a gut feeling that you did. I mean, we just pointed out a key setup for something we set up that we never paid off. So it was still, but that was a fun, like this whole thing here was like, I don't even know where this came from. The whole, how do they sneak into the building? And luckily Donatello had a Polaroid camera.
some hooks on ropes and shit. They got it all.
Yeah, this is leading up to one of my favorite sequences in the book. The whole thing where he whips out the pigeon puppet and the camera.
Yeah, genius. And always pulling the wool over the poor security guy's eyes, man. Mm. This kind of stuff, man, it was in the Konami NES video game where you go building the building on the little hook rope thing.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me wonder, were you guys looking at like martial arts magazines or like ninja magazines? As a kid, I would see ads for stuff, and they would have like those hooks, and they would have all kinds of wild, weapons, I guess. Were you looking at that stuff and thinking, oh, we can use this. Let's add the grappling hook to the turtles?
I don't remember any specific attempts to draw inspiration from that kind of publication, but I'm sure we did buy a few martial arts magazines at the time.
I still have a few of the. It was something I feel like we found in a like occasionally we'd do goof off Sundays or one of those days where you do some tag sailing or hit some bookstores and like when we would drive over to even go over to the printer, go over to Torrington and heading over to Poughkeepsie for dropping stuff off. It'd be hitting bookstores, and I ended up with, and I still have, surprisingly, a bunch of these, and it's like maybe 4 or 5 some of those photographs, short, digest size ninja stuff, and it's just like how to be a ninja or something like that, and it was just they would show you some step-by-step movements or some of the weapons used, but I also remember some of it I think might have been gleaned from martial arts movies and stuff that we saw, that we'd see different stuff, but it was so it was probably a bit of all of the above.
Kevin, you just mentioned something that made me flash on something very memorable from that period, which was when we drive to Torrington to go to the comic book store, probably the best named comic book store ever. My mother threw mine away.
It was his name, Jack or something like that, but it was like,
you're right, Jack.
And he was I was always frustrated with his store because it reminded me of the printer, because his store was I can see why his mother threw his away, because his store was a wreck. No, it wasn't. It was very messy. Like, we'd love to, the smell of a comic store, and you like to go in and go through the back issue bins and this and that. And, I just remember like sometimes his organization wasn't all that it should be. So if you wanted to go through the back issue bin, sometimes he had stuff piled on there. So you had to move stuff to get to the comics underneath. But it was, the whole exercise was great. And I've often brought up that story about one of my favorite names of a comic store ever, which was My Mother Threw Mine Away. That was fantastic.
I just read the blog that Chuck Rosansky wrote about finding that Edward Church collection, and the way that he paid for each of the collection was by chicken box, he called it, because it was pre-long box, but like the proprietors at the time would have like a specific kind of Purdue chicken box or something that kind of like held issues, and he lays it out. He's like, each one would hold 300 modern comics or 200 golden age comics, and that's how he paid for that giant the Mile High collection. This page, man, we get to see the Ninja Turtles being ninjas in terms of stealth,
Yes.
as opposed to just martial arts. One of the great 2-page sequences of this issue.
I like where one of them's up on the light.
Right? Yeah. And we find out a couple of pages later, man, Raphael, he's up there on the light. They say it right here. Where's Raph at? Up on the light. Where else? It's just another Sunday.
Yeah.
And then another one of the super memorable sequences, the big the Splinter reveal. Great technology.
Look at how much like the line art version looks like Kirby.
Yeah.
You mentioned that earlier this episode, you guys, but when you remove the duo shade, it really feels like that with some of the big blocky blacks and stuff.
Yeah, and the squiggly.
Yeah, we definitely leaned heavy. We loved that manic stuff that Kirby would do, and it would just be so abstract and so graphic, but you believed it would work. I don't know. It was just one of those things. It's just like, yeah, well, of course it works.
Especially back in the days when he was working on Fantastic Four, and he'd have these Reed Richards inventions that were just outrageous, just amazing.
Oh, that was, just yeah, exactly. It was fantastic. Yeah, that Fantastic Four run was just fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Great reveal, because we haven't seen Splinter in a while, man. So reuniting the Turtles with Splinter, even in that way, it needs a splash page.
Yes.
More great storytelling instincts there, and the issues that we've read, in preparation for this conversation with Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. Imagination is the first thing that comes to mind, man, because just so much great design work that during the black and white boom, when these comics would come out, sometimes people come up with their cool elevator pitch, and it could sustain an issue, and it kind of falls off quick. You guys are introducing fresh stuff all the time. It is in the spirit of Kirby, where you introduce Boom Tube on one page and then Darkseid on the next. Fantastic designs here.
Well, that was these are the design of the Utroms were just fantastic. I love these. Like it gave me nightmares having to draw them panel to panel. The design was fantastic. Again, a great Peter Laird design of making that work. Not only like the weapons and the guns but just the whole thing was just it was just brilliant.
It's unforgettable.
I have to point out here though that I did draw a lot of inspiration from the Terminator for the robot bodies. When you'd see the Terminator stripped of his human skin, that's what they basically looked like.
Great
guns. No, I think that was the and I to repeat the risk of repeating myself because I do it often, but I think that was again you got two guys were the writers, the artists, the publishers, the editors. And even in this case, I think at that point I was probably still lettering. So whatever went into these issues was stuff that we were inspired by and wanted to draw and we wanted to see. So, leaning on some of our favorite genre things like the Terminator or like Blade Runners or Star Wars or you name it. It was definitely something. It was exciting to us because it's like that's what we wanted to draw. That was I remember seeing the Terminator in the theater and going like, what? It was just one of these great it just so it was fun to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Being able to oscillate between the original duo shade printed versions and the Levine colors for situations like this where it's almost different. It's different media in terms of the art making, and you're bound by black and white in the issues. So the little special effects that you get by doing the duotone, and then you hit it with some white out over top to give that kind of dematerialization, or even this kind of translucent kind of vibe. And then it's fun to compare with what Levine did with the color. And he has more tools, is able to airbrush outside of the characters and things. It's really fun to compare and contrast these bits. And what a great conclusion, we know what is going on for next issue, but right here, you have no idea. It looks like it hurts.
Yes.
Do you guys remember, would the last page have been on the inside cover? Because you guys were always good about having extra material in the original issues.
Well, I'm holding the first printing right now, and that last page is on the right-hand side. And then we have T-shirt iron-on ad on the next page, and limited edition button sets.
That's where that is. Somebody was just asking me for where that ad ran. I'm sorry, it was just funny. I now I have to look that up because a fan had found an original set of those buttons, and I think I sent you a note on that. We were trading text on it where I said, did you color these, or who colored these? But I think then somebody found that ad online and sent it. But somebody else was asking like, hey, was that ad ever printed anywhere? I'd love to get a better printing of that ad advertising the buttons. So now I know, so we'll go and grab it.
Were you guys doing all of that stuff yourself, like shirts and buttons? Was that something you were handling?
Well, we did T-shirt iron-ons for a while, where we just had them made at a copy shop that had a color copier that could print on a T-shirt iron-on material. But the buttons and let's see, what was the other thing?
I wonder if the Dark Horse Studios figures start to happen around here.
The buttons were done by a guy named Jeff Rudolph,
and
I think he was from Connecticut. Yeah, the T-shirt iron-ons, we did those ourselves, and then the buttons were done by this guy Jeff Rudolph. And then that was it for that.
So let's wrap this issue up. Kevin, what do you have coming out or in the works that you would want the people to know about?
Actually, one of the things I'm the most excited about right now is the Ultimate Collection 7, which should be coming out soon. Which is, I still love of all the many treasures, turtle treasures over the years was the fact that they still do those collections in the hardcover form,
Oh yeah.
and um, they did them even slightly larger than the actual comics with the annotations and behind the scenes. So I was always a huge fan of special edition DVDs where you get to see behind the scenes and hear what the director was thinking, and hear what, just different parts. But with a collection like that, uh, for it's kind of for us, but at the same time, I feel like it's for the really hardcore fans who want to see some of that stuff, which in some cases, in a lot of cases, doesn't even exist anymore. Where thankfully for the record keeping photocopies of the different stages of work, or keeping copies of pencils before they were inked, just having. I've got the original Pete Laird pencil for the second printing of issue 3 that he penciled before Jim Lawson inked it, and so the only place that exists, because in those days you inked right on top of the pencils and that kind of stuff. So the only way you would have that is that photocopy to show fans of what some of the stuff, how it evolved, and how it came to be. So, yeah, if I had to plug one thing, and that would be tippity top is Ultimate Collection 7, which would be up soon.
Go get that book, and thank you guys so much for joining us to take a look at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue 4. Okay, I'm going to hit the record button right this minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to mention something. I was looking through my various comics, turtle comics, trying to find the first printing of issue 7, and I could not find one. But in that search, I did find this second printing of issue 5. And I don't know why I never noticed this, but in the second printing, the artwork doesn't have tones.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird. I was looking through it, and something's not right here. And I looked a little closer, and none of the artwork has tones. It's like we printed it from the black and white copies that we made of the inked artwork, and before it had tones on it.
What the?
Yeah, I never noticed that before.
Are those guys still in business? You should get a discount now.
That's so bizarre, and that it's actually you might have discovered, or somebody might have discovered a new
something to chase.
In the fan collector things, because I remember I did not know that, and actually I've got a couple in my archives back here, so I'm going to pull it out and check it out. But when you see things like people will bring up to shows like, Pete, you remember when they switched the covers and the graphics for Tales of the Turtles 1?
The title block, yeah.
Title block with Turtles, the reprint of issue 4.
Right.
And so we had the interior of 4 with the title blocks and everything for 4 on the artwork for Tales number 1. And then it got kind of switched around. So occasionally those will show up at shows and that and double covers, and of course the issue 3 misprint kind of thing. So it's good fun. But yeah, this could be the next big hot thing.
Yeah, it's on the Key Collectors app.
That's right.
It'll be Nick's picks for next week or something.
Did you guys have a like an assistant or a production person or a secretary that would have been sending out the artwork whenever it was time to do a reprint of issue 5?
I think it was Peter Laird or Kevin Eastman was doing that.
Right.
So one of you guys just slipped them the wrong artwork.
Yeah, that's bizarre. I can't imagine why we would have done that.
It is actually bizarre, because I'm thinking, we did have help with, I think, obviously Steve had worked at that time, and maybe I'm trying to think of the timing when we have done the reprint of issue 5. It might have been by the time we got back in Northampton, so maybe we did have help, but it is crazy that it was printed without tones, and that's pretty rare, because you think like there was a time when we were. Pete, remember we were having we would have Steve Levine re-letter all that stuff, and he was relettering them on the original ink stuff because they were being used also for the first comics color reprints.
Right.
So it just might have been one of those like, oh, here, yeah, that's interesting. That's cool that you spotted that. That's interesting.
And it says on the cover, the date is November 1987.
Yeah, so we would have. Yeah, we would have been back in Northampton by then. So interesting. Yeah.
Did you guys send the original art to the printer usually?
No.
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 Although it's interesting that you asked that question because, and we're probably going to get into this when we get into issue 6 and 7. Kevin, I don't know if you remember this, but when we started doing the full color covers, and we would send the original art to the printer or to the separator, and I can't remember whose artwork it was, but it came back from the printer or the separator, and they had peeled the artwork apart. I think it had been done on a sheet of thick illustration board, and they at that time only had a drum scanner, and so they had to peel the artwork, peel the upper layer of the artwork off so they could wrap it around the drum scanner, which I found was horrifying. It was just so bizarre that they would do that without telling us or asking us. And I think after that one incident, we demanded that they shoot a transparency and not peel any more coverage.
Mm. Yeah, that's unbelievable.
It was sort of like, and again, that was the early evolution of, and it goes obviously many layers deep of, original art being, submitted to and kept by the parent corporations of a lot of the big publishers, but artwork was still considered more of a.
It's a byproduct of the final thing.
It was considered a part of the mechanical process. It wasn't looked at as art as we love it and appreciate it as art. It was looked as, well, here's something that somebody did that we need to, like Pete said, peel or scan and do the stuff. This is just one mechanical step in the final production of the comic, and it was never appreciated the way, certainly we loved it. And so Pete's right. It's like when we did things like that, like, because a lot of times we would do the original art as a separate piece and then photocopy it, because that was really a big inspiration for me from Pete, was photocopying everything to keep records of so many different aspects of the creation of the process, sometimes for archival, but also sometimes just for if we started painting a cover and it came out really crappy, we didn't ruin the original.
Right.
We would coloring it on a photocopy, but we'd mount it on a board and color it in, Dr. Martens or, different techniques, acrylics and things. And then, but yeah, it was on a heavier board. So yeah, they would peel it. And I remember that clearly. They peeled it and we were just like, oh.
There was I think actually 2 letters that were scanned and put into the Fantagraphics oral history book. What was it called? We told you so. Yeah. And so one letter's Gary Groth, one letter's Kim Thompson. It's to the printers, and it's the most aggressive, like, please tell your Cro-Magnon print guys, like, this, we value this artwork. Do not mark it up. Do not take the sword to it and slice it up. Like, we value this and cherish this work, blah, blah, blah. And, like, reading that, being Pittsburgh boys, blue-collar, working-class fellas, reading that, I was thinking those Kim Deitch pages probably don't exist anymore. Those guys might have, at the print house, might have wiped their assholes with that original arc, seeing that kind of disrespectful tone from Uncle Gary.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. There'd be shoe prints on that stuff coming back. It's hard to imagine.
Gary has a number of layers of widely and deeply concerning issues, and has for many years. But actually, let's digress to some really fun stuff. And
Yes.
Pete, I'd like to point out, Pete, explain the process on this cover you did, which is fantastic, because you did something really exceptional in the drawing and the overlay process when you created it.
Well, I appreciate that sentiment, Kevin. As I recall, used some frisket paper on an acetate overlay, and I cut frisket for the figures on the cover, and then I used a variety of colored inks, and I think I used some Dr. Martin's dyes to do that kind of spacey background. But one thing I did, which I don't think I've ever done before or since, I sprinkled salt on the artwork because I had heard somewhere that when you added salt crystals to a liquid like ink, bottled inks, it would create interesting effects, and it did in fact do that. I was pretty happy with the result.
That was going to be question number one. How do you achieve these aesthetics?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think I've ever done it again.
It's a lot of work. It's funny because, back in the days of when you did any airbrushing or did any kind of effects like that, you did have to cut frisket for it. But I thought it was wonderfully creative. And I feel like I remember, it seemed like I remember there was, the original artwork that you hand colored and watercolored underneath, and the overlay was kind of on top.
Right.
And then that's how it was then photographed for production. So.
It's really awesome. And a number of these covers, it's been fun going through these first several issues to see what you guys are doing. Like it's you're experimenting. It's very inspiring to look at, as somebody who's aspiring to make comics. I mean, I imagine when this came out, nothing else looked like it.
Yeah, to see the hand, it was important because, you look at How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way as like sacred tablets of how things have to be done and things. And to see a hand, brush strokes in this, I think that there's even maybe a touch of colored pencil or something in some of the shading on the Triceraton there. And it just made it feel like a tangible thing that you could actually do without the mechanical Ben-Day process. Also, in regards to that salt thing, there are these drawing demos that I've seen Bill Sienkiewicz do online for classes and stuff. And this guy, he will spray bleach on the art and just do the most wild stuff. And it would look like a big mess, but then he always saves it and turns it into an amazing Bill Sienkiewicz illustration.
It's funny. Glad you mentioned it, because it was a really, we touched on a little bit before we got on the conversation of some experimentation and development kind of stuff where, everything from the old DC comics that sometimes would run these semi-photographic color covers, or Jack Kirby doing those kind of photo collages for certain DC comics that he was doing, experimenting with this and that. But I remember quite fondly and quite interestingly when Pete and I made a one and only trip down to Marvel to discuss opportunities there, that we actually saw some pages from Electro that Bill had been working on. I don't know if you remember, Pete, but
I don't.
It was like they had pulled them out of this drawer, and it was like some of the stapling, some of the doilies, and just some of the stuff that he was doing with really dramatically interesting styles and layering on different kinds of textures and things that I thought was quite fascinating. On to issue 6, which was coming off a tremendously intriguing cliffhanger. Issue 5, which the turtles were trapped in an airlock and they were running out of air.
This is where things started for me, with these editorials, man, because this is the earliest issue that I was able to get my hands on young, and you guys are, with the forthcoming number 7, you're alluding to a 4-page story that's going to be inked and colored by Richard Corbin. Pretty freaking cool. Donatello micro series mentioned. We're going to see ads for Michael Dooney's Gizmo, Prime Slime Tales. There's some backup stuff in here from that. There's allusions to the Cerebus collaboration jam for issue number 8. You guys, the operation is expanding now. Mirage Studios is a publisher of more than just Ninja Turtles titles at this point. 1986 too. Sharon, Connecticut is the P.O. Box address for issue number 6. And we made note last issue that Steve Levine was on the 1s and 2s as the letterer of the issue, And in just that span of time, now that he's on 6, and I do wonder if he was doing lettering, like relettering on the old stuff, because his lettering has caught up. It was a little rough before. We mentioned that the Ames guide he didn't have that trick where you tape down the Ames guide at the exact sizes because you could see that the sizes were changing. This is Steve Levine lettering, 100%. So he's got his 10,000 hours of practice in by issue 6 right here.
Well, having gone to the same high school as Steve Levine and having the same math teacher, we weren't good at math, so I think measuring stuff was no, but it's just funny because you look at and actually is it near, because it's in the collected, but you look at the title block which says co-created, written and drawn by Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird, and then it says letters by Steve Levine, and actually the letters by Steve Levine drops down.
Yeah.
So, but I think it was a lot of
right.
eyeballing and stuff with that stuff. But that's that's the beauty and that's the fun of the time period, is we were just having a really good time and making up our own rules because we were the bosses, and sort of if it worked for us and we were happy, then there you go. It's like look at those absolutely freaking insane planetary ships that Pete Laird designed. It's like drawing those repeatedly was.
Would you do a lot of drawing in ink, like when it would come to these little buildings that we would see, or were you guys tight pencilers still?
That was probably a lot of that was done in ink over some fairly loose pencils.
Yeah.
I think we were getting kind of acclimated to getting the basic shapes, but I remember you specifically, for some of this stuff, especially as the traveling Triceraton homeworlds that you designed and had done a series of drawings of the ships, much like the flying harnesses and things like that. And so we'd sort of use that as a thing, and then when the layouts were done and we'd get ready, we'd again pass the pencils back and forth before jumping into inks. But I think and I might venture to say we were starting to develop a bit of a shorthand where we could still say we got the shape and the pace and the things blocked in for the pages that we needed, and everything was penciled, and still quite a lot of detail. If I remember, I still got the pencils, photocopies of the pencils of these, but there were areas that were loose that we knew that we could fill in later without really doing super detailed pencils that you might see from maybe an in-house artist at one of the bigger companies that was doing work specifically he or she knew was going to an inker, and they wanted to have their trademark and have all the information there. So but yeah, that's fun.
When you take a look at the pages from this issue, where is Mark Friedman in the big picture of things? Like, does he have the plushy Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle doll and he's taking it to all the places yet, or is that stuff happening while you're making issue 7?
This was 1987. It's finding it interesting that you mentioned that the return address was still Sharon, Connecticut, because I thought we had moved back to Northampton sooner, but maybe wrong. But maybe there was stuff being forwarded. But I know the first meeting with Mark Friedman was definitely in Northampton, Massachusetts, not long after Peter and I had gotten our first office space on Center Street, because we were...
Can I jump in and just...
Oh my goodness, yeah.
One thing. I'm looking at the indicia of this issue, and it says 1986.
Yeah.
86. Yep. That might have been the transition year when we moved back.
Yeah. Did we meet Mark in 86? Because the Playmates thing and the animated series started in 87.
That's right. That's a really good question, because I feel like we had definitely, obviously, we'd moved back to Northampton. We had rented the office on Center Street, and I remember we were still in the process of moving in, or even painting or doing some repair work.
Painting the office.
Painting the office when Mark showed up. But it seems like it might have been later '86, but I feel like at the same time, there's no way if it was early '87 that we would have accomplished so many steps, including trips to the West Coast and meetings and the periods of meetings with some of the animation companies to actually have the TV show, the first 5-part episode, come out on the air, which it did in that Christmas holiday break in 1987, leading into New Year 1988. So it must have been '86 that we met Mark, because there were so many steps to begin the process of so many things that fell into place rather quickly. But it was
Kind of pathetic that you don't remember the date of this very important thing.
well, we were day drinkers at that time. No, it is funny, but there was sort of not to belittle any of it, but I think that we were so happy to be drawing comics, and crikey, we had Mirage Studios wasn't a Mirage anymore. We actually had an office, which was crazy, right? And we had a little storeroom for shipping back orders. People ordered, and a couple desks in there, and all that. So it was just sort of our priorities were where they were for all things comics and figuring out distribution and what the next issue is going to be and so many other elements. It wasn't on that,
Something when you just mentioned the office on Center Street, I flashed on something I hadn't thought of in a long time. Do you remember the jam that we did on the Godzilla artwork with Steve Bissett?
Very much.
Eric and Jim and Steve Levine and maybe Mike Nooney also contributed. That was done in that office.
Yep. No, I believe so. It was that was really fun because that was you being a big dinosaur fan and Bissett, of course, and then all of us being Godzilla fans as a whole. It was really neat to put that together because it was including all the different related Godzilla universe characters. It was quite a lot of fun. Yep.
I seem to recall I got to draw Mecha Godzilla.
I want to see who drew Jet Jaguar. Was that piece? Was it published by Dark Horse?
I was just going to ask Kevin what we did that for. I cannot recall at the moment.
I remember that, and I've got a copy in my archives. It was definitely done as a print. It was used for something, but I do think it was I don't think it was ever used as a cover or anything. But I think it was maybe a pin up in one of the issues, not art, but maybe in the issues. But I feel like I remember seeing that as we made them into some kind of print.
Bissett did a bunch of really awesome oddball Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle pinups for Archie of like those like Z-list like toy characters, the floating cow head thing and like the moose Mountie character. Yeah, like that's like one of those deep cut cool Turtles comics. One of the reasons I asked about the Mark Friedman connection at this level is we were just looking at a page. It had Triceratons, it had Fugitoid, other characters that are toys very, very rapidly, and I was just wondering if that was like starting to be a thought in your minds or whatever, because like I feel like the comics never really reflected that kind of consumerish kind of thing. You guys were just doing your thing, but these things did become toys, and they look ready to go for it.
Well, I think what was fun is because again, I'm thinking about the timing here. Scratching my old brain is because as we reflected on last time was some of the Dark Horse miniatures that were being done around the time, the little lead figurines, where they actually did Triceratons and they did the harnesses and they did so many different characters that had evolved from the series. So the role-playing games were still ongoing, but that was sort of definitely overlapped into the Friedman discussion. But I think the Triceratons as toys and elements in the Archie comics and the entertainment, the toys and the cartoon shows came a bit later, because as the show became successful and popular, that there was a lot of going back and mining on some of those original ideas that and again I still reflect on one of the coolest bad guys ever created, which was the Triceratons. Thank you, Peter. It was such a great pain in the. You know what? And I tell you, just this is a quick digression. Is people will still ask me to do Triceratops sketches at conventions, and I have the hardest time because I could never get the freaking horns right. Because it was always like, if you turn the head just a certain way, you can sort of get the horns and then sort of the shape of the head. But I never got it down to a quick sketch that you could sort of.
I hear you. I still have problems with that myself.
Throughout this issue, and maybe even the next, there are things that will be coming up where I do wonder, like, do you leave this one to Pete because there's 10 Triceratons on this page, Finn, and it's just more efficient that way? Also, by the way, the thought balloon with Fugitoid with the square-shaped little circles kind of go into the brain. Excellent touch. You get chef's kiss for that. The ability to weave in B story where you're in, extraterrestrial environment. Now we're touching back down to Earthman, seeing where April is at the same moment in time. Really, really smart.
Really good storytelling, too, and something that, quite honestly, I see a lot of cartoonists today that don't seem capable of having a couple of threads going simultaneously. Or at least they choose not to, maybe, if they are capable. It's pretty impressive stuff to be doing as like an early work, and, no editor or anything to kind of push you in that direction. It seems like you guys have the mechanics of comics down very well.
Well, thank you.
If you liked it, then I did it. If you don't, it's funny. I would say, it's really cool, Pete. I was just looking at. I didn't realize we did those. I had forgotten we did those word balloons, and I don't think we used them beyond. But it's really cool that for some reason when we were doing the and Steve was doing the lettering at that time, that the word balloons were actually these square shapes with these kind of square thought balloons, because that was a big thing back in comics back in the day, was that a lot of exposition by mainstream writers who were often paid by the word, I think, would add lots of thought balloons and things to describe what was going on in the panel and what they were thinking. But no, that's kind of cool. I had forgotten about that. So yeah, that was definitely my idea.
Yeah, it's very expressive. Even as we go to like television commentators, they get a different treatment for their word balloon borders as well, and it just makes the visuals more exciting. It's a little more variety, and it makes clear who's speaking.
When you draw the television screens, would you call that Dark Knight television screens, or
100%?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think other people had done it before, but I think Frank Miller definitely used it to great effect for a storytelling device, and that was one of the things that I think when you touched on, because it was really, we were getting very detailed in our storylines. The Fugitoid was brought in officially. We were really exploring the bigger picture of the secret of the ooze, if you will, bringing in the Utroms and the race and the Triceratops backstory, and connecting a lot of really exciting dots for us, and that was part of the pacing of sort of, the turtles have been gone now for a period of time, from issue 4, where they were sent on the transmat into outer space, and so April's going back to New York because we want to sort of reflect us what's going on there as the Utroms have become more of a thing after the big blast, and we want to revisit April and what's going on. Telling these stories, we did them with what felt really good to us and what worked for us, and I've got no other.
I might feel real embarrassed if it's super obvious, but the name Chester and Chet comes up a lot, and I wonder, like, if that's an inside deal. I see you both smiling and laughing. Just curious what Chet is about. I see it in the background here. Chet's Toys shows up.
I'm not sure why, but for some reason the name Chet just made us laugh, and we stuck it in every place we could.
We were complete goofballs. There's no other reason, and I think it was by the time we did some revisitation to the origin story that we actually made the poor child holding the terrarium when the canister of ooze hit it. We named him Chet. Yeah. So for whatever reason, Chet made us laugh, and that was.
So now we're going Howard Cosell, Wide World of Sports, Muhammad Ali versus Superman, with Some color commentators.
Before we do that, can I just point out one small
Please.
detail on the previous page, page 14.
Yes.
Is in the one of the word balloons for the TV reporter. He mentions a Jim McNaughton, and I believe that's a call out to an old friend of Kevin's.
Yep, that is. I think because we may name the reporter Jim McNaughton, because I think he shows up in very early on page 7. But it was a call out. Thanks for mentioning it. It was when I was in high school, and I'm sure Pete can relate to this. We were called geeks, and not in the nice way that they are now referred to. So I used to sit with, it was Kevin Eastman, Jim McNaughton, and David Peabody. David Peabody was abnormally tall. Jim McNaughton was even taller for 7th grade, 8th grade. But we all loved comics. And so we'd sit in the lunchroom reading comics and talking about, becoming, following in the footsteps of, Jack Kirby's and so many other people that we inspired. So I did a number of early concepts and creations with Jim McNaughton, who, was the writer and I was the artist guy. So
would we see those collaborations in something like Gobbledygook?
No,
It's before that time.
It was before. Yeah, it was before that time. Because by the time we get to Gobbledygook, it was a lot of Pete and I were doing a lot more short stories and other stuff together, and other artists doing short stories. But thanks for bringing it up, Pete. I forgot when Jim was a character, but yeah, he was one of my buds from early on. Still lives in Maine, so.
Here's a cool nerdy thing that we can show off because we have the issue in the collection. Is you see the sound effect is not kind of colored in here, but it is in the printed original issue.
Interesting.
It's like there's a couple different versions of these Xeroxes going around, man. That's how these printers are getting them. So these crowd scenes, man. These crowd scenes. Is it a thing where the penciler who creates the composition, does the other guy go, you know what, you could ink that one too?
It's funny. I think there was still quite a bit of swapping around.
Yeah.
But I can see just below that panel, like the one you just pointed out with the giant, the large toothed dinosaur, which those look like Peter Laird teeth with maybe my guy with a number 12 shirt on or something. But then if you look at the panel right below, that to me looks like something Peter inked entirely by himself. But there was still a number of swapping around for these pages, especially when you get to some of the crowd scenes and things, because there were we never shied away from doing big scenes and making the big scenes, and I think that really harkens back to some early Kirby influences, which I always bring up, because he was a great master of establishing these big set pieces, which really brought you into the story. So I feel like,
Right.
we always try to capitalize on, if we could show you that they're in this massive place and there are thousands of people in there, it brings you into the story we're trying to tell. And but I think there was definitely still lots of swapping back and forth.
So epic.
That page 15 that we're looking at,
Yeah.
we're just looking at, I wanted to point out something here that I noticed when I was reviewing this a couple of days ago. There's that, on page 15, there's that, in the center of the top panel, the 3-sided arena for where they're going to have the battles.
Yeah.
If you go back to page 3, that 2-page spread, we actually had the foresight to include that asteroid ship in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh yeah, there it is. That's amazing. Yeah, that's good stuff, man.
Wow.
That's awesome. That was definitely my idea.
It's just an amazing sort of
No, that was fun.
Thing that you built where you get to just draw a bunch of cool monsters. You don't have to be precious because you're seeing them once, so you could go all out with that. This image right here, it makes me think of like the Cockrum X-Men cover where there's the battle. Is that an influence for this piece?
It was actually a lot of that was kind of a standard device used a lot of times when you would have say a large team up or crossover, say between X-Men and Teen Titans, or two. You see sometimes George Perez, and a lot of people do these sort of descending sort of lineups of these combatants coming in, and I think it was definitely inspired. A lot of people had done it before, and a lot of people that used it to great effect, and it was just it's just one of those things. I was watching, just flicking through channels the other night, and they had Braveheart was on, and there's a great. It's pretty typical that they would do that to show the epicness of a battle. They would show you this V-shaped perspective. You would start seeing the armies, the combatants on the furthest point away start clashing, and it would slowly come back until the last two were right in your frame when they met, and it just really gave you the epicness of it. So I think creatures of pop culture and media and those kind of things, we definitely were inspired by and leaned heavily on some of those great ideas. So
one of the beauties of the page count is that we're going to be able to get that schmoz, man. We're going to be able to get that fight and have that extended over some period of time. But making note of the Triceraton weapon, this brought me back because that was an accessory with the toy. It really was, man. And also it's a super cool design. That like double, like it pulls apart. That's hard, dude.
Yeah, for real. It's cool too to see them say, like on that previous page, let's go kick some ass. And it seems maybe quaint now, but that really meant something. In a day of like reading mostly Marvel and DC, it was cool to see that. Like this had that little bit extra violence of edge.
Yeah, we'll see some cool impalement, but like it's this kind of stuff that like the kids in class who had bigger brothers who knew the Mirage comics, because it was a game of telephone, they were like, the turtles say the F word, they chop off people's heads, but only in the black and white one. Like, you got to get those, man. Like, you see April naked, and it's like, what, really? Like and none of those things.
I showed April naked, or
no.
I don't think we used the F word unless it was Fugitoid. But
yeah, none of that ever existed. But that was the playground.
That's funny.
Gossip. Like, you got to get the black and white turtles. There's so much blood. And there's not even like that much blood.
It's great to see a page like this. Like once we get into the fighting, and it totally goes not Marvel in that like we're not going to have them doing 2 minutes of back and forth in each panel.
Right.
Like, this is a heated, fast, lots of action happening, and it feels like you guys are breaking rules that like I didn't have any Marvel DC books that had this kind of like let's just get into an intense fight that looks scary.
And also like if this is a Marvel book, there would be pathos on every panel, and you thought balloons and quips.
Yes.
And it's like, no, it's balls to the walls. We saw a Triceraton from the back. How tough are back muscles to freaking draw that shit? Man, it's so aggravating.
I would like to point out and give Kevin his due credit. This kind of fight scene that goes on for multiple pages, that was all his doing. Awesome layouts.
Thank you.
Well choreographed.
Still looks awesome. Decades later, it's still an awesome fight scene.
Yeah.
I think it was, again, to really harken back to the concept of, you had, Peter and I were in full control. So when we look at Bruce Lee movies, one of the coolest part of Bruce Lee movies was the fight scenes, and you wanted to see the whole fight scene. And then when we were fans of, say, Master Kung Fu, some of the early comics, Master Kung Fu, especially the Lacey issues and even some of the Gene Day stuff, it was there was some really good fight scenes, but they were, like you described pretty perfectly, they were very short, and there was a lot of times filled with exposition and thought balloons and things. And so when we could approach a scene like this, and we had characters using weapons in martial art, and we wanted to do the intensity, we could we had the ability to do a fight scene and extend it and make it work for us as an exciting storytelling device. It wasn't exposition. We had gotten you through, here we are, and here's the place, and here's the space, and here's the setup. And why would you shy away from really landing that knockout blow, so to speak, with doing a fight scene that really was fun to draw and had some intensity, because that's what made those scenes work, and the movies and things. And so yeah, that's fun. But thank you. It was these were great to do, and that was some of the stuff that we talked about early on, even with in some of the fight scenes, is perhaps we don't need all those sound effects in every scene, although we had sound effects, but you didn't have to go crazy. We didn't have to have them talking and bantering and little quips and things of like, well, here, take that, you little nugget. And just it was just sort of stuff you wanted to keep it straightforward as a storytelling device. And so
it feels like a Bruce Lee fight scene where like those things just happen rapidly. Like we're just watching movement, cause effect, moment, boom. When we get to the inevitable, sword impalement. And this ain't your Marvel comic. This ain't the clothing tent that Frank Miller had to do with Elektra. We could show some stuff. Mm-hmm. You guys are the bosses.
No, that was very, very lucky. And this was all growth and learning, and we were now approaching a couple hundred pages of storytelling that Pete and I had done together. So it was really a steady evolution of
I agree 100% with what Kevin just said. And just looking at that panel you were pointing out a couple of minutes ago, where the Triceratops is lunging forward, and Leo is stabbing him with his sword. It's pretty brutal when you really look at it closely, because he's not actually stabbing him; he's chopping his shoulder.
That's Outlaw Comics, baby.
It's great stuff, no doubt about it. The Masters of Kung Fu, as context, is a really nice insight as well, because that's one of those books that has also persevered. Long after it ran its course. Like I feel like people still revere that book, and it's cool to think about this fight scene kind of in that lineage of the great comic fight scenes.
Sure. And like we just saw the two stabbing weapons get their shine, and I think you guys do a great job in selling the wooden stick as being an effective tool, because like certainly as little kids it would always be like, well, I want the big freaking sword, like I'm afraid of the stick. And for those at home, if you play that first Nintendo video game, you get Donatello down to about half power, and he's the strongest Ninja Turtle. He could beat everybody with one hit.
Yeah, it's great seeing these weapons break down. That feels like some real stakes, like, hey, this is dangerous, because we saw the Psy break earlier in the fight scene too.
No, it's some good stuff.
and more choreography here, man, like commandeering like the sort of the camera ship. And
that was it's funny because and that's the fun about the creation of the story, if you will, is that and we've seen it, both Peter and I have seen it done to lesser successful effect, if you will. If you put your character into a situation, you have to also get them out of that situation to continue the story. So it was sort of there was some thought of like, okay, we're getting him in, how do we get him in out of the scene? And sometimes there's we definitely from time to time would lead on the science and the magic of comics, if you will, but there was also with definitely careful thought discussion, we discussed a lot of the stuff, and to make sure that it worked for if it was logical to us, if we believed it, then it certainly helped. Nudge nudge, wink wink kind of thing. So it had to work.
we're coming up to page 30 here, and I'm thinking about a conversation that we had on the channel with Eric Larson a couple of weeks ago, where he had actually maybe some regret when it came to Savage Dragon about not adhering to like the 22 page format that comics typically would have at that time, and so that he could put it out on like a kind of more regular basis. Did you guys ever have those thoughts about this? Because it could have been, certainly Turtles was running high. You guys were doing super well, and I remember like there's always the formula that you guys talk about. If we do this, every X amount of months, if we sell this many, we could live. But if you cut these issues in half, they are the size of a comic and could have come out more frequently. So do you have any thoughts about that?
I don't know if we ever really seriously discussed it at length or whatever. It just always felt this is a good length for the comics that we wanted to create. It allowed us a lot of breathing room for storytelling.
Yeah.
Yep, agree, 100%. I think it was, we kind of set this pattern in motion, and we were happy with it. I think sometimes, slugging it out in the trenches the way we needed to draw them, draw all the pages and fit everything in. But that was the dream. That's what we wanted. So it wasn't this sort of like, it wasn't one of those be afraid of what you wish for. It's like that's what we really wanted to. This is what we wanted to do. So.
And it just seemed like, given the stories we wanted to tell, that length of comics, that 38 to 40 pages, was what we worked best with.
Yeah, just fantastic as a reading experience, man. Really appreciated it as readers, for sure. The Prime Leader gets held hostage, man, held captive. He's a bargaining chip for the TMNT to get their butts back home.
Also trading some of the ninja weapons for some guns.
Yeah, dude, we're going sci-fi with it, man. But our Prime Leader, he ain't gonna be long for this world as they turn a corner, and those minions, those Triceraton minions, they're taking the shock and awe approach.
That's true.
And they light up their dude. He's done, gone. These are some badass poses, man.
For a lot of the inspiration was for sure. Obviously, we touched on it last time a little bit too. Was just our mutual respect and passion and appreciation of Star Wars. And so I think doing a lot of the stuff we really wanted to do that. And I've still got a photograph here somewhere. Pete Laird actually made a stormtrooper outfit when he was at Mass, which is quite awesome and impressive. But I think some of mixing both our loves for sort of the martial arts aspect and all things George Lucas and Star Wars and what we loved about that, Star Trek and so on. It was great to be able to do that.
There's definitely a lot of Star Wars influence.
Sure. We could end the story part with a tone that we kind of talked about earlier with the reprint of issue number 5. You drop the tones off of your guys here, and it creates that illumination, some luminosity that something is happening right there, as we get our turtles out of Triceraton land.
Right. There's also I can see that we tried to enhance that effect by inking those figures very lightly.
Yeah. Would this big Faz be Steve Levine, or did you guys draw that in there?
Good question.
It was definitely, my opinion is it was definitely in the layout, but it was because we really wanted to separate the two worlds, and I would say for sure that the incredibly detailed effect you see of them disappearing was definitely drawn by Peter. I feel like I can 100% confirm that whole transparency of them being transported out of that scene. But it was to showcase we were getting, say, at least comfortable, but maybe even a bit creative with the use of the duo shade. And so that we'd look at a scene like this and go, well, the scene in the center will be without tones and it'll have this specific effect. And then beyond that, we'll do it like we normally did and then add the tones. And so it really would help you create a a 3D effect as we were again quite comfortable in this black and white universe that the turtles existed in. It was just I don't know. I felt like home. Feels like it was a good place, a good space.
So check this out with the conclusion. We're promoting Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #7 with an on-sale date of March 30th, 86. So when we saw that indicia, like, if anything, we're at like January 86 when this thing comes out. Maybe even 85, December, something like that, man. But you guys, you got the Mundan's Bar backup story in Grim Jack 26. I think there's a collection of a bunch of those, man. I'm not sure if the Turtles are strip is in that one, man.
I
But
have
that's worth
that. I
checking
have
out.
that Grimjack Turtles.
Yeah, me too. We got the Richard Corbin thing being called out as being a full color deal. Was he hard to find? Like, he's notoriously reclusive. Kevin, do you remember how you connected with Corbin? Because he also states that you guys were an influence on the second part of his self-publishing career.
In short, I was introduced to Richard Corbin initially through Heavy Metal Magazine, some of the early issues with his Den project, much like another underground artist. And some of those early issues was, Von Bodie and some others sort of mixed in with the introduction of, guys like Mobius and Belial and other, the Schweetjen brothers, things that came in through heavy metal. And it was kind of in and around the same time I had before meeting Pete and around meeting Pete, and during that time I'd actually was lucky enough to make a couple trips into Boston because we didn't have many comic book stores where I lived in Maine, and found some underground comics, and I bought some early Richard Corbin underground self-published comics, and on a whim I and actually, as a funny aside, through Pete's good friend Norman Whitty, years later, I bought tons and tons of more Richard Corbin comics, which I still have over there. And actually, that's the cover for Richard Corbin's painting he did for Peter and I for the reprint of issue 2 on the wall of Treasure. But I had found some of his Fantagore self-published books, and I wrote him a letter and just said, "Hey, I'm a big fan," and so he was very reclusive, but he and his wife Donna I got to know a bit over the years, and a lot of times she would write letters back for Richard, much like Roz Kirby would do for Jack. Some of the wonderful letters we got from the Kirbys were penned by Roz, kind of thing. So we just started trading notes, and when he unfortunately answered my letters, then I got more brazen and eventually asked him to work on some stuff, and he agreed. And it was it's always a curious thing where they have that old adage where sometimes you should be afraid to meet your heroes because sometimes it's disappointing. Corbin wasn't. He was very shy and reclusive, and I totally get it because I was that kind of kid. But then you compare it also to Pete and I meeting Jack Kirby, who was just every bit of the legend that he was always. He just was the legend. He just loved his fans, and he was so very kind to us and very nice, and just was, it was amazing.
Check out this spread right here. Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just make the comment that. And I think Kevin will agree with this, is that collaboration he had with Corbin was kind of a dream come true for him.
Yep. It was. Yep.
Yeah, so cool that you can make that happen. We're looking at a spread here, advertising Gizmo #2, the Dark Horse miniatures, and not affiliated with Dark Horse Comics. That was something that I was always curious about as a kid. Like, was that how Dark Horse got their seed money to become a publisher? The little pewter figures or whatever, and you see, man, there's a Triceraton, there's a Fugitoid Casey Jones built into there. So Mirage is growing. We're pointing toward issue #8 with the TMNT meets Cerebus, the Aardvark issue that is forthcoming. That'll be exciting to talk about.
Sure. I'd like to point out, just as a funny aside, is I love the miniatures ad. It always cracks me up because not only because we had these miniatures and we were buying some and selling them obviously through the thing, and Dark Horse was releasing them through hobby stores, but Pete hand drew all those all those little because we there was no way to sort of photograph the
Right.
miniatures to actually show them what they look like. And so Pete took it on himself to literally hand draw, take the lead figures and then hand draw them so we could use them in the different sets for sale.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's like the few times that you would get to see Joe Kubert draw Batman or something would be for some Mego figures or something. It's like carrying that tradition. This is a cool piece, man. The Jack Kirby petition that you guys got put in the back there, man. Big talk at the time. Give Kirby back his artwork.
It seemed like a no-brainer to us.
Yeah.
That they should do that.
And of course, please return it to a Comics Journal. So like, Uncle Gary just likes to needle Marvel Comics. Like no matter the cause, just.
Well, it's like it's funny. Is I've actually have gotten to know Gary and I've done interviews with him and talked to him numerous times over the time. And when I have the chance, because we've gotten to be quote unquote friendly, I've been able to needle him and is absolute hands down bona fide 100% denial of the success of the Turtles. He never wanted to refer to it as successful. He never wanted to refer to it as a thing, an icon, a creator-owned property, and the champion of getting Jack Kirby's artwork back, which we were all in tune with, and Kirby himself had even said in discussions with him that he said, "Look, kids, kid, I know, it was the nature of the business at the time. We didn't like it, but we had put a roof over our head and we fed our families, and that was the nature of the business. We had our little studios and our sub studios and the Eisner Iger and Simon Schuster and all these guys that were providing content for a wide variety of outlets. He just said, we knew what it was. We didn't like it and it was unfair. And when it came to the recognition that we were all starting to enjoy because of what these pioneers had created for us, we, Pete and I, of course, were very, 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 very adamant that it's just not fair. And you need to give this legend his artwork back. You need to give him the credit that he's due. We're here because of what he's done and what he's given us for imagination and inspiration. And so, yeah, we were very, very adamant, but it was, and so Gary was one of the people that did help lead the charge. And you had a lot of people like Frank Miller and so many others that, felt the same way, working within, actually like literally speaking out about their bosses, saying, guys, come on, comics aren't for 12-year-olds and under anymore. They're for adults and this, and, also creators' rights and creator ownership. And, for the love of God, respect this guy that helped build this universe and these people that helped build this universe. And so, yeah, we were all very passionate and very lucky to help in any way we could during that time period.
And for the people who at home who might not exactly know the score, Marvel, quote unquote, they kept the artwork, but it would show up at conventions and people were selling it. Jimmy and I got hold of these Super Graphics Steranko catalogs that were selling original art, and they're selling Kirby stuff in there for like $30, $40, stuff that did not pass through, unethically sourced Jack Kirby artwork that has created a market for itself that he had no participation in. So there was definitely shenanigans being done.
I think it was stolen, and I think, I might be wrong, but I thought, Pete, you had actually bought a couple pages early in the day and actually mailed them back to the Kirbys because you felt it was.
I didn't actually mail them back. I offered to, and they said, no, you keep them.
That's right. Yeah. But I remember that it was one of those things that you bought them because you loved them.
Yeah.
But also it's like when you knew that they were stolen, you definitely said, I would like to return these to you. And it's classic.
There, every now and then too, you go to a dinner or something and the guy might have an original art collection and there will be like, you could tell there's a frame here. You can tell there's a frame over here. There's a blank space right there. Mm-hmm. And these guys, it's often a Kirby or a Ditko or something that they take down while guests are at the house because it's It's, what do you call it? It's stealing to me, but you can't go to jail for it.
Right. Starting to publish other titles
Yes.
now. How does that come about? What's that like?
Especially this fella, Tony Bascalito, however you say it.
Silicato.
Yes, I only know him from this work.
Mm-hmm.
So where does he come from?
I think we met him when we were living in Connecticut, and I can't remember exactly how that came about. Did we meet him at a convention, Kevin? Do you remember?
I feel like that I would assume that we probably met him at a show or maybe a small signing and things. We were doing lots of little drive to promotional events, and we might have met him at something there. And I think that we ended up inviting him up to visit us in Sharon at that time early on, to where I believe I'm pretty sure that's where he presented us with he had a number of puppets, and I think we might have bought one or two, but also he presented us with the turtle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's fun. Wait, was that the turtle that Friedman used?
Yes.
Oh, that is extra cool, man.
Wow.
So check out the Turtle Power documentary. This is the sort of prototype that Friedman talks about, driving to Playmates toys in different places, showing it off as like, look at what this thing can be. Also noteworthy of this dude's art is that he's also using duotone, but he's using that Howard Chaykin American flag duotone board that has the pebbly texture.
Yep. Want to point out one thing really quickly. Mark Friedman never returned that.
We need to start the petition.
Yeah. No, but I think the choice of the American flag dual shade was also we loved the extra gray tones and the different levels of tonality in the book. So when we decided to do Prime Slime Tales through some of his work, and eventually teamed him up with Jim Lawson, I think it inked some of his stuff. We thought it'd be great to utilize the duo shade, but a different pattern, just to give it a bit more depth.
It's duo shade is part of the Mirage Studios brand. When these other fellas start drawing Turtles comics and it has the duo shade stuff on it, look at any other companies, Caliber Press, like they're not using duo shade like that. There might be a guy, Tim Bradstreet might pop up or something.
Right.
Yeah, but like the duo shade is part of the legacy, man. And Peppers and who is that? Peppers and Sather?
Gator, I think.
Do the pinup? Is this more just convention people that you meet?
Or maybe through the mail. I can't recall exactly. But I think that was a nice pinup.
It was a nice pinup. We were getting, I think you're right, Pete. I think we were getting lots of wonderful, we had, the post office box, and we were getting lots of nice letters that we were using in the letters pages, and people would send pinups, and we might have even asked potentially for pinups in one of the letters pages maybe, and said, hey, if you got a turtle pinup, send it, and we'll use it for the inside back cover, which was a fun way to promote other
actually, on the inside front cover of this book, this issue's pinup page features the work of Jeff Gaither and Willie Peppers.
Nice.
Willie Peppers is a great name. Sounds like a baseball player. You guys, like, there would be pinups, man. I'm blanking on the dude's name. Mark Panacea. Mark Panacea, or I don't know how you pronounce it, but he becomes, it's got an early TMNT pinup, and then like he was the Broad X editor when I was doing X-Men Grand Design, and that might be his first published work or something. Super cool seeing that stuff. Want to thank you guys for joining us for this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle number 6 conversation. I know that it's con season, so Kevin, let the people know what the schedule is so that they can come meet you.
Oh, sure. Yep. We're you can always go to kevineastmanstudios.com, and we list the events. This weekend we're going to be in South Carolina, and then 2 weeks into amazing Las Vegas show. So we're as we're heading towards we put a few more shows in than normally we do this year, but we're also heading towards 2024, which is a big anniversary for us. 40 years, Pete.
Holy cow.
I know. So
That's beautiful.
Hard to believe.
yeah.
Peter, I went to go see the Super Mario movie, and they had a trailer for the TMNT flick that Seth Rogen or whatever's putting together. And there's this one part where their characters are moving across, and I think there's like maybe it's a hotel. There's a neon sign that says the Laird or something. That was pretty fun to see.
I saw that.
Do you? Yeah, Kev, go ahead.
Oh no, I say I saw that too. I thought that was awesome, but I've heard through people that Mr. Rogan is a big fan of all things turtles, and I thought it was funny. I thought it was a really clever. I like the whole, thing about the ooze kind of rolls off your tongue. I don't know. It seemed because I really enjoyed the animation take on the Welcome to the Spider-Verse and some of the other things. So I don't know. It just seems super fun and clever, and I can't believe that you're coming up on 40 years that we're seeing a new movie, and I think this one should be. I say this politely, a lot better than some of the other versions. Looks pretty fun.
It's evergreen stuff, like there was my turtles and my main, my closest siblings. I have a sister who's 18 years younger. She has her turtles. I have a niece who has the Nickelodeon turtles. Like every couple of years, man, you get a full new audience for this stuff. It's remarkable. Peter, do you have any places you want to send the Cartoonist Kayfabe audience? Any social media that you want to promote or anything?
I don't have anything at the moment. I'm not doing any shows or signings as far as I know so far.
Well, how about you join us for a conversation with Ninja Turtles #7?
Well, yeah, that is true. We are going to do that. I think
Before we get started with issue 7, we cut you off a little early. Peter, ask Kevin the question that you wanted to ask him on the record.
Okay, this is perhaps a multi-part question. Kev, I was looking through Fugitoid the other night, this wonderful book, and a couple of things occurred to me. We did all the Fugitoid stuff before we started doing the Turtles, and so by the time the Turtles came around, we had I think 34 or 35 pages of Fugitoid art and story. And as you know, in fact, we're discussing this. We dovetailed the Fugitoid with the Turtle adventures, and it occurred to me that the outer space adventure that we had the Turtles have in those early issues had something to do, if I'm remembering correctly, with the fact that we had these 33 or 34 pages of Fugitoid stuff that we completely finished, and we didn't want it to go to waste. Do you remember that being an element of why we took the Turtles out into outer space, that we planned, that we wanted to make sure we didn't waste that material that we had created for Fugitoid?
What I love about hindsight is it's always 2020. But when you said that, what immediately popped into my mind was this, which was when we would have conversations about this kind of stuff. It was sort of very spontaneous, and it was one thing led to another, which led to another, which sort of was this Tetris game of like blah 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 blah, and then so it might have been a combination of everything you said, and that that when we started the Fugitoid, which you said 100% correctly, it was pre Turtles, and it was designed as poster comics. And I think we touched on it before. Was when you look at those early chapters, it was the front page, and you fold it over and you open it up to this thing. So when you look at the chapters, and I think there's, like you said, 4 or 5 chapters, probably 5, that end up with that that similar layout with the
Right.
with the spread on the end. And then I think it was around the time of discussions of the Utroms coming into play, the origin of the ooze,
Mhm.
our love of Star Wars. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if we took them out of space? And it was like, hey, if we took them into space, we could also bring Fugitoid into the mix. And so I think it was just this wonderful combination of happy accidents.
Yeah.
That was a nice evolution of, oh my goodness, because we love Fugitoid. It was our first creation. Great to bring him into the Turtle universe, and it'd be great to this. We have all this work done, and it was just a really neat vehicle to tie that character into our bigger picture universe, and also play in George Lucas land. To go to Star Wars and do that kind of stuff. So I do think it was. I feel like it was that. It was a number of fun conversations and happy accidents that led to that all coming together the way it did. And I had said before, I still love the fact that just about every version of the Turtles that's been done since the early days in entertainment is pretty much included Fugitoid, which has been awesome.
Well, that's cool. That's pretty much the way I remember it as well.
Good.
And I want to say that I had not looked at the Fugitoid comic for a number of years. And I was really taken with the fact that when you look at the stuff that we did together, you can, and you compare it to, say, issue 1 of the Turtles, you can really see our separate hands much more clearly in Fugitoid than in the first issue of the Turtles. And it's kind of amazing, actually, that by the time we did that first issue of the Turtles, we had already figured out somehow of blending our work so that, in large part, you can't tell the difference. You can't tell, except for certain specific things, panels and so forth. You can't really tell who did what. And I just wanted to point out that it really is interesting to see the way the artwork looks in Fugitoid compared to that first issue of the Turtles.
Down the road, we should look through that with you guys if you're still game to hang out and have these chats with us.
Sure.
Before we really jump into the issue, another thing you mentioned, the Utrons, and one of the things that I was curious about, like when you guys were doing this, because as a kid who comes at it much later and sees Krang on TV, it's always a brain, like a brain character. But did you guys, when you're designing it, did you design that? Is it a brain design? Because I feel like it doesn't play up the braininess. It's a more of this moundy thing. So like, how do you see, what is the Utrom? Is it a brain character?
Well, speaking for myself, I see it as a creature that has a sort of look of a brain with tentacles and a mouth and eyes.
Yeah.
But not actually a brain.
Right.
I don't know, Kevin, you feel differently about that.
No, I agree. No, I think it was it was another one of those happy accidents, and the not only the creation of the design of the Utroms was Peter's, but the exoskeletons that they lived in was a total concept that Peter designed those robots, and it was just one of those, who the freak knows where we saw something maybe in a bad movie called Critters, or we saw this thing and said, hey, wouldn't it be funny if these guys were like this? It'd be like this crazy, little squishy thing. And of course they would have to hide on Earth. And so disguise themselves. And it's like, you look in, I think as we get into some of the origin of them here, you see the guy sweeping the floor in a store, and he's got this shifty look on his face, and he's an Utrom. He's the exoskeleton with this thing. And I think it was just really fun. I don't know. It was just sort of this, again, we liked the idea, and that's all that really mattered. And that was the fun part.
You guys established. Go ahead, Peter.
If memory serves, I think the whole brain idea came about in the first animated series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we mentioned Peter Chung before. Like he designed a lot of that stuff. Like he designed that version of the body and that April O'Neil and some of those other elements, man.
Thanks for sharing that too, because honestly, you know, I had forgotten that, and being a fan later of a lot of Peter Chung's work and stuff, but I had forgotten that he had some involvement in those early days of doing that kind of stuff. That was neat to see some of those sketches and some of the stuff that he brought to bear.
Yeah, kind of tongue in cheek. We interviewed him a couple of weeks back, and he was kind of tongue in cheek. We asked him, "Did you work for Murakami Wolf? Was it a freelance thing?" And he was like, "Yeah, I worked for Murakami Wolf." And he was like, "I felt so bad for the toy company to spend so much money on this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like it wasn't gonna go anywhere." Like that was like his thought at the time or something like that, and he was laughing because he was so clearly wrong on it, man. But we were taking a look at the storyboards for that opening scene and had him talk about his choices and things. Pretty cool. Got a classic Kirby opener, dude, from the 70s era. Splash page, double page spread, used to incredible freaking effect right here, man. Selling the scale. You established the TCRI building a couple issues back, probably issue 4. That's a complex structure, and now we got to see it at a bunch of different angles.
Right.
If it was a Piscor rug production and Jimmy came up with a building like that, I'd be like, all right, Jimmy, you're drawing that building in all those angles.
No, it's funny. I was I don't want it to sound like a digression, but I talked to this artist once, and he'd show me this design for the spaceship that he had drawn for this particular scene of comics. Honestly, it was Bob Burden, Flaming Carrot, and he's a wacky guy. I adore him as a complete nut job. But he had designed this really intricate spaceship that the Mystery Men or some allies of the Mystery Men are going to use in the Flaming Carrot comics, and it was great. But then I said, "But that's not the ship you use in the comic." He goes, "No, I didn't want to redraw it in every panel." So he came up with this really lame-looking simple ship that he could redraw. Instead of doing something really cool, he did something lame because it was easy to redraw. And I always felt that when Peter and I would imagine these scenes, and we never shied away from, if you're going to go big, go all the way in. If you want to show a scene like this, we didn't let the fact that, like, oh shit, we have to draw it now. That was an after effect that we grumbled about maybe later, going like, oh my God, I have to draw more people in the scene. But it was story first, and sort of, we needed to show that to make the rest of the story work, which is a lot more intimate and close up. So I don't know, I love that. We never shied away from that stuff.
You guys sell the lighting, like just the brightness of what's happening up there with these very strategic duo shade, like using is that the dark value? Yeah, I guess there is some of the dark value. Yeah, it is the dark value to just really give you that contrast. You got white, you got the darkest gray at your disposal, and it feels bright.
Yes.
Yep.
So good.
Definitely a Ghostbusters, before the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man shows up scene.
Totally. And there's even some good attention to scale too, man, where you have these super tiny figures, and then the figures on the roof have to be a little bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Tough drawing. You guys are kicking ass. Because like even these Terminator, like these robot designs, like that completely goes with what you were saying earlier, Kevin, about like, it's not as simple a design. And now you're drawing 5 of them on a page.
And for the entire whole rest of the fight scene, they continue for the whole rest of the issue.
Yeah.
But that's,
incredible. I mean, it's literally everything in the kitchen sink, man. You got dinosaurs, robots, turtles. How could you not love this goddamn comic, Jimmy? Little formal play right here with the Dutch angle, with the Dutch angle lettering.
Getting Steve involved.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's Jim McNaughton again.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Jim's back.
He's the resident talking head, man.
He's the reporter. Yeah. No, that's what a fun issue. And
it's a great part of the comic too, because you got the turtles, you got the Utrons, you got the Triceratons, and you don't know the dynamics. Is it the Turtles versus all of these guys? Like, what is the deal? How about that punch, dude? With the head clear off,
Fantastic.
with the gizmos and shit coming out, man. You feel that energy.
Thank you, Jack Kirby.
Which
Yeah,
page are you on page 7?
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I think what do we? I remember at some point, and what I remember that page with the Triceratops punching the robot's head off, was there was some comic, and you might remember, maybe not, but I think we both laughed about it. There was something Kirby did where the superhero punched a bad guy in the head, and he punched it through the wall. So it was like there was a wall, and he punched the whole guy's head goes into the wall, and he was so stuck there. And we just thought that was classic Kirby. You know, it's like he punched it so hard his whole head went through the wall. And,
There's
you
a
know,
lot of words on these pages. It makes me think that like you guys get it all in here because we're going other places next issue.
there was a lot to cover, and it was
Yeah.
really, you know, I think because some of it might have been, I think some of the writing might have been like that in part for maybe a little bit of catch up
Right.
from maybe what happened in the previous issue, but also the exposition of what had happened to when they were beamed out and brought back and stuff. So I think we just really needed to us, and I think that's sort of the, I guess I call it story first kind of approach, where you know a lot of that stuff was written and done to satisfy us.
Right.
It made sense to us as a story, which you know hopefully would translate as best we could, even with you know comic book science and logic at times, but needed to work as best we could make it work and wanted it to work.
At this point, this story is it's continuing from previous issues. So were you thinking about like it's somebody's first issue of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Gotta make sure that's welcome to a new reader also.
I don't remember ever consciously thinking that way. Maybe unconsciously, but definitely not consciously.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, I think it was some of that kind of thing came later. You know, it would seem like I'm saying Marvel Comics and DC it became, you know, as they were getting up into the 100s and even approaching 200s. I remember, you know, Jack Kirby coming back to Captain America just before issue 200 of Captain America and things like that. So I think it was a mechanism where sometimes they would recap Captain America's origin leading into part of a story, and it's still done today as an effect. But for some reason, I think we didn't really do that as much. We were still letting it evolve. We didn't feel like you needed to know all of that. You know, if you're into the issues and buying the issues, great. And I think comic stores back then often had bigger. The best part of a comic store back in the early days was back issue bins.
I agree. In fact, that I was just going to say that we were operating in a time when if somebody had not gotten to the store and bought the last couple of issues and they were reading this one and were really intrigued by it, they could probably go back to the comic store and get those missing issues. Unlike when Kevin and I were kids, you got your comics off the rotating rack in the drugstore, and that was it. Yeah. You know, if you wanted the last 3 issues, you were basically out of luck.
Yep, it's so true. It's you know, it's funny is I even occasionally I'll look at the whoever is one of the main writers on, say, The Big Bang Theory, which often will show the guys in the comic store looking through this back issues bin. And it's a device for them to converse and exposition for the story, but it's just funny because that kind of thing really hasn't existed for a long time. But I love that it was a throwback to what Pete just said, not to repeat, but it was if you wanted a back issue of something, you know, it was either the comics buyer's guide for maybe buying it on, you know, just mail away for it if you couldn't find it in local comic stores. And sometimes on New Comic Days, Pete and I and some of the guys would go to multiple comic stores in the same day just for looking for something, and just as a hangout day between all the guys doing stuff together.
Real estate's pretty cheap here in Pittsburgh, and thankfully, luckily, we still have that culture pretty well represented here in town. Man, we got the back issue bins, but they are thinning. You know, they are thinning. When I revisit them, they're not replenishing those Nexus comics that got sold. You know, one of the great pieces about the comics medium are these silent moments like this, where no words on the page. This kind of battle can communicate. You have no idea what the passage of time is. This could be like but a glimpse of a 10-minute battle. When you introduce words, it cuts that moment down into a unit of time. Maybe the length of saying the word ha or something. But then you have like a moment like that where you linger on that, and it just you gotta drink that in.
And I just want to point out once more, this is the genius of Kevin Eastman.
It's
These layouts are amazing.
It's great storytelling instincts. Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. I love seeing the turtles' expressions too, because you don't even have eyebrows to give those eyes some kind of emotional expression, but you still figure out a way to do it here. It's probably the first time we've seen them in this kind of like, not a squinty like fight badass eyes.
And it's an important big moment. It's the first Splinter we've gotten in about 3 issues.
Yeah.
It was a big moment in the story, and that was, sometimes in it's interesting. From time to time, people have come up at shows and gone, "Hey, I remember when you did these particular panel or this particular page in issue number, XYZ, and it was great that how you really conceived, foretold, and forethought, and really shadowed this and this and this and this aspect, and what you covered just in this moment before you were doing this and this." And I was like, and if you could see me, it'd be a big WTF above my head question mark going, yeah, that's exactly right. We meant to do that.
It was all planned.
It was all planned.
I didn't take it there, man. But like, there is the Joseph Campbell stuff that is like the reunification, where like you have your group, you split them off, you bring them together. But the conceit of Joseph Campbell is that he himself observed all of these disparate stories and boiled it down to like these essentials that just happen to be coincidentally connected amongst all the most important stories of all of human history. So it's like there's this like built-in thing that we have as humans, and there's that instinctual part that just resonates with us.
Well, for many years, I thought Joseph Campbell was the guy that made the soup.
Yeah.
No, so much of that stuff was really just instinctual. It's just sort of for Pete and I, we wrote the moments and created the moments that we liked, and I feel like we can honestly say we didn't ever sort of say, hey, if we did this, I think the fans would find that really interesting.
Right.
It was more like the stories that were being written were ones that we liked and we enjoyed, and having those kind of moments were things that we liked about films and pop culture and all the comics, and so when you set up that moment, it was again, I've read Joseph Campbell, and I love his philosophy and on this kind of stuff, but it was sort of me, by the time I read that book, it was analysis on reflecting back on movies that I'd seen in the past and say, oh, well, that makes sense how that connects. But it's something that was not read beforehand. And we, like Pete said quite comically and appropriately, is that we planned all that because we just went with what we liked. And that was very, it completely proves our absolute genius and brilliance.
One of the things that I love about this issue, with the sort of world knowing that TCRI building has some shady stuff going on, and I remember this from the first time I read it as a kid, where like the television of the day and a lot of pop culture, when you would be introduced into a world, it was a world of secrets that the world didn't know about, that like, okay, just, Mulder and Scully are dealing with this, but the outer world like doesn't know about this stuff. Or just the fact that the turtles exist, that's like April knows, nobody else. the mere fact that everybody knows that this TCRI building is shady, when it was introduced as like a secret to the Turtles, where they were like, this is weird, to make it an epic thing that like the New York at large is dealing with, was different than a lot of pop culture that was done at that time, for sure. Just a note, just an observation.
Well, Pete, do you think it was because I know we both love those early Fantastic Four comics, and all I can remember is like that crowd gathered below the Baxter Building, going, "Oh my goodness, what's going on up there?" Everything goes back to Kirby, man. I'm sorry. It's just
So true.
And
so true.
It's such an epic deal too, man. That there are like 4-star generals on the ground there, who like General Patton is there, trying to deal with some things, man.
It's great to cut in and out of the building too, to get both perspectives of the people on the street that are trying to figure it out, and now we cut back to the Turtles because they're sort of in a different, but they're in a state of peril, and it's great to go back and forth. That cross-cutting's really good for story, as a reader.
We're doing a lot of catch up on this spread here with Splinter giving the Turtles a scoop of like what life was like when they were split up. A lot of words on this page, and I think of like the Orzechowski lettering on a Chris Claremont X-Men that would have maybe double the freaking words, and he would have to have such a small kind of point size for his hand style, his font, if you will. The mere fact that Levine has a pretty broad size Ames guide set up to give these letters a lot of space, and it makes them more readable. It makes it a more enjoyable reading experience than the squat, tiny, squint your eyes Tom Orzechowski lettering on a comparable like Chris Claremont page. It does cut into drawing space, but as a reading experience, man, it's good.
Well, I think because Pete always worked on the final strip before lettering, and I think even after, we'd have discussions, and then there'd be the layout process, and then by the time when would actually approach doing some of these panels, there would be a bit of that making sure that there was room for what we wanted to say, text wise, and then still room to get the right visual across. So it was definitely a lot more careful consideration for what we needed for exposition and what we needed to tell in the text portion, because it was considerable. And I think that, as much as you look at those text blocks and you go, oh, but I think for people that love to read and read these books, that was exciting, because in that, it was in the middle of the story where you're showing pages with a lot less text, but it's the action sequences where you don't need extraneous dialogue and information that sometimes would be thrown into, say, more mainstream comics. But when you got to the pieces that needed to cover very specific things, we needed to have that text and that part of the story told to make it all come together. So yeah, it was
would it be Kevin Eastman layout past a Steve Levine letter and then pencil? Like what was the procedure?
No, we would pencil it first.
Okay.
I think it's probably worth pointing out that Steve is really kicking butt on lettering in this issue.
Absolutely.
totally.
Yeah, he's grown leaps and bounds from like issue 5, which no, that's Kevin Eastman lettering. There would be like here it is, like the Ames guide's kind of going all over the place a little bit. In 2 issues, he's fully there. I mean, he's got good bolds. What we know to be Steve Levine lettering is here. Here goes our shady janitor Utron with the shifty eyes.
No, that was that was you could see a lot of things connecting there, and it was we were getting better at all of those elements, because you're looking at, we're coming up on probably I'd guess around 300 pages of storytelling.
I'll tell you, man, you're on page 276 of the big compilation. So there's just some of the micro series in here and stuff. But yeah, that's a good number, real close to 300.
So I think there was definitely a steady evolution of us learning more about the craft. Again, we were the writers, the editors, the artists, but also is that Chet?
It's Chet.
Or-
You're
Chet.
okay, Chet. And you make him a real punk too, because he's got like such a curly, like Richard Simmons-ish kind of hair. Like it's a young boy who's his only friends are the turtles, probably that he had in the fishbowl. I can see
So
that.
it's so funny because it looks like he's like, Chester, look out, huh? And he's like, my turtles as a TCRI canister, and then it looks like his father when he says, "You okay, Chet? Sorry about your turtles. Guess they wouldn't have survived that fall.
Right, let's just rub it in.
Don't worry, we'll get you some new ones, okay?" And Chet's crying, but his father is obviously Jim Gordon from Batman. But no, that was yeah, no, it's funny because even looking at this issue was it's pretty interesting because when you're looking at these blocks of exposition and what's being built and told, I think Peter and I had pretty much decided that we wanted to wrap up this storyline that started in the epilogue of issue 3, and you kind of went all the way through that. Everything to wrap up everything, we needed to connect all the dots. Which included, here's the secret of the ooze, if you will. Here's the Utrom backstory. Fugitoid, we even recover. It's funny, we just talked about this. We recover the turtles' origin as how it specifically dovetails into the TCRI canister, the ooze. So it's sort of the Utroms being the creators of the ooze that actually created the turtles, which fully connects them. So it was a lot of turtle universe connecting the dots, if you will, and building that foundation, which honestly is the structural foundation that's been used again for probably every version of the turtles since. But it all really came, together in this issue, where it's all makes sense and everything fits, and yeah, that's it's pretty astonishing. I forget because that's I've always loved issue 7. And it was I loved them all. Don't get me wrong, but it was just sort of one of those I had forgotten until we go back and do these moments where we go, yeah, that was really there was a lot that went into that issue as far as big turtle universe structural stuff.
Seeing you guys get more and more comfortable with the duo shade is evident on every single page. And one of my favorite things that I see you guys do at strategic times, usually got a heavy light source right here, but you'll do double lighting with the duotone. And what that would entail is it's counterintuitive to like when you're a little kid and you're learning shading, where it's like, here's the light source, and then you go light to dark, where the darkest is the furthest away. But on like a double lit surface, the darkest point is actually closest to the lightest point. So you hit the edge of the duotone with the darkest gray, and then you have the lighter value away from it, and it creates that 3D illusion that is just, it really sings in duotone when that goes down. And it's not needed always because there's not such a harsh light pointing at them, but you guys are always on it whenever it's time.
It's a tricky thing, and again, he was the one that introduced the opportunity for the duo shade to be brought into these, and I loved it. And I still, even to this day, when I still use it, I tend to overuse it, which is a bit frustrating for me because I do look back at some of the stuff that we're doing in some of these pages, as you pointed out, which you're right, there was it was a lot more delicate, and there was a more specific use of it without being overused. Because I do tend to, when I've actually used it recently for some package designs and some other stuff. For NECA's doing these really wonderful Mirage Studios based characters, So I've done some new illustrations just for the packaging using the dual shade, and I tend to use it like watercolors, in that, laying too much of the lighter tone down, and then and then putting the dark in for shadowing without letting the white of the paper come through, and using it more of a highlight, and then that three-tone light, medium, dark sort of thing. It's I'm pointing out one of my own frustrations, but I love that you pointed out, because I think it was done to some really great effect in this issue, the way it was handled.
Yeah, more often than not, you guys use it for lighting and shadow rather than using the gray as color. But there will be some examples of the gray being used as color. Now, I'll point that stuff out. And what I mean by that is just like a flat surface of the gray to communicate just a different tone than like the rest of the scene.
Some of the background here has that effect that you're talking about, Ed.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a good separation. Now, these little guys right here, they even show up in the arcade game. And as a little kid, I freaking love drawing these things, man. Any comic I made had bad guys that were I'm assuming a Peter Laird design of these like little one-eyed alien robot deals.
Oh yeah, that was totally Peter. Yeah, that was awesome.
They look like dogs almost, except for the three, that they're tripods.
Well, it's really clever, because you look at that panel, like the one on your right, you're looking at, and it's like you see, as the soldiers walk into the hallway, you just see these interesting shapes, which we didn't color in a duo shade. You see these interesting shapes on the wall. Suddenly they click, and they shoot out. And as they shoot out, they sprout these legs with these, frickin' laser beams on their heads. So they shoot out with these laser beams, and it's a defense mechanism. So it's just sort of one of those inline thinking of, the TCRI aliens hiding in plain sight. So if your average person walked into that building, they wouldn't know that was a defense mechanism. But it was very, very clever. I love that.
And story-wise, we're gaining empathy with the Utrons, so they are not bad guys. It's established. So we discovered that the gimmicks are set to stun. Mm-hmm. We're not just destroying the young boys of America who have volunteered their services for our country. They're just paralyzed for 10 minutes.
This whole sequence is really interesting because we've seen some really great fight scenes, and now it's almost like a war battle scene. Yeah. And it's pretty impressive how well your ruled lines of gunfire really create that chaotic, like, back and forth and sense of a gunfight.
Totally. And as illustrators, you have to be considerate of tangents and things like that. So you have these lines that hit from panel border to panel border, but you have to be conscious enough not to like match those up on the next adjacent panel, or else you create crazy weird tangents and stuff. That's handled real well, and that's not always a consideration for people.
I think I would definitely point to stealing that concept again to Jack Kirby when he would do these Losers comics, DC comics, the Losers, or even Commandy. It's like he would do these manic gunfights where you would see he would do the whole straight line bullet effects going everywhere, and it just lended to, I thought it was wonderful, that lended to the dramatic layout of the panel where a character's running through a scene and you're seeing bullets just whizzing by left, right, and center, and that was the only way to really show it that way. So I'm sure that definitely harking back to
have you seen that video? Have you seen that video that Theakston shot probably in the 80s with Kirby talking about his experience in war? And he goes back and forth, and like Kirby on every interview, such a humble, magnanimous guy. When he's in that interview, like he says, it was a fucking bloodbath. Like it all comes back. He's like, it was a fucking bloodbath, and you got this guy coming at you. He looks like a butcher. He says, what are you supposed to do? It's hardcore. It's amazing that record exists. And then it makes you think, like, probably the safest spot to be is at your house with your family at the drawing table after those stories, man. Go make 100,000 pages after that, because the alternative ain't that good. Continuing the schmoz.
No, there was actually Pete and I talked about it once. There was a book done by Tom Scioli. Is that right, Pete?
Yeah.
Did an autobiography of Kirby, and I think he's did one on Stan Lee, which I haven't read. But
it's
I
brand
read
new,
the Kirby
yeah.
one a couple times. But he was interesting. He did a pretty decent job, and would say that it wasn't endorsed by the Kirby estate or anything like that. But it was it seemed like it was done through a very detailed and intensive amount of research through multiple articles and conversations and interviews and things like that. And so when they do cover Kirby in the war years, there's some pretty wrenching scenes in there, and stuff that is referred to. And again, it's in comic book form, but it's sort of, you get the idea. But it was, which, so.
Hey,
So man, yeah, we're coming up. Yeah, we're coming up on the big escape.
I love this scene as the Utrons are like leaving their robot bodies.
Right, yeah, just skittering. You can almost hear them like this panel jumping up onto the little platform.
It's such a freaky visual of like all the bodies kind of like kneeling down and just shutting down or whatever. It's such a cool looking, and just a small panel, like a quarter of a page, but really great looking.
You guys, the design sense, man, creating all the. I mean, we're at issue 7 and there's 24 cool designs built into this comic already. It's unbelievable. And our guys are zapping off. So it's a bait and switch. Like the Utrons were all like, it's all good, we're cool, we'll help you. But when it came down to it, we're out.
Yes.
Turtles, you're on your own. It's really funny, man.
It's you want that nail biter. It's like we've all been there in the movie theater when we've seen those things come down to the bomb clock ticking down to 0, or
Totally.
the things coming in as as the Death Star is rounding the moon, and they're about to set up and blow away the rebel base. And
More great lighting in duotone. Like you got the center of the Utron is in illumination there, clearly selling the lighting from that little whatever teleporter all the way throughout, catching the back of the turtles and just seeing that haze of light. And then this panel's the ultimate, where you use both grays to great effect, doing feathering.
Yes.
What happens to a brush? Like, did you have dedicated brushes for each of the chemicals? And,
Yes.
And what happens to the integrity of said brush after being exposed to those chemicals over time? Like, would those hairs start to melt, or?
I don't remember that. Maybe it's because I haven't done any duo-shade in a long time. But I don't remember the brushes being damaged too much from use.
hold on one second.
Oh, I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, because we've seen like caps of the old chemicals and stuff, and like the stuff that forms, that like crystal version of those chemicals, pretty nasty.
So there's so I was doing some work with the chemicals recently. Here's the light tone, and I got my little case, because you don't want to spill it, so I set them in this case so I can do it. And then here's the dark tone. And so what I had developed over time was, because the brushes are pretty, you just wash them out, but I have one same size brush, and this is the light tone, and then I put this really high-tech piece of Scotch tape
Yeah.
on this one that lets me know, is this the one I was using for the dark tone? So then I put those in that's my complete
Nice.
complex, complete with the Blues Brothers sticker here. That's my complex duo shade system.
That's so cool to see, man.
But you had to be careful, and that was something pointed out early on. Pete, who had used it before, said, you really have to be careful to not mix brushes with the chemicals, because then you end up with dark tone for everything. And then it was oftentimes, I believe our approach was light tone first, and then once you sort of got through a number of pages using light tone, then you would let that dry because it would dry pretty quick, but you let it set up and then go back and add dark tones later.
Yeah.
And then even some white media over top, like this piece right here.
Yep. Yeah, Pete's the first one that used airbrush for some of that, like on his second turtle cover and stuff like that. But,
Right. Yeah. Like, I always get concerned for you guys when you start to vaporize that goddamn chemical, because like, there's a lot of instinct built into our senses, and the sense of smell, and what it does to your head if you have a smelling salt, and that dark chemical is so rancid smell, pure sulfur when you open that thing up.
Pretty
it is.
stinky.
You have to be very careful. Yeah. It's like those old markers back in the day, like the Pantone markers. I remember those were like, you'd start seeing, having conversations with little fuzzy bunnies on your desk.
Yeah, did they not? I mean, I think they took those off the market. I think they caused some trouble.
Oh, I'm sure.
They did. Yeah.
Couple more Frank Miller news scenes, man, to wrap things up. April is at home, cold chilling.
Yep.
Is she? She's not a newswoman at this time, is she? Like,
Oh no,
yeah, she just has the thrift store and stuff.
she never is in the comics.
Right. Yeah. Amazing. It's cool to see how they like what they use and how they retool things, because even the teleportation thing, that becomes a big deal to get guys coming from Dimension X and all that kind of stuff. Rematerialized TMNT inside her nice deep bathtub.
Well, I love that it has a toilet paper roll built into the side of the tub.
Swanky.
But I love that. Yeah, April was always designed from issue 2 as to be basically a scientist based person, a technology scientist person. So, and the second time around shop was definitely something that was was something that her parents owned, that we built into her history for a number of reasons. Her apartment was above it and that kind of stuff. That became more of a thing. But this was and I don't know where this whole idea of them all being beamed into the shower, it was just maybe a funny thing that, like, maybe something from Star Trek, or if you accidentally beamed into the wrong location, wouldn't that be funny? But it was, whoever programmed it quickly as they were trying to make their escape, that they
It feels to me like something you came up with.
Yeah, it's your favorite goofball.
It's a good coda. It's a good comic relief for the whole thing, man. All of our guys are back together again. All is right with the world. It has the capper on it. This is the end of a multi-issue story that, in real world terms, maybe took a year for you guys to make. From the end of issue 3 to issue 7, how long do you think you were working on this thing, this epic?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not
Well,
sure.
we say issue 3. It started the epilogue of issue 3. So you have all of issue 4,
Yeah.
issue 5, issue 6, and this is issue 7. I'm guessing a year plus. Probably because we would spend, I feel like, about a good solid 3 months producing each individual issue. And I maybe a little less, maybe a little more, but I feel like it's around that neighborhood. I think, honestly, I feel like I might have been a little bit more time-wise, because it was a lot of work. But I would say, 12 to 18 months to get through, to do all that. Yeah.
So outside of this exact issue, but during that same time period, if you remember, was anything else interesting happening with the Turtles development outside of the comic? Were you in talks with TV people, or is Friedman part of the picture now, do you think? Is there a comic that from the Eastman Laird run of this first 12 issues or whatever, where you look at those pages and you remember, okay, this is like right when we first met him and gave him the Prime Slime Tails dude's freaking plushie of the Turtles and sent him packing to go make something happen?
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, the 'cause I think what was the date? Because this was I'm looking at the cover. This was 87. It looks like the artwork on the cover is painting was 1987. Is that right? So that would have been, yeah, and I think, again, um, digging deep into those little, you um, those very old brain cells.
Right.
This potentially was around the time that we had the first conversation with Mark, and there was, a number of things going on. I think, again, our universe was still kind of mostly focused around the ongoing comic that we were doing at Mirage, and other things that Mirage were doing, especially we were expanding the publishing. I think the evolution of some of the first comics color editions were evolving around that time. There were additional role-playing games that were being developed and released, Darko. So I think there were a number of factors all slowly floating in and around without any honest can't, without any specific, say, well, this happened then and this happened then. But a lot of it was evolving and changing and happening in and around that time that we were. But yeah, I think still the focus was pretty solidly on the comics.
The indicia, Peter, is that an issue 7 that you have in your hand?
It's the second printing, I believe.
Okay. Because I was wondering, like, if it's a 87 release, we were just looking at the ad from issue 6 for when it was supposed to come out, and it's supposed to come out in March of 86. March 30th, 86 is when it's supposed to be on sale as per this ad. But if it comes out in 87, that suggests you guys got a bunch of months worth of other stuff going on.
I wonder too, it's possible that's a typo, the 86 part.
Right.
Well, what is it? I was just looking. My only reference to the 87 is it looks like but that would be weird because it looks like the cover dated it. I signed it, and there was a date right on this piece of machinery here.
Yeah, it says 86.
Oh, it says 86. Okay, see, I need new glasses.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So no, that's right. So that makes total sense because I was
Okay.
looking at the cover and I honestly can't see, I can't see it, but I was because it's printed kind of dark, really small in the.
Yeah, and you got color on it, I'm sure. Oh yeah, you can't see it. Nobody could see.
Yeah, I was looking at this version here, and I thought it said 87, but you're right.
Yeah, no, it's three dots big, that 87 on your piece, man. Fantastic.
So that makes sense, but I do think sometimes we might have had more optimistic release dates in mind,
Sure.
although we were probably working on it by the time issue 6 hit the stands, as evident from when we had the cover. But it is possible there were some delays, so it might have not have been, March 30th, specifically 86, but it sounds exactly right that it would have come out in 86, and that would have been, I feel like, around the time that we would have met and had the conversation with Mark, because it was the role-playing games that initially led Mark to coming to Northampton.
Okay. We have a first print around here, man, thanks to Alika Seki of Maui Comics. And it's a first print because it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness, because they don't put the E at the end of Strange on that one, man. It's the reprints that get the Strange spelled correctly. A lot of Eastman Laird artwork in that is not ever seen in the comic. It'd be cool to check that stuff out with you guys. But gotta thank you for talking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with us again, with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue 7. Kevin, I know it's travel time and con schedule stuff's going on. I'm heading to Japan myself. Jimmy's got some travels happening within the next bunch of weeks, but we would love to get back together with you guys whenever all the schedules align and do another round of Turtles talk. I feel like before we get to the Dave Sim stuff, we should continue full Eastman Laird stuff with the micro series comics, because they come before where the regular series will go eventually. Mm-hmm. But if you guys are game, man, please let's do that. And speaking of travels, Kevin, can you let the people know where they can meet you?
Yes. My home address is no, I'm kidding. No, the Pete's home address is no, I'm kidding. No, the we are doing a couple of shows in the next few weeks. But if you want to find out where we're touring, what we're doing, please pop by kevineastmanstudios.com. And he's got a tour schedule there and the latest information on nutty goings on kind of thing. So, but yeah, South Carolina coming up this weekend, and then amazing Las Vegas the following weekend. So, but yeah, check me out there, say hi, and if you're at one of the shows, please come by and say hello.
What kind of stuff you have going on in print? You said you were doing some of those some artwork for those NECA design toy deals, but how about any kind of comic stuff that you want to promote? Anything like that?
Honestly, I'm still involved in the ongoing, the IDW stuff. That's an ongoing thing. But I really had a blast finishing up Ultimate Collection 7, which covers a lot of the earliest years of Kevin Eastman and Peter Lloyd covers, from the early issues to the role-playing games and the Archie covers and Mirage Volume 2 and some other fun behind the scenes. There's there's always talk about more reprints. They have recently started releasing through IDW these mega collected volumes. I don't know if you've seen them. I just got the first one in, and it's like it's like a bigger, heavier, bulletproof version of the first run. What was the when Peter and I in the past, like the one you're holding there, we collected
Right.
all 11 issues plus the 4 one-shots and Fugitoid, I think, are all in that one volume, which has been reprinted a few times. I know, and Fugitoid might not have been included in that.
Yeah, no
one.
I don't think
Fugitoid.
Fugitoid's in here.
Fugitoid was the one that Pete did later, I think. Did another version, an updated version, and Fugitoid was placed appropriately in the continuity. But this particular version that IDW has just released is it's even bigger and thicker and crazy. But yeah, no, it's always something, and I've got other projects going, but it's try to stay busy and out of trouble mostly.
If
And
you
any excuse to draw is always fun.
If you guys had to guess the amount of Ninja Turtles ones that are out in the universe across all reprints, all collections, could it be 20 million? Could it be 100 million? Like, what do you you guys get the royalty check, so you should have some small sense of the scale.
We don't make royalties. I don't make we don't make royalties off that stuff. But back in the early days we did. But
Sure. Like do you have any idea? Like could it is 100 million crazy? 200 million?
1 billion.
I don't think it's that many, but I really have no firm evidence of that opinion.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's funny. It's a good question. But it's funny as one of the questions that comes up often at conventions when I do signatures, I'll often do a little turtle head sketch, and people will ask from time to time, "How many of those have you done?" And that's when I'll go 1 billion. But over the years, you're coming up on 40 years of signing autographs and doing those little remarks and those things. It's considerable. But I have noticed, I will always see a certain amount of early Turtles comics, people that really hunt down the and oftentimes these days to CGC them, the issues 1 through 4. And a lot of times it's very rare that I see an issue 1 first printing. A few more issue 2s and more issue 3s. But at this point, I feel like after 40 years, it's getting to the point where I can't imagine there's many more of those left that we have not signed.
That's so fascinating.
Because I think it's just attrition. It's like I've been out there doing it for a long time. It's funny to be like, do a show in Argentina and have a first printing show up, and you go like, what the, but it's a small planet in the end. But so yeah, I think head sketches and the number of turtle comics out there are pretty. What was Mark Friedman's favorite word, Pete? Infinitesimal.
He says that in a documentary a bunch.
Yeah. The am I saying it right? The possibilities are infinitesimal or something. I don't know.
Infinitesimal? Infinitesimal?
It was one of those Mark Friedmanism, like I was commenting on. Anyway, it's infinitesimal. I have to look that up, but it was it's a lot.
You know what's interesting? Like one of the times he uses that in a documentary, I think it was like infinitesimally small that you guys would have like a run of figures. It would be like maybe you'll have a season, but like to go beyond that, like he was using it sort of against the thing, and then it was like using it that adjective like for the turtles. Like okay, like the sky is the limit. And how interesting is it that like that comment, that Turtles issue 1 left your hand at some point, found its way to Argentina, and you're like revisiting like a little piece of you that you touched however many years ago. That's some wild stuff, man.
Well, I think it's extremely small and infinitesimal. I think you would comparing it to it was infinitesimal, but it was comparing it to the chances of success,
right?
In all things considered, it was 1 in a million or 1 in a billion shot to like winning the lottery. It's my chances of winning are infinitesimal, or the success of Turtles clicking the way that they did with the fans, the way that they did was pretty thing. But it always stood out. I love that word. It was like put it on a T-shirt or something. I am infinitesimal. I don't know. But
it's there's a lot of letters. Like you got to be broad-shouldered fella to be able to spell that in any readable format, man.
He went to college.
Peter, whenever you have something new going on, could you come by and let us know about it, and we could help promote those works or those appearances or anything like that?
If I ever have anything like that, I will be happy to share it with you.
There's been rumors, and somebody mentioned there's been rumors of Pete and I going on a bus tour across country, but I don't see it not right away.
It'd be fun.
It would be fun. What was it? Who used to do that? Madden, right? Didn't the guy Madden?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and he wasn't a flyer.
Like to fly.
He just took a bus tour. We do a bus tour, and we'll go cross country and show up at Denny's and different places and make people come and sit. No, I don't. But that would be fun.
Style your RV like the Turtles wagon.
Yeah, dude.
It'd be big. It'd be a hit.
Could you imagine a giant tour bus painted up like the Turtles van?
And then Playmates will monetize that and have the little gimmicks that you could buy. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, Kevin. I know you're on the road tomorrow, so I'm not going to take any more time from you. Thank you guys so much, and let's do it again in the nearest future possible.
Happy to do it.
Always a pleasure, guys. Looking forward to the next one.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care.